हेलो माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, दिस इज हरप्रीत सिंह। वेलकम टू अवर चैनल स्टडी फॉर श्योर। एक बार फिर से आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज हम बात करेंगे टीबी के बारे में, क्योंकि हमारा टारगेट है कि बाय 2025 हम एलिमिनेट करने वाले हैं टीबी की बीमारी को इंडिया से। और वर्ल्ड का टारगेट क्या है? 2030। उससे पहले आप लोगों से छोटी सी रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज डू लाइक, सब्सक्राइब, शेयर और कमेंट अगर आपको हमारी वीडियोस अच्छी लगती हो। शुरू करते हैं। रिसेंटली आपने सुना होगा कि जो हमारे यूनियन हेल्थ मिनिस्टर जेपी नड्डा जी हैं, इन्होंने एक कैंपेन लॉन्च किया है जिसको बोलते हैं 100 डे टीबी एलिमिनेशन कैंपेन। और ये पंचकुला से लॉन्च किया गया है, हरियाणा से। और इस कैंपेन का जो मेन एम है वो है टीबी के केसेस की जो समझो कि प्रिवेंटिव डिटेक्शन, रिड्यूस करना डायग्नोस्टिक डिलेस को, जो कि बहुत ज़्यादा देर हो जाती है, तो पेशेंट्स का ध्यान रखना या फिर अपनी जो आउटकम्स हैं उसको और बेहतर ढंग से लेकर आना। यानी कि टीबी को हम किसी ना किसी तरीके रोकने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जो कि कुछ ऐसे एरियाज हैं, रिमोट एरियाज, जहां पर वल्नरेबल सेक्शन ऑफ दी सोसाइटी रहते हैं। नियर अबाउट 347 डिस्ट्रिक्ट इसमें कवर होंगे। अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 33 स्टेट्स, यूनियन टेरिटरीज इसका हिस्सा बनेगी। और इंडिया में हाईएस्ट नंबर ऑफ ट्यूबरक्लोसिस के केसेस देखे गए हैं 28% के करीब। और अगर मैं वर्ल्ड की बात करूं, राइट, और अभी के लिए ये रिकॉर्ड हाई था 2023 में। हालांकि 2024 में कहा जाता है कि सम सॉर्ट ऑफ हमें रिलीफ मिलने की संभावना देखी जा रही है, क्योंकि देखो ट्रीटमेंट की जो कवरेज है वो 72% के करीब थी 2015 में, और 2023 में ये बढ़कर हो जाती है 89%। यानी कि हम इस चीज़ पर ध्यान दे रहे हैं। और वहीं पर निक्षय जो वाहन है, इस चीज़ को भी इनॉग्रेट किया गया है। एक तरह की मोबाइल वैन है ये, जो डिटेक्ट करेगी, ट्रीट करेगी पेशेंट्स को ऑल ओवर द कंट्री। साथ ही साथ जेपी नड्डा जी ने अनवील किया है नेशनल गाइडलाइंस फॉर इंप्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ न्यू ड्रग रेजिस्टेंस टीबी रेजिमेन। रेजिमेन का मतलब होता है कोई गाइडलाइन प्रोवाइड करनी, प्रिस्क्रिप्शन प्रोवाइड करनी कि आपको इस कोर्स के तहत ऐसे ऐसे डोजेज वगैरह ले हैं, राइट। और ये जो अभी के लिए ये ड्रग रेजिस्टेंस टीबी रेजिमेन है, इसका नाम है BPALM। याद रखना, नॉलेज पर्सपेक्टिव या फिर एग्जाम पर्सपेक्टिव से काम आएगा। और आपको ये भी समझना होगा, रिसेंटली WHO ने भी टीबी के रिगार्डिंग एक रिपोर्ट पब्लिश की थी, जो कि ग्लोबल ट्यूबरक्लोसिस रिपोर्ट 2024 थी, जिसमें बताया गया कि 8.2 मिलियन के करीब जो अप्रॉक्सीमेटली लोग हैं वो टीबी का शिकार हुए हैं 2023 में, और 2.8 मिलियन के करीब भारत में हैं। इस रिपोर्ट के अनुसार एक नोटेबल इंक्रीज देखा गया है, क्योंकि 2022 तक ये केसेस 7.5 मिलियन थे, जो कि बढ़कर 8.2 मिलियन क्रॉस कर चुके हैं बाय 2023, और एक लीडिंग इन्फेक्शियस डिजीज किलर बन चुका है 2023 में, सरपास करके कोविड-19 को। अगर बात करें टीबी के रिलेटेड डेथ्स की, हालांकि इसमें एक डिक्रीज देखने को मिला है। 1.3 मिलियन के करीब लोगों की मृत्यु हुई थी 2022 में, जो कि 1.25 मिलियन तक पहुंची 2023 में। हालांकि नंबर ज्यादा है, बट द फैक्ट इज कि फिलहाल के लिए कुछ हमें रिलीफ देखने को मिला है। टोटल नंबर ऑफ पीपल जो इसके तहत समझो कि डायग्नोस्ड हुए हैं या फिर बीमार हुए हैं, उनकी जो संख्या है वो नियर अबाउट 10.8 मिलियन से ऊपर है। इसीलिए बोलते हैं कि टीबी काफी ज्यादा इन्फेक्शियस और खतरनाक डिजीज है। इंडिया में सबसे ज्यादा लोग हैं, हालांकि साउथ एशिया की बात करें तो उसमें भी हाफ ऑफ द परसेंटेज आती है, बट द फैक्ट इज कि इंडिया विद 26%, उसके बाद इंडोनेशिया 10%, फिर चाइना का नंबर आता है। देखो इंडिया और चाइना की पॉपुलेशन बहुत ज्यादा है, बट चाइना ने एक कंट्रोल देखा है। सो हमें इस कंट्रोल के ऊपर ध्यान देना है, क्योंकि हमारा टारगेट वैसे भी 5 ईयर प्रायर है, वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का जो टारगेट है, राइट। सो इसके ऊपर ध्यान देते हुए हमने इस चीज़ के बारे में कई चीज़ें लॉन्च की हैं, लाइक वाइज निक्षय वाहन हो गया, या फिर ड्रग रेजिस्टेंस जो टीबी है, वो जो वैक्सीन दवाई थी वो हमने लॉन्च की, राइट। और साथ ही साथ इंडिया की एक नई स्ट्रैटेजी है एलिमिनेट फ्रेमवर्क लाने वाले हैं, जो कि नेशनल टी वो अलाइन करेंगी नेशनल स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लान को, जो कि टीबी एलिमिनेशन की बात करता है 2017 से 2025 के बीच में, जिसको हमने डेवलप किया था। और नेशनल स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लान का मेन फोकस यही है कि टीबी के इंसिडेंसेस कितने हैं, या फिर डायग्नोस्ट हुआ है या नहीं, कितने पेशेंट्स को रजिस्टर किया गया, वगैरह वगैरह। सोशियो इकोनॉमिक इम्पैक्ट होने वाला है इसका, राइट। और टीबी के रिलेटेड जो डेथ्स हैं वो डिक्लाइन हुई हैं, 21.4% के करीब देखी जा रही थी पहले, समझो कि 28 पर लाख पॉपुलेशन में, राइट। 2015 की बात कर रहा हूं। बाद में ये 22 रहने लगी पर लाख पॉपुलेशन की अगर बात करें इन 2023। सो 28 से 22 का सफर हमने तय जरूर किया है। अगर पिछले 5 साल की बात करें तो एक कंसिस्टेंस प्रोग्रेस देखने को मिली है टीबी के रिगार्डिंग, क्योंकि देखो टीबी इंसिडेंस रेट जो है वो भी डिक्रीज हुआ है 17.7%। हालांकि ये जो एम्बिशियस टारगेट है ये 2018 में इंडिया के द्वारा सेट किया गया था ड्यूरिंग एंड टीबी समिट, और इसके दौरान हमने कहा था कि टीबी फ्री इंडिया करेंगे बाय 2025, और इंडिया पूरी तरह से अपने टारगेट पर ध्यान दे रहा। एलिमिनेशन प्रोग्राम के तहत हम एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव केयर पैकेज लेकर आए हैं, डिसेंट्रलाइज करने वाले हैं टीबी सर्विसेज को, ताकि एक जगह जगह इस चीज़ के बारे में अवेयर किया जा सके लोगों को, राइट। और एक शॉर्टर ऑरल रिजिमेन जिसको ड्रग रेजिस्टेंस टीबी जो पेशेंट को दी जाएगी, एक तरह की दवाई है जो भी हमने अभी रिसेंटली लॉन्च है नियर अबाउट 50 ईयर्स से 93 में सेम ईयर, और डॉट्स को ऑफिशियली लॉन्च किया गया था RNTCP में, जिसकी स्ट्रेटजी 1997 से स्टार्ट हो गई थी एज NTEP नेशनल टीबी एलिमिनेशन प्रोग्राम, जो कि सेम ईयर लॉन्च किया गया था। और RNTCP जो है ये रिलीज करता है नेशनल स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लान रिगार्डिंग ट्यूबरक्लोसिस 2017 और 2025 के बीच में। यही टारगेट था, इसलिए हमने रखा कि बाय 2025 हम इस पर ध्यान देंगे। मेनली 4 स्ट्रेटेजिक पिलर्स जो हैं वो इसका हिस्सा हैं: डायरेक्ट, ट्रीट, प्रिवेंट और बिल्ड। अभी हम बात करते हैं प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स या फिर कौन कौन सी डायग्नोस्टिक्स हैं जो हमने इस्तेमाल करने हैं। देखो, सिग्निफिकेंट एक्सपेंशन हुई है टीबी प्रिवेंटिव ट्रीटमेंट के रिगार्डिंग, क्योंकि हमने निक्षय पोषण योजना हो, चाहे प्रधानमंत्री टीबी मुक्त भारत अभियान हो, इस चीज़ पर भी ध्यान दिया है, राइट। और NTEP ने लॉन्च किया था रिसेंटली, सिर्फ यही इनिशिएटिव नहीं, रिगार्डिंग डायबिटीज़ हो, चाहे HIV हो, माल न्यूट्रिशन वगैरह वगैरह, इन सब के रिगार्डिंग NTEP काम कर रहा है। और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर्स भी बनाए हैं इसके रिगार्डिंग, टीबी सर्विसेज जो ग्रास रूट लेवल पर कैसे प्रोवाइड की जाए, जो हाई रिस्क पेशेंट्स हैं उनको कैसे समझो कि स्टेबल किया जाए, स्पेशलाइज्ड एक केयर पैकेज है, राइट। और निक्षय पोषण योजना की अगर बात करें 2018 में इसकी शुरुआत हो गई थी, वहीं पर प्रधानमंत्री टीबी मुक्त भारत अभियान की 2022 में, और निक्षय मित्रा एक स्कीम लाई गई थी, वो भी 2022 में लाई गई थी, जो थी अंडर प्रधानमंत्री टीबी मुक्त भारत अभियान। अभी हम बात करने वाले हैं फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस और कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट की, जो कि बहुत ज़रूरी है। किसी भी प्रोग्राम को अगर किसी ऊंचाई तक पहुंचाना है तो कम्युनिटी की एंगेजमेंट होनी बहुत ज़रूरी है, बोथ इन मेडिकल और इमोशनल टर्म्स। अगर बात करें निक्षय पोषण योजना, इसमें गवर्नमेंट स्पेंड करने वाली है नियर अबाउट 3000 करोड़ के करीब, जो कि डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर के तहत जाएंगे 1 करोड़ बेनिफिशियरीज को, और साथ ही साथ 1.5 लाख के करीब जो निक्षय मित्रा है, कम्युनिटी सपोर्टर्स जिनको बोल देते हैं, वो भी ज्वाइन करने वाले हैं इस प्रोग्राम को। नए इनिशिएटिव्स गवर्नमेंट लेकर आ रही है, इंसेंटिवाइज की जाएगी ट्रीटमेंट्स, जैसे टीबी चैंपियंस को विजेता का नाम दिया जाएगा, दर्जा दिया जाएगा। वहीं पर फैमिली केयरगिवर्स जो हैं वो निक्षय साथी मॉडल के तहत आ रहे हैं। और अगर मैं बात करूं UN सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल, ये भी एक आधार है हमारे लिए, जैसे कि गोल नंबर 3 जो कि कहता है गुड हेल्थ एंड वेलबींग। इसके रिगार्डिंग हम काम कर रहे हैं। अभी बात करते हैं इंडिया की इंटरनेशनल कमिटमेंट्स के बारे में। देखो, गांधीनगर डिक्लेरेशन एक हुई थी 2023 में, जहां पर हमने प्लेज ली थी कि NTB करेंगे बाय 2030, और ये समझो कि WHO साउथ ईस्ट एशिया रीजन में था, और हमारी जो इंडिया की है वो 2025 है, बट गांधीनगर डिक्लेरेशन के अकॉर्डिंगली हमने एक रीजनल प्लेज ली हुई है, यानी कि साउथ ईस्ट एशिया रीजन में हम काम करने वाले हैं, जो कि हेल्थ मिनिस्टर्स की मीटिंग है जिसके तहत हमने ये कमिटमेंट की हुई है। अगर यूनियन गवर्नमेंट की बात करें तो इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया था डेली रेजिमन, जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि अभी हमने टीबी की एक दवाई लॉन्च की है जिसका सक्सेस रेट काफ़ी हाई है, 87% के करीब। रेट ऑफ टीबी केसेस के अगर मैं बात करूं तो वो काफ़ी डिक्लाइन हुआ है, यानी कि डबल डिक्लाइन हुआ है। 8.3% के करीब 2015 में था, अभी के लिए 17.7% हो चुका है, राइट। और अगर ग्लोबल एवरेज हम देखें
in the domain of diabetes and endocrinology. Presently, he serves as a Vice Chancellor of Adi Chunchanagiri University. He received MBBS in the year 1981 and MD in Internal Medicine in the year 1985 from the prestigious Government Medical College, Mysuru, and University of Mysore, respectively. In recognition of his outstanding contribution, he was conferred with FRCP Edinburgh in 2019. SIRS established Apurva Diabetes Foundation focused on delivering comprehensive diabetes care and serves as a founding diabetologist. He is also the director of Karnataka Institute of Endocrinology and Research and the dean of Government Dental College and Research Institute. Dr. Shekhar has held several leadership positions including Director of Medical Education, Director and Dean at Bangalore Medical College and Research Institute, and Head of Department of Endocrinology at Mysore Medical College and Research Institute, where he has made significant contributions to the field of medical science. Dr. Shekhar's achievements extend beyond his administrative roles. He has served as chairperson of Scientific Advisory Committee at NADRI, Bengaluru, and has been recognized as a thought leader in the field. His academic honors, like first class distinction in the biochemistry, pharmacology, medicine, along with prestigious awards like the Dr. B.C. Roy Award, his recognition as Best Teacher by RGUHS Bangalore, his dedication in the diabetes care has been recognized with Lifetime Achievement Award by Research Society of Study of Diabetes in India's Karnataka chapter. His pursuit of knowledge is evident in his active membership in numerous professional bodies, including International Diabetes Federation and the Telemedic Society of India. He has actively contributed to the medical community by presenting research and delivering lectures at national and international state conferences. Dr. M. A. Shekhar epitomizes as a life dedicated to enriching the medical landscape through leadership, patient care, research, academic contribution. His unwavering commitment and multifaceted personality make him an inspiring. I would like to over to you, sir. Thanks.
Jai Shri Gurudev. Good morning, everyone. I am at a loss to stand in front of you to speak about today's extraordinary program because you just heard a brief biodata. Channa Baiskonde. Having listened to my own biodata or CV, what really stands out is I have lost my abilities. I probably have lost my clinical touch with my patients. It's at the end of the day, it's just administration. So I really would like to confess today that I may not be able to do the best. People who listen to you would love to live forever. What's it? Speak with such great intensity. People who listen to you would love to listen to you forever. But today, my addition to this adage is listen so intently that people would love to speak to you forever. So more and more applauses will make me very happy. Then, when, as usual, my younger brother, Dr. Shanai, ನನ್ನ ಕೂದಲು ತುಂಬಾ ಇತ್ತು ಅವನು ತಲೆ ತಿಂದಿದ್ದು ಕೂದಲೆಲ್ಲ ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಾರೆ. He invariably puts me in this spot. Every time some good program occurs, he calls me, Shekhar, you must welcome, madam. Okay, we have another extraordinary personality amongst us. Let's welcome her. Welcome, ma'am. So I was telling, it's Shania. You don't need any enemies around if you have Shania with you. He will put you in spot every time. And I was very busy with my work, but he called me about 5 6 days ago. He said, "You must be a part of this. You should talk to youngsters and probably exchange your wisdom of last 40 45 years as a teacher." Then I thought, last 1 or 2 days, I thought, what should I speak to you? On what capacity I should speak to you? Should I speak to you about history of tuberculosis as a historian? Should I talk to you and bore you about the percentages, numbers like a statistician? Or should I talk to you as a clinician and an astute physician about tuberculosis? I felt none of them would really work with you. I'm sure you know the story of tuberculosis, it's already there. Everybody thought, at least the young minds of this educational system thought tuberculosis was beautifully explained by allopathy, the then allopathy, and today it is the modern medicine. But to my surprise, it's been explained in Veda's time, Ikshma. I really do not know the expansion of this phrase or word, but it was explained then. I was just talking to some of the experts in the Ayurvedic field. They were telling me about the concepts that are ingrained in Ayurveda for ages, millennia. One small thing that really happened was technology. Science was very much there, not now, for millennia, for thousands and thousands of years of existence of human beings. There was science, whatever level. But what really changed the course of science was the technology that came in. And this technology we are talking about, modern medicine is better. But let me tell you, it's not. Why? It is not going to save a life. No doctor can save a life. Please understand if you are medical students. None of us can save a life, but we can always protect lives. This is what I was telling in a different podium about. They asked me to be a orator about the fringe activities in diabetes. And I took the subject of lifespan versus health span. What's it? Lifespan versus health span. In brief, I'll tell you, when we got independence in our country, the lifespan of an average Indian was 40 years. By the time they are 41, most of them would be dead. Today, it's beyond 70. Every one of us sitting here, unless you have a road traffic accident, jokingly, will all live to see 70, 72 years. But that Indian in 1947s and 50s would live happily without any disease till 40, 42 and die of a cholera or pneumonia or something like that. They were very healthy till they died. Today, by the time they are 70, they are very unhealthy. The health stops becoming good at the age of 55. Then those so-called science and technology, be it be Ayurveda, homeopathy, modern medicine, will never allow them to die. But none of these so-called scientific programs can give health to human beings. So they suffer for 15 long years with kidney failure, blindness, no sensation, amputation, heart transplant, you name whatever it is. At the end of the day, what happens? They suffer for 15 years and they die. And everybody will be crossing their fingers to cremate these people. They would have had enough of travails and tribulations to take care of these people. So today, what should we do? Whatever we do with our so-called people with disease or disorders, we should make them comfortable. We should see that their health span comes very near to their lifespan. Till 68, they're very healthy. They can take care of themselves, they can walk, they can eat, etc. By 72, they have a massive heart attack and die. No problems. But at the age of 55, mild blindness, 60 kidney failure, 65 heart failure and transplant. Where is the end to this? This is the quintessence of today's program. If you ask me, my essence of speech today would be to tell young minds like you. I am also a young mind, but an old body. Can't help. Where was I? Nodding. Especially if you look at beautiful women, we tend to forget everything. Anyway, what was I telling? Okay, now the quintessence or the essence of today's program is to improve health. I don't think we can eradicate tuberculosis in the next 2 years, but can we make their life comfortable? Obviously. Can we make their health much better than what it was earlier? Definitely. How do you do this? It's not by technology, it's by personal integrity. We should become very, very honest and sincere to help them out. For this, I used to tell my postgraduates about empathy. You know what is empathy? Everybody talks about it, empathy, compassion, ethics, morality, without knowing what exactly it is, and it all becomes a stupid PowerPoint presentation. Somebody asked me, have you got a PPT, sir? I deliberately did not do a proper PowerPoint presentation because two things. The first one is I put a PowerPoint presentation. None of you will look at me handsomely. You will all look at the stupid PowerPoint slides. So we lose that personal touch of the teacher and the taught. This is my feeling after having taught with PPTs for more than 25 years. We used to have slide changes. You remember some of the younger are saying like that, and you will say, what were you people doing useless course? Today, I usually don't use PowerPoint presentation unless it is peer reviews. We have same diabetologists, same neurology, neurosurgery, oncosurgery people. I use PowerPoint because they have an idea. Otherwise, it's better to talk to people. To complete my idea of what you should learn, it is better to talk extempore. That's what I've been trying to do. The second reason is I had nothing to present in the PowerPoint. What can I present about Ayurveda? I'm not an expert. What can I present about tuberculosis? I have never practiced infectious medicine for more than 30 years, 3 decades. So I decided I'll talk to you like this. So the concept of empathy. What is the concept of empathy? By definition, psychological definition, empathy is the feeling that you get when you have gone through the suffering of a person who is suffering. Do you understand? The feeling you get when you have gone through the suffering of the person who is suffering. In other words, to really know what exactly is a heart attack, one should have had heart attack. That is empathy. But do you think we should have a heart attack to treat heart attack patients? No. So, a small change occurred in psychology or the way we present it to postgraduates called as clinical empathy. Why do you study for 4 or 5 years in medicine? Not to become knowledgeable, but to develop clinical empathy. I was talking to Good Basuraj, good friend. Peripheral neuropathy, which is the most distressing component of diabetes. Unless you develop, you will never know. Isn't it? But should you develop diabetes and then peripheral neuropathy to know how to treat a patient with peripheral neuropathy? That's the concept of medical education. Whatever it is, Ayurvedic education or whatever it is, the concept is to develop clinical empathy. You should empathize. You should have compassion to treat a person with that particular disease. Should we develop tuberculosis to know what is the problem? I have no intention to eat. I keep on coughing. I can't sleep. Not necessary. So today's essence is to make you understand that it's not the technology, it's not the drugs that are available that can treat your patients. It is your clinical empathy, and it's about extending a helping hand. And this is the so-called definition of Nikshay. I cannot explain the whole thing. Nikshay Abhiyan is about extending a supporting system, extending a supporting heart, extending a supporting thought to people living with diabetes. Oh, sorry. Unfortunately, diabetes has become such ingrained in me, it somehow creeps into my speeches. Tuberculosis. And I can, I made a small note of all these things. When did it start? God only knows. But you should know, my dear youngsters, Mycobacterium. Can you guess when was it available on this planet Earth? Can you put a number on the year? Can anybody put it? You are very confident saying tuberculosis explained in 9,000, 6,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, 8,000 years ago. But in the so-called evolution of science, botanists are here, microbiologists have said, 150 million years ago, Mycobacterium was present in the planet Earth. Now, youngsters like you should wonder what made this such an old living being, a small living being, infect human beings. Human beings were not here 150 million years ago. They came much, much, much later, and we have become the masters of the universe. But have you ever wondered, has any specialist worth his or her salt wondered why this mycobacterium, which was there 150 million years ago, about 20, 15,000 years ago, infected human beings? Have you ever wondered? Unless you go back to such level, let me tell you, you will never find an eradication solution for this tuberculosis. Unless we see why it infected human beings, how it infected human beings, what happened with this infection, what can be done, nothing will work. Everything will be on paper. What we call as policy making, fantastic. All over the world we make policies, but are they put into practice? Not really sure. So can you all think about that? Make a group, small groups, discuss with yourselves why this bacterium, why this virus, why this plasmodia infected human beings. Simplest answer, can anybody stand up on the bench and tell me? Simplest answer for why they infected human beings. Can anybody tell me? Think, common sense. Inverted comma word is survival. Why do you read? To get Karnataka medal, to get national medals, it is only to survive. How? Comfortably. So if you can understand the reason why we are getting diseases, why we are diseased, is simple survival. Why do you think technology is making so much of progress and things like that? It's only to make humans survive. So you should understand the very basis of whatever you do in our system is to survive, and a suffix adjective to that is comfortable survival. So this is what we are supposed to do. You take the comfortable out of survival, put it into tuberculosis patients. Today's activity will be extremely good. Can you all do that? Now, the next thing that you should develop is compassion. I was telling you about compassion. ಕರುಣೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರಿಂದ ಬರಬೇಕು? ಬೇರೆಯವರಿಂದ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? See, I hope there are a lot of people who know Sanskrita so nicely. I should not make lot mistakes. In one of the Upanishads, there is 4 people in our life we should equate them to God. ಯಾರದು? ಮೊದಲನೇದೇನು? ದೇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ? ದೇವೋಭವ. ಏನ್ರಲ್ಲೋ ಯೂಸ್ಲೆಸ್ ಮಾತೃ ದೇವೋಭವ, ಪಿತೃ, the whole story. but there is science behind it. Can you imagine? Upanishads, Taittiriya Upanishads, I'm not very sure, you should tell me. Matrudevo Bhava, Pitrudevo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅತಿಥಿ. ಸೊ ಮಾತೃ ಪಿತೃ ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅತಿಥಿ ತಿಥಿ ದೇವೋಭವ. ಸೊ ಅತಿಥಿ ಹಿಯರ್ is your patient. If you can look at the godness in your patient, everything will settle down. This is the concept. But what is the science behind why we should equate them to gods? What do you get from your mother? What do you get from your father, science-wise? Have you ever wondered? You're all sitting here. 50% of DNA has come from the father. 50% has come from your mother. But you get 100% of DNA from only one person. Do you know who it is? There are two sources of DNA. One is nuclear DNA, other one is mitochondrial DNA. Nuclear 50-50. Mitochondrial DNA 100% is from your mother. And scientifically, wisdom, strength of intelligence come from mitochondrial DNA. Can you imagine? ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತಾ? ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. ನನಗಲ್ಲ, if at all you are intelligent, it's not because your father was intelligent or is intelligent, it's your mother's DNA that's making you intelligent. The second thing, the Russian, how do I say, research, not now, 60, 50 years ago was, if at all you must be strong, you must have endurance, it is mitochondrial. At the end of the day, who gives you energy? Don't say carbohydrates, fats and proteins, it is mitochondria. Can you understand now? Energy is produced without any problems in the mitochondria. And if you have more mitochondria, you have much more endurance. Where muscle mitochondria, you can run and run and run. Heart mitochondria, you can pump and pump and pump. Kidney mitochondria, get an idea now? So when you go back home today, ನೀವೇನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿಂದ್ರ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ಕಾಲಿಡ್ತಮ್ಮ, ಅಮ್ಮ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಹೆಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಎಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ? How do you say yes in India? How do you say no in India? But how do you say yes in India? How do you say no in India? This is called Indian head bobbing. So you have to change your attitude. Promise me you will go back home, obeisance to your mothers for what you are today. What do you get from fathers? You have any idea? The scientific background of what you get from father and mother, it is already well written in science. From father, I will not tell you, because all you expect from your fathers is money. ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ತಂದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. My father is not good because he did not give me a bike. But my mother is very good because ಮೆತ್ತಿಗೆ ಅಪ್ಪನಿಂದ ದುಡ್ಡು ತಗೊಂಡು ಕೊಡ್ತಾಳೆ. All the things are there. So, my dear youngsters, never ever poo-poo any science that comes your way. I have been a part of Ayurvedic activity, not now, more than 35 years. And I had great friends and probably students in all of these people sitting in front. I used to go to Ayurvedic college. I was very happy to teach them. I understand, unless you start, how do I say, thinking about our own descendants, our own ancestry or whatever you want to call it, none of us will be wise. No wisdom will walk in. Simple concept. What does Ayurveda say? This you should know. I think I can take this instead of telling about tuberculosis. I hope you will all like if I talk about these things to young minds. And what is tuberculosis? Mycobacterial tuberculosis. Why it attack? Obligative. It's all right. 15th century, allopathy became extremely popular because it started putting all their efforts into saying why generally human beings, why do they become diseased, was the major thrust from allopathy, which became modern medicine. But what does Ayurveda say? Pathogenesis and pathology, pathogenesis. We obsessed, modern medicine people obsessed why human beings become diseased. But what did Ayurveda say? Ayurveda said why we are healthy in spite of disease forming environment. ನೀರು ಸರಿಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಗಾಳಿ ಸರಿಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಊಟನೂ ಅಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದ್ರೂ ನಾವು we are healthy. Not all people at home become diabetics. Not all people at home develop heart attack, heart diseases. Only a few. That was the extraordinary thing, but we were blind to that concept. We only looked at allopathy as the final solution. What do we tell about diabetes today? Wherever you go, whether you are in US, even Moon or Mars, there are only three things you can do with diabetes. First one, diet. Second one, drugs. No. Exercise. Third one, stress management. Ayurveda told us thousands of years ago. What did it say? Ahara, Vihara, Vichara. We gave English words to that and said these three. So I expect, I hope you're all Ayurvedic medical students or whatever it is, doesn't matter. But have that inner feeling that we have the best science in Ayurveda. But give away that ego that Ayurveda is no side effects. Oh, what I will do, I'll have question and answer. Okay. I've been asked to talk for 10 up to 10:30. Are you ready to listen to me? Thank you. I expect every one of you to give me 500 rupees. Okay. You get it now? Unless you have that, ownership on what you are learning, unless you move away from egoistical activities that I am right and he is wrong, nothing will happen. Aditi, Devo, take it from me. At least, please listen to this old man after having practiced for 45 years, giving you this wisdom. So from today, you start doing that. And finally, before I start asking you to ask me questions and we'll discuss about what can happen, what can be done about it at the end of the day, after today's activity and all that, I expect Dr. Shennai to come out with a summary, précis of what happened today. 10 lines or 5 lines or 6 lines. I feel it should be the strategy of what we should take further, not only in tuberculosis, in any of the so-called disorders and diseases that we come up with. The first one is prevention. What are the things that you can do to prevent it? Somebody, Dr. Janani. Okay, so first one is prevention. Shall we have the most important summary of how to prevent disorders and disease? It's very simple. There is a psychology concept called as KISS principle. Don't mistake me. It's nothing to do with all those funny things. It started as KIS principle. KIS, KISS principle. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. KIS principle. Prevention, we should keep it simple. But we have added one more S to it, KISS principle, to make it more palatable. Keep it simple, stupid. Who is the stupid here? Us. Let's keep it simple. Prevention. Don't give a lot of things. You must always wear very good suits worth 50,000 rupees. You must always brush 3 times a day your teeth. After 3 years, you'll have to go to a dentist because there is no enamel left. Let's not make it very complicated. Simple preventive aspects. What is it? There are only two. One is within, one is outside. The environment, clean air, clean water, and probably clean food. Within, clean life activity. This, recently again I spoke about this. What is the best diet for a diabetic? I'm sorry I'm bringing in diabetes into tuberculosis because they're very closely related. What is the best diet for diabetics? You ask specialists, they come out with A to Z, A1 diet, B1 diet, X1 diet, Z1 diet, and all that. But Sanskrita, so-called Vedas, have already written, follow the sun. What has it written? Follow the sun. I'm sorry, I do not know Sanskrita. You have to say follow the sun. For millions of years, Earth has been rotating eastward. So sun rises in the east, sets in the west. So whatever evolution that occurred in this east rotating planet, the evolution kept on following sun. Sunrise, certain hormones, certain liver activity, certain heart activity, heart rate goes up, etc., etc. When sun sets, again certain hormones go down, etc., etc. Like that. But unfortunately, what we have done, thinking that we are specialized, every 2 years you should eat this much. The wife who is sitting by the side of the patient, sir, divorce ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ 2 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತ್ರೆ ನಾನೇನು ಕೆಲಸ. Can you imagine a diabetic eating every 2 to 3 hours a day? 6 times, 8 times, this is meaningless. Twice a day, best, if not longer period, 3 times a day. Like that, let's keep prevention as simple as possible. I hope at the end of the day, you will have 1 or 2 ideas of prevention. The second one, effective treatment, which probably science can help, and more than that, technology can help better. Effective treatment. There are a lot of treatments available for tuberculosis. Are they effective across all the patients? No. XDR, MDR, all the things that we talk about. So let's decide what must be the effective treatment that we should think of. And unfortunately, medical fraternity always looks at what is effective treatment? 7 drugs, 3 drugs, 5 drugs. Effective treatment need not be drugs. You decide. Is it diet, exercise, behavioral therapy, all that? Second one. Third one, technology development to bring down the cost. That is a price tag that we talk about. Why? You remember, I'm sure, how many of you were born in 96? Probably front benchers and last benchers, I do not know. When I bought my first mobile, it was 60,000 rupees. At that time, 60,000 was massive money, and it was 10 inches in length. I could use it as a weapon, or rather a Satyagram. Today, you have a small mobile for 8,000-10,000 rupees, which can do a huge amount. That is the technology development. It has brought down the price. This in engineering is called as, what is it called as? What engineering is it called as? To bring down the price. It has happened, I will use one more before I ask questions. A Bihari from India who had a PhD in microbiology, went to America, not now, many years ago. He came up with a simple technological thing. Malaria, you remember? 30, 40 years ago, malaria was a massive problem, infectious disease problem, especially in African belt. So America, at that time, to prevent malaria, most important was to diagnose properly. For diagnosis, they needed two. One was a centrifuge, the other one was a microscope. At that time, 30, 40 years ago, a centrifuge would cost $8,000 to $10,000, massive. A microscope would cost $5,000, $15,000. And imagine if you have to put 10,000 of these two components in African continent and Asian continent, there was no money. And this guy, Bihari, Indian, devised a simple thing. Now, ಮಕ್ಕಳಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಹಿಂಗೆ ರಬ್ಬರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ರೌಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಟ ಆಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? Remember, I'm sure ನೀವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಮಕ್ಕಳೇ. We used to play, and that used to turn like anything. All you had to do was, so what he did, he took a circular plate, fixed the capillary blood tube, and then kept on doing this, which was about 1,500 RPMs per minute, which would separate the supernatant fluid, the so-called Buffy layer. It costed $2. Then, ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ ಮೈಕ್ರೋಸ್ಕೋಪ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 2 ಬೂತ್ ಕನ್ನಡಿ. You put 2 lenses in a platform and give a clear platform in the middle and put this. It costed $1.5. Two lenses, a clear platform, glass platform, and this Makla article. In $3.5 to $4, we could give 20-30,000 of this to Africa, and it brought down diagnosis and things like that significantly. This in engineering is called as frugal engineering. Frugality ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. So you have to bring in frugality in your thinking, frugality in your prescriptions, and frugality in your living. When you say, I'll eat only twice a day, you can have confidence to tell your patients to eat twice a day. ಏನಪ್ಪ ಸಿಗರೇಟ್ ಸೇರ್ಬೇಡ ಎಂಡ ಕುಡಿಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಹೋಗಿ ಕುಡಿದ್ರೆ where is this? So with this, I think I have opened up my feelings about what youngsters should do in life. Maybe some other time I'll again address you. I'll open up for question and answer. You can ask me questions, except Bollywoods and Hollywoods. You can ask me any question, we'll try to answer. Is it okay with you guys? One of the most important NMC ಅಂತೀವಲ್ಲ National Medical Council ಎಲ್ಲ ತಿಂತಾರೆ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನೇನೋ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. One of the most important contributes or attributes of a medical student, which we call it as IMG. IMG is Indian Medical Graduate. It's not only MBBS, any other graduate should happen. There are 5 components that it should have. Lifelong learning is the last component. You should continue to learn till you die. But much more important is compassion, attitudes, knowledge, and skills. So this you should understand how to develop. How do you do that? All you have to do is just follow your Acharya. Unfortunately, many times present day teachers, let me not go there. So start inculcating simple concept. Finally, ಇಂತ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಡಿ. I used to tell my undergraduate students, you write a daily, 24-hour daily, DAIRI or DIERI, which is correct. DIERY, don't go for DAIR. 24 hours. Have you please attend from tomorrow onwards, from 6 a.m. tomorrow to 6 a.m. day after tomorrow. Write down what you do, 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 10 a.m., all those funny things. I used to convince them, they used to come and say, yes, sir, it's happening. You will be wasting 5 to 6 hours without your knowledge. What does Ayurveda say? Rule of 8, 8, 8, 8. 8 hours of sleep, 8 hours of activity, and 8 hours of maja. Katrina Kaif, a film. So 8 hours of relationships, interactions with your people, 8 hours of sleep and 8 hours of activity. Today, 14 hours of activity, 5 or 6 hours of sleep. The rest, what do? You waste without your knowledge. So start doing that. Write a daily diary. That 5 precious hours that you are wasting can be utilized in a proper manner. I think I should stop here. I'll ask questions. Otherwise, I'll continue. I wanted to tell them about statistics, tell them about the enormity of tuberculosis, but looking at fresh names, fresh faces, I said it is waste. So I've spoken what is in my heart. I hope you like it. Any questions? I'll take it. We have another 8 to 10 minutes. Don't worry, I will not ask you money.
Is it necessary while treating tuberculosis? We are from the IDS. Is it necessary to have a synergy between Ayurvedic system and allopathic system so that the patient get the best of the two systems?
You are from Ayurveda. What do you think?
Yes.
Yes, synergy is expected, right? This is what we were discussing with Raj. End of the day, you remember the triad of epidemiology? I hope they have taught you, medical students, Ayurveda, there is a triad of epidemiology or any disease. The three angles of this triangle or the triad is agent. Agent means the disease causing entity. Second one is the host, the deceased person. What is the third one? Environment. So, agent, host, environment. The treatment that we are talking about in modern medicine focuses only on agent. We want to give effective drugs to kill the tubercular bacilli. We want to give drugs to see that the patient doesn't develop lung disease, brain disease, etc. like that. But have we really thought about what it does to the patient or the human being, the host? We are doing it now. Dots, regime, all those things has come. So second component is host. The third component is environment. How do we take environment? You can't stop air from getting infected with tubercular bacillus, but how do you prevent that air becoming dirty to get into the human beings is what we see. Now, modern medicine, which I profess, looked at only agents mainly and to a certain extent hosts. But Ayurveda looked at host mainly and agents least. Today, you give a drug, it has to get in whatever level injections are oral, it has to get in, go through liver, first pass effect, then get into the systemic circulation, and then reach these bacillus, which is remote. If the bacillus is in the lungs, inhalation goes directly, probably it will not be absorbed like that. So we failed utterly in the first 30-40 years of treatment because we only focused on killing bacteria, which happened in vitro, but not in vivo so effectively. But 50-60% of the cure is done by the host. How? Immunity. How do you improve immunity? The simplest concept is nutrition. No physicians in the 70s, 60s worth their salt thought about improving nutrition, though they knew about it. But Ayurveda spoke about it. Nutrition is very important. So instead of saying treatment of tuberculosis, let's call it as management, which a small part is the drugs, more larger part is the nutrition, living, how do I say, levels of these people and the environment. Environment is not just air and water, it is about their mindset and thinking. So, sir, Anjaneya sir, obviously, yes, not really. They said about I was an external, how do I say, reviewer as well as an advisor. And I was blown away by the concepts they had about diabetes at that time. Yes, it should happen. But what should happen first? Hanuman. What does Hanuman stand for? Anjaneyaru. Hanuman stands for Hanu is ego. Hanu means ego. Man is to kill. Hanumanta, Hanuman stands for killing ego. So the first step we all take today to integrate all the sciences for the betterment of human beings is kill your ego. Leave egoistic business. Your idea is good. That's where we should start. Stop. Right, sir? Question ಕೇಳ್ರ I was just close. ಮಾಡೋಣ ನಿಲ್ಸೋಣವಾ? You know, one thing they say, retired teachersಗೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಮೈಕನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದಂತೆ. ರಿಟೈರ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು, ದೃಷ್ಟ ಅದೇನೇನೋ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಆಚಾರ್ಯ, ದೃಷ್ಟ, ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಾಯ, ಗುರು, ಮೈಕ್ ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದಂತೆ. ಯಾಕೆ? ಮೈಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಮೈಕಾಸುರ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ ಮೈಕ್. So I am a retired teacher. I won't bore you. ಗುರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ವ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ? You know the meaning of guru? Guru. ಏನೋ ಕಕಾಕ್ತಿ ಶಾಪಶಾಂತಿ ಹೇಳೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. In simple terms, ಗುಗ್ಗುಗಳನ್ನು ರುಬ್ಬುವವನೇ ಗುರು. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಗುಗ್ಗುಗಳು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ರುಬ್ಬುವವನೇ ಗುರು. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅರೆದು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಸಿಂಪಲ್. ಕತ್ತಲೆಯಿಂದ ಬೆಳಕಿಗೆ ಏನೇನೋ ಕಥೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಇನ್ನೇನು ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ. I'll stop here if there are no questions, and I'll tell Chennai if we can arrange a cup of tea. It's okay. Otherwise, we'll all start murmuring. Hey, useless fellow ಮನೆ ಬಾಯ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋದೇ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಏನು ಫ್ಯಾಂಟಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಅಪ್ಪ, ನಾನು ಡಯಾಬಿಟಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಫೈನ್. ಓಕೆ, ಜೈ ಶ್ರೀ ಗುರುದೇವ್.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. You are very inspiring. Now I call on to Dr. Ankita.
A very good morning to one and all. I am Dr. Ankita, second year PG scholar, Department of Swasthavritta. It is my privilege to be the host for today's function. It is indeed an honor and privilege to welcome you all to the Yakshma Samvada, a national level workshop and seminar on the Nikshay campaign, a vital initiative towards achieving TB Mukta Bharat 2025. Yakshma Samvada is a unique initiative dedicated to the collective fight against tuberculosis, one of the oldest and most challenging public health concern of our time. This 100-day intensified campaign reflects our commitment to eliminating tuberculosis. To welcome the esteemed dignitaries who have joined us today to grace this occasion. I request Dr. Venkata Krishna and Dr. Ellen Shanai to escort our dignitaries, Professor N.K. Lokanath, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Deshmane, Dr. Madhu, Dr. Rajkumar H. Garampalli, Dr. Radha Krishna Ramana, onto the dais. I would also like to call Dr. Shushut Gowda sir onto the stage, Dr. Guru Basavraj sir,
It's a proud moment for us. We are waiting for the Vice Chancellor to come. At the same time, I don't want it to waste this time also. So today we are having a great occasion for us because the Mysuru city, Mysuru district has got many records. One of the records is our own friend Ravi sir has been awarded with the Best Journalist Award from Karnataka Madhyama Academy. So I request Vijayalakshmi Deshmana Madam to honor him. Please come, sir. On behalf of our Vikshay here, for 30 years he was working as a journalist, and last year he was the president of Mysuru Patrakartara Sangha. So on this occasion, it's a great opportunity for us to felicitate him because he was awarded the best journalist from the journalist group, not from government, the Karnataka Patrakartara Sangha. So on this occasion, it's a great occasion for me to felicitate him on behalf of Nikshay Abhiyan because each and every of our article was covered by Ravi sir. Sir, please. I request speakers are also to try.
Madhu sir, welcome to the dais. Madhu sir is a famous pulmonologist from Apollo Hospital. So for last 15 years, he is serving for Mysuru city, and he is the backbone behind our COVID-19 warrior team. So welcome you, sir, for this great occasion.
I call upon Dr. Guru Basavaraj sir for the Abhinandana speech of Dr. Vijayalakshmi Deshmane ma'am.
ಸಭೆಗೆ ನಮನಗಳು. ನನ್ನ ಗುರುಗಳಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಂಜನೇಯ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯವರ ಪಾದಪದ್ಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಸ್ಕರಿಸಿ, ನನ್ನ ಮಿತ್ರರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿಯವರೇ, ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶೇಖರ್, ಕೃಷ್ಣಗೌಡ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬಾಟ್ನಿ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರುಗಳೇ ಮತ್ತು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ಇವತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತಸ ತಂದಂತ ದಿನವಾಗಿದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ತಂದಂತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ದೇಶಮಾನ್ ಅವರ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ. ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಎಲೆಯ ಮರೆಯ ಕಾಯಂತೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವೈದ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಇಂಥ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಹೋಗುವುದು ತುಂಬಾ ಅನಿರೀಕ್ಷಿತ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಲಾಬಿ ಮಾಡೋ ವೈದ್ಯರಲ್ಲ, ಬಹಳ ಸರಳವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮ ವೃತ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಂದ ಗೌರವ. ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶೇಖರ್ ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಹೇಳಿದಲ್ಲ, ಎಂಪತಿ, ಕಂಪ್ಯಾಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಅನಂತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಂತ ಅನಂತಮೂರ್ತಿಯವರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ದೇಶಮಾನೆ ಅವರ ಅಭಿನಂದನಾ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ದೇಶಮಾನೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ವರ್ಷದ ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದದ ನುಡಿಗಳನ್ನ ಆಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯದಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಎಲೆಮರೆ ಕಾಯಂತೆ ಸರಳ ಜೀವನ ನಡೆಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ದೇಶಮಾನ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ದೊರೆತಂತ ಈ ಒಂದು ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಏನಿದೆ, ಅದು ಯಾರು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಎಂಪತಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಂಪ್ಯಾಷನ್ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವೈದ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂದ ಗೌರವ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಅದು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಅಭಿಯಾನದಲ್ಲಿ, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸೇವೆ ಬಹಳ ಅನನ್ಯವಾದ. ಈ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನ ಅವರು ಸಮಾಜದ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಕೆಳಸ್ತರ ವರ್ಗದಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಸಮಾಜದ ಅತ್ಯುನ್ನತ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರೋಗಿಗಳನ್ನ ಗುಣಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ, ಕೋವಿಯಾ ಅಂತ ಅಡಿಯನ್ನು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಹೆಣ್ಮಗಳು ಸರ್ವಿಕ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಅಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವಾಗ ಜೈಪುರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಅವಾಗ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವೀರೇನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಸರ್ಜರಿ, ಆಂಕೋ ಸರ್ಜರಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚುವರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ರು. ಅವರು ಅದನ್ನ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಗುಣಪಡಿದ್ರು. ಇಂಥ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಸಹಾಯವನ್ನ ಅವರು ರೋಗದಿಂದ ಬೆಳತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ದೇಶಮಾನೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿನವ ಧನ್ವಂತರಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನ, ಧನ್ವಂತರಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರಣ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಸರ್ಜನ್ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಧನ್ವಂತರಿ ಶಿಶುತ ಅವತಾರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಂತರ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ಗೆ ಅಭಿನವ ಧನ್ವಂತರಿ ಎನ್ನುವ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರದಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರ ಅಭಿನಂದನಾ ಪತ್ರವನ್ನ ಮುಂದೆ ಓದಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಔಪಚಾರಿಕವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನಾ ಭಾಷಣದ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ನಾಳೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಹಾಗಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಮುಗ್ಧತೆ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಕಳಕಳಿ, ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಕೊಂಡೊಯ್ಯುವ ಮತ್ತು ತನಗೇನು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಮರೆತು ಅವರು ಸದ್ದಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರನ್ನ ಗೌರವಿಸುವುದು ನಮ್ಮ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಆಗಾಗಲೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಗುವುದರಿಂದ ನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬ ಅಭಿನಂದನಾ ಪತ್ರವನ್ನು ವಿಸ್ತಾರ ಓದ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾನೆ. ಭರ್ತೃಹರಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥವನು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಕಾವ್ಯ ಮೀಮಾಂಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ. ಅವರು ಎಂಥವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ದಾತೃತ್ವ ಪ್ರಿಯವಕ್ತೃತ್ವ ಮುಖ್ಯ ತಜ್ಞತಾ ಧೀರತಾ ಪ್ರಾಯೋ ಸಹಜ. ದಾತೃತ್ವ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಅವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿದೆ. ದಾತೃತ್ವ ಪ್ರಿಯವಕ್ತೃತ್ವ ತುಂಬಾ ಸರಳವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಿಯವಾದನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಯಾರಿಗೆ ನೋವಾಗದೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ದಾತೃತ್ವ ಪ್ರಿಯವಕ್ತೃತ್ವ ಉಚಿತಜ್ಞತಾ ಸಿ ಇಸ್ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ರಿಲೆವೆಂಟ್. ಅವ್ರು ಎಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ರಿಲೆವೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ, ರಿಲೆವೆಂಟ್ ಸಿ ಇಸ್ ನೆವರ್ ಇರ್ಲೆವೆಂಟ್ ಟು ದಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್. ದಾತೃತ್ವಂ she has given much to the ಪ್ರಿಯವಕ್ತೃತ್ವಂ she was always kind to others. ಉಚಿತಜ್ಞತಾ she was always relevant. ಧೀರತಾ she was bold. ದಾತೃತ್ವಂ ಪ್ರಿಯವಕ್ತೃತ್ವಂ ಉಚಿತಜ್ಞತಾ ಧೀರತಾ ಪ್ರಾಯೋ ಸಹಜ ಗುಣ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ಬಂತೆ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಧೀರತಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಕಿದ್ವಾಯ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಂಕೋ ಸರ್ಜರಿಯನ್ನ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ಒಂದು ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸವಲತ್ತುಗಳನ್ನು ತಂದುಕೊಟ್ಟು ಆಂಕೋ ಸರ್ಜರಿಯನ್ನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೊಳಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ದೇಶಪಾಂಡೆ ಮೇಡವರ ಅಭಿನಂದನದ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನ ಭರ್ತೃಹರಿಯ ಈ ಶ್ಲೋಕದ ಮೂಲಕ ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯಗೊಳಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ದಾತೃತ್ವಂ ಪ್ರಿಯವಕ್ತೃತ್ವಂ ಉಚಿತಜ್ಞತಾ ಧೀರತಾ ಪ್ರಾಯೋ ಸಹಜ ಗುಣ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸೇನೋ ಲಭಂತೆ. ಇವು ತಮಗೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಪ್ರಿಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ರೆಲೆವೆಂಟ್ ಉಚಿತಜ್ಞತಾ ಬೋಲ್ಡ್ ಧೀರತಾ ಇವು ಪ್ರಾಯ ಸಹಜ ಗುಣ ಸ್ವಂತ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದಿಂದಾನೆ ಬಂದ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳ ಒಂದು ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಬಂದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವು. ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಏನು ಅನ್ನೋದಂತೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೇವೆ ಬರುವಂತಾರೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ನೀವೊಬ್ಬ ಸಹಸಿದ್ಧ ಮಹಿಳೆ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ನೀವು ಸಂತ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ವೈದ್ಯರಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಭಗವಂತ ನಿಮಗೆ 100 ಕಾಲ ಆಯಾಸ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಮಾತನಾಡುತ್ತೇವೆ.
I would like to welcome Professor N.K. Lokanath sir, who have arrived just now. Welcome, sir. We also have our eminent guest on the hybrid mode, Dr. A. Raghu, Dr. B.S. Prasad, and Dr. Anil, who will be connecting with us online. The word Nikshay symbolizes freedom from TB, a vision that aims to eliminate tuberculosis from our country by the year 2025. The Nikshay campaign focuses not only on providing free diagnosis and treatment to TB patients, but also community participation, nutritional support, and creating a comprehensive patient-centric approach to end TB. Yakshma Samvada is one such initiative. With this thought, this program serves as a powerful platform to share ideas, strategies, and experiences on how modern medicine and traditional Indian systems like Ayurveda can contribute to achieving this goal. To begin this event on a positive note, let us invoke the divine blessings and set a serene tone for this event. I now invite Dr. Pavana Bhatt for a prayer song. कायो श्रीगौरी करुणालहरी तोयजाक्षि शङ्करीश्वरी. कायो श्रीगौरी करुणालहरी तोयजाक्षि शङ्करीश्वरी. श्री जय चामुण्डिके श्री जय चामेन्द्रा. श्री जय चामुण्डिके श्री जय चामेन्द्रा. नामाङ्कित भूमीन्द्र ललामन मुददे. नामाङ्कित भूमीन्द्र ललामन मुददे. कायो श्रीगौरी करुणालहरी तोयजाक्षि शङ्करीश्वरी. तोयजाक्षि शङ्करीश्वरी. तोयजाक्षि शङ्करीश्वरी. Thank you, Dr. Pavana, for the soulful prayer. To extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished guests and participants, I now invite Dr. Lakshmi Narayan Shanai to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to each and everyone. It is a great occasion for us. This campaign was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister on December 12th, Nikshay campaign of 100 days, and it will end in March 23rd. Under Government of India, Department of Ayush, Government of Karnataka, we have planned more than about 600 programs for the 100 days program. On last month, the 20th, we have created a record of 60,000 pledges in 134 colleges, and it is the highest pledges taken in one day for the whole India. On January 30th, we had a Manava Sarapadi of 38,000 people across 134 colleges, and it's also a great record for us. More than about 450 Bidi Natakas / mobs have been organized in various malls and streets and marketplaces all over Karnataka, and all these are part and parcel of our campaign. To make this campaign in a higher mode, we wanted to organize two national conferences, one in South Karnataka and one in Karavali, Karnataka. So this is the first conference we are planning here in national workshop here in Mysuru. That too, the centenary old, 100 years old, the Mysuru University is a great occasion. And when I contacted Loknath sir, we are having a campaign. In spite of his busy schedule, he said, Vijnan Bhavan is yours, you can do any program. That is the philanthropy of Loknath sir, because whenever we contact him, they never say, because in his dictionary, there is no word, no word is there. So always yes, yes, yes. So every time I am happy because whenever I meet him, I used to get more and more energy because always he is positive. And whenever I feel depressed, I used to go to his chamber and get motivated by his energetic stance and energetic talk. So it's a great occasion for all of us to welcome Loknath sir because today he had many programs. In spite of all those things, he came here 10:30, but he said since 9:45 he is asking. So can I come? Can I come? Can I come? But our audiences were not there. That's why I said 10:30. Even then, Shekhar sir has to finish with that 10 o'clock. But I said, sir, you just extend up to 10:30. So thank you, sir, once again on behalf of Nikshay campaign, Government of India, Government of Karnataka, and Department of Ayush. We wholeheartedly welcome you for giving us such a great theatre where we can host such a great function. I request Praveen to welcome him on behalf of Department of Ayush. Many of us not visited Kumbh Mela Mahakumbha. Many of us have not seen God at all. Many of us have not seen Dharmantari at all. Many of us has not believe in God at all. But if you see Vijayalakshmi Deshmane, you can believe in God. She is a simple lady. Just 15 days back, I called Vijayalakshmi Madam. She said, I am Dr. Vijayalakshmi. She never said I am an oncologist. She never said I am an oncological surgeon. She never said I am director of Kidwai. She never said I am a recipient of Padma Shri. So I was, for last 30 years, I used to know her because we used to have many bites with Akka. We used to call popularly as not Vijayalakshmi Deshmane, I used to call her Akka. Whenever I saw her, she will have a big smile. And she's just like a child, she will interact with you. I said, Akka, do you want a car? She said, the government has given me a bus. Why you are worried? I am coming in a big vehicle. Next, my question is, Akka, do you want from bus stand, can I send a vehicle to you? I am having many friends in Mysuru. Why you are wasting your time? That is a question. I asked her, but the University of Mysuru has given me a guest house where I can provide you a room. She said, I am having many friends in Mysuru. Why you are taking pain on that? So why I am taking all those things? Even though she is a recipient of Padma Shri, her simplicity, her interaction with the people. I'm a small person in front of her. Still, whenever I just connect her, within one ring, she will take my call and say, "What is the problem? Any problem is there? Do you want any help from me?" That is the such thing. Whenever I call her, it appreciates me, and I wanted to. I am a fan of her because every time I said, "ಅಕ್ಕ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳ ಸಂಘ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ನಾನು ಪ್ರೊಕ್ಲೈಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನೂರಾರು ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ." That is the simplicity of madam. I'm really happy. She will come in a cotton saree. She will come in a rickshaw. She will come by walk also. Many times she has come to the auditorium as a just simple person. She has come. It's a great occasion. I'm really happy that our government of India has recognized her. She never put application for any award. Please note that she has not put application for any award. Whenever people called her that you are recipient of Padma Shri, she has not believed because she said at the same time she said, I have not put the application. How can I get it? You are joking me. That's what her reaction. So it is a great occasion. I said we will felicitate you. She said I never take felicitation from anyway. I said I am known to you for 30 years. ಇದು ಒಂಥರ ತವರಿನ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ಇದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಕೂಡುದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಆತರ ಬಂಧನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದವರು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ರೆಡಿ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. It's a great honor. It is really I feel that the Padma Shri is not given to Vijayalakshmi Deshmane. Padma Shri is given to me, you, and all of us. It's a great. So with these words, we will give her a standing ovation because we need such doctors in future also. It's a standing ovation from all of us that for your simplicity, for your simple humanity effort, we are giving you. This is greater than the standing ovation. It's greater than your ovation. Thank you, Madam. So with these words, I request the students to welcome Vijayalakshmi Deshmane and take wish Shanta and Priyanka should get after 40 years same Padma Shri from Government of India. Whenever I do function, whatever may be the function it is, for the last year the custom is that for each and every my function, M.A. Shekhar sir should be there. Because whenever we do the puja, we should have a Ganapati. Like that, whenever I do a function, I should have a Vigna Vinayaka, like M.A. Shekhar sir. From the student time itself, from 1986 I am talking. Whenever we used to take any classes of ECG, X-ray, or any other things, we used to go to Shekhar sir's chamber and we used to request. He is hopeless So with this simplicity and he is just like Nadadadu University. Whatever the subject is there, he will talk on that in a scholarly way, in a great way, and most updated information. Even he can challenge Google. That is important. Most updated information we will get it from M.A. Shekhar sir. Today he is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Chunchanagiri University. He was also the director of Karnataka. He was former director of Karnataka Institute of Diabetology, and he was professor and head of the department. First professor and head of the department of endocrinology department, where he has established endocrinology department in Mysuru. And he is the great son of Akegoda and nephew of film actor Ambarish sir. So with this background, I welcome you, sir, on this occasion. It's a great honor for me to welcome him also, a great orator par excellence, M.A. Shekhar. The whole program, we wanted to call 4 pulmonologists of Mysore. Today we are having one of the greatest pulmonologists of Mysore, Madhu sir, very simple person. If you go to his clinic, there is no appointment at all. Because I have never seen a super specialist who is not taking an appointment at all. Whenever you wanted, if 100 patients are there, he will not say 101 because my quota is over. So such a human being and one of the best Dhanvantari in pulmonology, Madhu sir is there. So I request our team to welcome him on behalf of Team Nikshay. Madhu sir, thank you. Because today morning I called him because he thought the function is on 11th. Still he came in spite of his busy schedule. Thank you, sir. The whole program was designed and developed with the help of Government Ayurveda Medical College principal. Today he is the president of this program, Dr. Radhakrishna Ramrao, my good old friend, my mentor, my senior, and my teacher also. Whenever I go to his chamber, he used to say, "Shana, ಏನು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಿ? ಏನಾಗ್ಬೇಕು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ?" The reaction is like that. ಇವತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಿನಗೆ? ಇವತ್ತು 2 ಇದೆಯಾ 3 ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ. He is the first person to ask me that you should have at least one PA for your office because every day you will have a program. So you will miss one or other program. So you appoint one PA. That's because all these things are encouragement for me to do each and every program. Whenever the program get success, I used to call Radhakrishna sir and said, "Sir, I did such a great program today, and it is all because of your cooperation and guidance." So you will say, "It is the success is always in your dictionary, so you will be always victorious. Be patient and do the program in a beautiful way." Sir, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you on this gathering. So I request our team to welcome Radhakrishna Ramrao sir with the bouquet. For last 40 years, for all my program, my mentor is Dr. Guru Basaraj. Whenever I need some help, first person I am calling is Dr. Guru Basaraj sir. Whenever I need a guest, first person I approach is Dr. Guru Basaraj. So he never say no to him, just like M.A. Shekhar sir. He never say, both are very good friends. He never say no for anything. And whenever I need any help of any kind, because it may be financial, it may be social, it may be economical, anything, he will be there with me just like ನನ್ನ ನೆರಳಿದ್ದಂಗೆ. ನನ್ನ ನೆರಳು ಹೇಗಿದೆ, ನನ್ನ ಶಾಡೋ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಇವತ್ತು ಅಭಿನಂದನಾ ಭಾಷಣ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. Thank you. On this occasion, today we are having a special guest with us, Dr. Shishut Gowda, one of the most renowned neurologist from USA. He practiced in USA for last 18 years. Then he came back. ಕರುಳಿನ ಕರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ತಾಯಿಯ ಕರೆಗಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ USA ಎಲ್ಲ ನೇಮು ಫೇಮು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ ಕೂಡ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸುಶೀಲ್ ಗೌಡ ಸರ್. So I asked him sir to be a panelist for today because for next year we need a neurologist. So he will be our panelist today. So we welcome you on behalf of next year, sir. The whole program today is because of Rajkumar Garampalli sir. Because whenever we do program in University of Mysuru, we will associate with Department of Botany. So whenever I never go to his chamber at all. We used to have only a call on phone, sir, either date sir or 6 month body sir. Either date sir, either comes in letter body sir. Either date sir, either comes guest house or the room maker sir. So all these things is so friendly with me, and whenever an invitation comes, he says, Shanai, these are the mistakes. You say, please send me the soft copy. I will correct it and send. You don't have time to change also. Every time he used to see, just like a professor you used to see, he was the professor and I am student, and he used to show the mistake in a beautiful way. Shanai, ಬೇಜಾರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ, ಸಣ್ಣ ತಪ್ಪು ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ, ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡಿ, ನಾನು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. Otherwise, you could have told, what Shanai, you don't know the spelling of Mysore, what Shanai, you don't know spelling of university, who is your teacher, all those things, he should scold me. But he never scolded. He used to tell, Shanai, don't worry, on the soft copy ಕಳ್ಸಪ್ಪ, ನಾನು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. So this was his humble nature, and being a chairperson of this department, a great department. So he helped me a lot to make this function a reality. Thank you, sir. So I request our team to welcome him. Today we are having with us the great renowned persons. The WHO consultant Kiran has come, so he will talk on WHO guidelines. He has come from WHO headquarters, Dr. Kiran, and we are having a great personality, our teacher, Dr. Anjaney Murthy sir. So we are having Krishnamurthy sir, the principal of the MIT college. We are having pulmonologist madam from Narayana Hridayalaya, Vaishnavi madam from Narayana Hridayalaya. We are having Anthony Rajpal. He is the syndicate member of this Mysore University. So he will read Abhinandana Patra. Being a syndicate member, he wanted to read your Abhinandana Patra. Then we are having the great Dion of Botany Department, Shankar Bhatt sir. So we welcome you, sir. And Janardhan sir, we welcome you, sir. Amartesh sir, we welcome you, sir. Sanjay. Then Saurabh has come from all the way from Hubballi, one of the greatest Ayurveda exponents we are having newer generation, and we are having all press persons here on behalf of Dikshay, all press persons, including Ravi sir, Jason sir, all of them have, because of press always is a great wealth for all my programs. Thank you being a part and parcel of this thing, and we are having PG and NG students, about 250 from 18 colleges, different colleges. So on behalf of Dikshay, we welcome all of you for this program. It's a great day for us. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would also like to welcome Dr. Ellen Chennai, sir, and Dr.
Sorry, I have not welcomed Venkata Krishna because he is from my home, same home. So it is not the customer that we have to welcome. Venkata Krishna, the professor and head of the department of Swasthavritta department. So because the whole program was envisioned by Venkata Krishna, and he was great help for me. And his team has done a marvelous, fabulous job for all of us. So Venkata Krishna, sorry because I missed your name. I thought you are part and parcel of my family. That was my intention, that I need not welcome Venkata Krishna because he is part and parcel of this one. Still, as a guest, I will welcome you, sir. Thank you.
I would like to welcome Dr. Lakshminarayan Chennai, Assistant Director, Government Ayurveda Research Center, Mysuru. Welcome, sir. As the light dispels darkness, knowledge dispels ignorance. Light symbolizes knowledge, wisdom, and positivity. As we illuminate this lamp, let us dispel the darkness of ignorance and ignite flame of knowledge and hope. I request Professor M.K. Lokanath, Vice Chancellor, and all the esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward for the lighting of the lamp ceremony.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदे शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
A moment of pride and academic contribution, we now proceed with the release of all Ayush for You, an insightful publication journal. Ayush for You is a significant step in documenting the role of Ayurveda in all fields of healthcare system. We request the dignitaries, Dr. Vijayalakshmi Deshmane ma'am, Dr. Professor L.K. Lokanath sir, and other dignitaries to release the book. To honor Dr. Vijayalakshmi Deshmane ma'am's remarkable contribution, we now felicitate her. I would like to call Dr. Anthony Palraj sir to read the Abhinandana Patra.
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ದೇಶಮಾನೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನಾ ಪತ್ರ ಅಭಿನವ ಧನ್ವಂತರಿ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಭಾರತ ಖಂಡದ ಅತ್ಯುನ್ನತ ಗೌರವಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಾದ ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ದೇಶಮಾನೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸಿ ದಿನಾಂಕ 4/3/2025 ಮಂಗಳವಾರ ನಡೆದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಸೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಭವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿನವ ಧನ್ವಂತರಿ ಎಂಬ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರದಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಗೌರವಿಸಿದ ಅಭಿನಂದನಾ ಪತ್ರ. ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯರೇ, ತಾವು ಶ್ರೀ ಬಾಬುರಾವ್ ದೇಶಮಾನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ರತ್ನಮ್ಮ ಆದರ್ಶ ದಂಪತಿಗಳ ಸುಪುತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ 10/4/1955 ಗುಲ್ಬರ್ಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜನಿಸಿರುತ್ತೀರಿ. ಕಷ್ಟ ಕಾರ್ಪಣ್ಯಗಳ ನಡುವೆ ಬೆಳೆದ ತಾವು ಅಪ್ಪಟ ಅಪರಂಜಿಯಾಗಿ ಸಮಾಜಮುಖಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೊರಹೊಮ್ಮಿರುವುದು ಈ ನಾಡಿನ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ. ತಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯವರ ದೇಶಭಕ್ತಿಯು ಮತ್ತು ತಾಯಿಯವರ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಕಾಳಜಿಯ ಅಂಶಗಳು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಪೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ತಾವು ಇಂದು ದೇಶದ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಬಡ ರೋಗಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಗುಣಪಡಿಸಿ ಕರುಣೆಯ ಸಾಕಾರ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಎಂದರೆ ಅತಿಯುಕ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲ. ಈ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಾಧನೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣೀಭೂತರಾದ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಯವರನ್ನು ಈ ಸಭೆಯು ಧನ್ಯತಾ ಭಾವದಿಂದ ಸ್ಮರಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ತಾವು ತಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯವರ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆಯಂತೆ ಶಸ್ತ್ರಚಿಕಿತ್ಸಾ ಪರಿಣಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿರುತ್ತೀರಿ. ತಮ್ಮ MBBS ಪದವಿಯನ್ನು ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿಯ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಿಂದ ಪಡೆದು ಮತ್ತು ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿಯ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಿಂದ MS ಪದವಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿರುತ್ತೀರಿ ಮತ್ತು ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಮಹಿಳಾ ಶಸ್ತ್ರಚಿಕಿತ್ಸಾ ತಜ್ಞರೆಂಬ ಕೀರ್ತಿಗೆ ಭಾಜನರಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ತಾವು ಶಸ್ತ್ರಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಷಿಪ್ರ ಪ್ರಾವೀಣ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ವೈದ್ಯ ಲೋಕದ ತಜ್ಞರಿಗೆ ವಿಸ್ಮಯವನ್ನು ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು. ನಂತರ ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಿಶೇಷ ಪರಿಣಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಶಸ್ತ್ರಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂಬೈನ ಟಾಟಾ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಕಿದ್ವಾಯಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಂದ ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡಿರುತ್ತೀರಿ. ತಾವು ತಮ್ಮ ವೃತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಕಿದ್ವಾಯಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 1984ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸಿ ಅದೇ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಶಸ್ತ್ರಚಿಕಿತ್ಸಾ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರಾಗಿ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ 2015ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರುತ್ತೀರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೇವಾ ತತ್ಪರತೆಗೆ ಮುಕುಟ ಪ್ರಾಯವಾಗಿ 2008ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿದ್ವಾಯಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯು ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾಗಿ ಪದೋನ್ನತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ತಮ್ಮ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಶಸ್ತ್ರಚಿಕಿತ್ಸಾ ವಿಭಾಗವನ್ನು ಉನ್ನತ ಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಂಡೊಯ್ದಿದ್ದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಗ್ಗಳಿಕೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. ತಾವು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನ, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸಾ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿರುವ ಅನುಪಮವಾದ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಿ ತಮಗೆ ಅಭಿನವ ಧನ್ವಂತರಿ ಎಂಬ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರದಾನ ಮಾಡಲು ಅತೀವ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗ್ತೀರಿ. ತಾವು ತಮ್ಮ ವೃತ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಪಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಂತ ಆದರ್ಶ, ಶಿಸ್ತು, ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕತೆ ವೈದ್ಯ ಸಮುದಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿದಾಯಕವಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆದರ್ಶಪ್ರಾಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ತಮಗೆ ಭಗವಂತನು ದೀರ್ಘ ಆಯುಷು ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಕಲಿಸಲಿ ಎಂದು ಆರೈಸಿದ ನಡೆದಿರುವ ಈ ಸಭೆಯ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಈ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಗೌರವಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ನೀಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
Sir, again.
It is our privilege to have with us the esteemed Professor N.K. Lokanath, Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Mysore, to deliver the inaugural address. I request Dr. Shilpa to introduce Sir to the gathering.
It's my pleasure to introduce you, sir.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಶುಭೋದಯಗಳು. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಒನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ದೇಶಮುಖ್, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಿದ್ವಾಯಿ, ಮೈ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಶೇಖರ್, ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಧು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ್ ಗರಂಪಳ್ಳಿ, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಆಫ್ ಬಾಟ್ನಿ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶನೈ, and Dr. Raghu, Dr. Prasad, Dr. Radhakrishna Ramarao, Dr. Swasthavritta, still there is missing. So all the guests on the dais and off the dais and all ಎಲ್ಲ ತರದ ಗಣ್ಯರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳೇ ಹಾಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕೇತರ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಶೆಣೆ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಾನು ಬೇಸಿಕಲಿ ಫಿಸಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಜನರಲ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದೇವರು ಅಂತ, ಎಂತ ಕಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ನಂಬಿಕೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತೀರ್ಥಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವಾಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಹುಷಾರಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಏನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಸರಿ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿ ನೀರ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕುಡಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವೇ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂತ. ಆದ್ರೂ ಸಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಗ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆದಾಗ ನಾವು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದೇ ತರನೇ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ಗಳು ಬರೋದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಲ್ನಾಡು ನಾಣ್ಣುಡಿ ಇದೆ, ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಮರಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈ ಕ್ಷಯ ರೋಗದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕ್ಷಮ ಸಂವಾದ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಈ ತರದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ವೈರಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಂತಾನೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಿಂಗೆ ವೈರಸ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾಗಳು ಹೇಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಏನೋ ಬ್ಲೆಸ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಗೈಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಜನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಿಜ ಅದು ಮಹಾಮಾರಿ ರೋಗ ಕೋವಿಡ್-19, ಬಟ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಸುಮಾರು ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ಇದರ ಈ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾಗಳು ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ವೈರಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ವಿಕಸಿತ ಭಾರತದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ನಾವೇನು ಕ್ಷಯ ರೋಗನ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗದೆ ಇರೋದು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತ ಇಚ್ಛಾಶಕ್ತಿನ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಎ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಪ್ರಿವೆಂಟೆಡ್, ನಾಟ್ ಬಿ ಕ್ಯೂರ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ. ಅದು ಇಟ್ ಟೇಕ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓನ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಟು ಕ್ಯೂರ್ ಬೈ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್. ಅದರಿಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ದಿನ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಹಾಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಬೆಳಕನ್ನು ಚೆಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಏನು ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾರಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಈ ದಿನ ಬಂದಿರುವಂತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ದೇಶಮುಖ್ ಅವರು ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ದಿನ ನಾವ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ವುಮನ್ ಎಂಪವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಓದಿ ಕಿದ್ವಾಯಿ ಅಂತ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಒಳ್ಳೊಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಮನಸ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ಗಳು ಬರ್ಬೇಕು, ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ತವೆ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡಿ ಅವ್ರು ಎಷ್ಟು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಮುಗ್ಧತೆ ಇದೆ, ಅವ್ರೆಲ್ಲ ಕಲ್ತಿದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರ ಟೀಚರ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಇನ್ನೂ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕಲಿಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಹಂಬಲ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬುಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಂಗೆ ಸರ್ಜರಿ ವಿತ್ ಗೋಲ್ಡನ್ ನೈಫ್ ಅಂತ, ಸೊ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಆಟೋಬಯೋಗ್ರಫಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದ್ 2 ಲೈನ್ ಓದ್ದೆ ನಾನು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಹೇಗೆ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಇಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ವರೆಗೂ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಿಮ್ಗೂ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದ್ರೆ ಈ ತರ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಓದಿ, ಆ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಓದೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆಯಾಗಿ ನಾವಿನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ನಂಬಿಕೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಭಾರಿ ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಶೇಖರ್ ಅವರು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರಿ ಪರಿಣಿತರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಈ ವಿಚಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಒಂದಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ನೀವೀಗ ಗಂಗೋತ್ರಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬರೋರೆಲ್ಲ ಓದ್ದವ್ರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಓದ್ತಾ ಇರೋಂಥವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲ MA MSc MCom MBA ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೈಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಓದ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವೇ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಬಳಸ್ತೀವಿ, ತೆಗೆದು ಎಸಿತೀವಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಶುರು ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು? ಕ್ಲೀನ್ನೆಸ್ ನಮ್ಮಿಂದನೇ ಶುರು ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ನೀವು ಯಾವ್ದೇ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ನೆಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ನೆಸ್ ಇಸ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಟು ದ ಗಾಡ್ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಆ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ನೆಸ್ ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಬಿಡು, ಅವ್ರು ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಅದು ಕಟ್ಟಲ್ವಾ, ಅವ್ರು ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ನೆಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ತರ ನಾನು ಮೊದಲನೇಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಪರಿಸರ, ನನ್ನ ಜನ, ನನ್ನ ಊರು ಅನ್ನೋದ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕುವೆಂಪು ಅವರು ಬಾರಿ ಹಿಂದೆನೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೆಲ ಜಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ಭಾಷೆ ಯಾರು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾರೋ ಅವ್ರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಎತ್ತರ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಕುವೆಂಪು ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಕನ್ನಡನ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬರ್ದಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಕುವೆಂಪು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕವಿ ಆಗಿ. ಅದೇ ತರ ನೀವು ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ನೆಲ ಜಲ ಭಾಷೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದಾರೋ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಜಪಾನ್ ದೇಶ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಜರ್ಮನ್ ದೇಶ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಫ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ ದೇಶ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಅವ್ರ ಭಾಷೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವರು ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಬಲ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಬೆಳೀತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ನನ್ನ ಪರಿಸರ ನನ್ನ ಇದು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಸರ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ಆದ್ದಿದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕರವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋ ನನ್ನ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನೊಂದು ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಕೇಳಿ. ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಗಂಗೋತ್ರಿಯಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಜುಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ತರ ನಾವು ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂತೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಸಂಜೆ ಹೊತ್ತು ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ವಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ. ಬರುವಾಗ ಮಂಡಕ್ಕಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಖಾರ ಪುರಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಮಂಡಕ್ಕಿ ಪುರಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಖಾರ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ತಿಂತಾರೆ. ತಿಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಎಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ನಂಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ನೋಡಿ, ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಮುಕ್ತ ಗಂಗೋತ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ, ಬಟ್ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನ್ ಹೇಳದೆ ಒಂದು ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡದೆ ಒಂದು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನೇ ಪರಿಸರ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನ್ ಹೇಳೋದು, ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕರವಾಗಿ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕರವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಮನಸ್ಸು ಇರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ನಾವು ಓದೋದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ತರ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಟು ಬಿಕಮ್ ಎ ಬೆಟರ್ ಸಿಟಿಜನ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ದೇರ್ ಬೈ ಹಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಎ ವಿಸ್ಡಮ್ ಆನ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಓನ್ ಅಂತ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ ಏನೇನ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಓದ್ದವರು, ಕೆಲಸ ರಿಟೈರ್ಡ್ ಆದವರು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಳ್ಳೊಳ್ಳೆ ಹುದ್ದೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಂತವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ? ಅದೇ ತರನೇ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಯಿಲೆಗಳನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ನಿರ್ಮೂಲನೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶಗಳಂತ? ಇದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರಣ. ನಾವು ಕ್ಲೀನ್ನೆಸ್ ಬಾರಿ ಹಿಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ನೆಸ್ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಈ ತರದ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ವಲಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾವ ತರ ನಿರ್ಮೂಲನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವೊಂದು ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಆ ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶಣೆ ಅವರು ತುಂಬಾ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜೊತೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಗುಡ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರುವಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೀಮ್ಗೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಗೂ ನಾನು ನಿಜವಾಗೂ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಯನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ, ಜೊತೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಟಿವಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟೆಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ, ಯಾವ ತರ ಇದೆ, ಏದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟಿದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈ ತರದ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಆದಾಗ ನಮಗೊಂದು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ COVID-19 ಇಡೀ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಬಂತಲ್ವಾ. COVID-19 ಎಷ್ಟು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಯ್ತು ನೋಡಿ. ಇವಾಗ ಇಬ್ರು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ನಮ್ COVID-19 ಬರ್ದ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನಂಗೆ ಬರಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೋಲ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಯು ಅಲ್ವಾ. ನೋಡಿ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇನ್ನೊಂಚೂರು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುನೀತಾ ವಿಲಿಯಮ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸುಮಾರು ಬೇಗ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಬರಕ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಸಂಜೆ 7 ಗಂಟೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸರಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು. ಅದು ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಗೆ ಟೆಲಿಸ್ಕೋಪ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗೆ ನೋಡ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ 500 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಮೇಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಏನ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮೇಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಭೂಮಿಯಿಂದ ಜಸ್ಟ್ 500 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಮೇಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸರಿ 250 ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ 500 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್. ಒಂದು ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್, ಫುಟ್ಬಾಲ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ಇದೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್. ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು, ಹಾಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು. ಅವ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಬರಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಾಗಲ್ಲ? ಅದೇ ಇರೋದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಸೊ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ತಿಳ್ಕೋತಾ, ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ ಅದನ್ನ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂತ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಈ ತರ ಇದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸ್ ಯಾಕಿದೆ, ನಾವ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೀಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಹೇಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವೈರಸ್ಗಳು ಬರ್ತವೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾಗಳು ಬರ್ತವೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಕೆಲವು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾಗಳು ಒಳ್ಳೇದು ನಮ್ಗೆ, ಕೆಲವು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾ ಕೆಲವು ವೈರಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರಿ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು, ಕೆಲವು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾ ವೈರಸ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಹೆಂಗೆ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗದಂಗೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಇದೇ ತರ ನಾವು ಟಿಬಿ ಫ್ರೀ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಭಾರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸುಮಾರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ತಂದಿದೆ. 99% ನಿರ್ಮೂಲ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಡೇಟಾ ಪ್ರಕಾರ. ನಾನು ಗೂಗಲ್ ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ 99 ಆಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು, 100% ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಆಸೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಆಸೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೈಗೂಡಿಸಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಮಿಷನ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸೋಣ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಈ ತರ ಟಿಬಿ ಫ್ರೀ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯವ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮನಗಂಡು ಈ ತರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೆಚ್ಚೆಚ್ಚಿನಾಗಿ ಇಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಬಂದಾಗ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಕೊರತೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸರಿಯಾದ ಮಾಹಿತಿನೇ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಆ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ತರ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅಥವಾ ಅವರು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾಟಕ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತದೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿ ಇದರಿಂದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದು ಈ ತರದ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟ ನಮ್ಮ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶೆಣೈ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ, and this program should be a great success, and same this type of program should continue and make the society to be free from TB so as soon as possible. Thank you, Monica.
Thank you, Lokanath sir. It is now time to felicitate Lokanath sir, and I request all the dignitaries to do the honors. Thank you, sir. In this era of digital transformation, distance is no barrier, but the cause is noble. It is our lecture by Dr. V. Prasad, President, Board of Ayurveda, NCRSM, Government of India, joining us virtually to deliver the guest address through hybrid mode and share his insights with us.
A very good morning to all of you. Am I audible? At the outset, let me appreciate all the organizers for taking the good initiative, and dignitaries on the dais. I compliment all of them for their initiation, and also.
Prasad sir, you can start. Prasad sir, you can start.
Okay. Very good morning to all of you. Hello.
You are audible. You are audible.
Okay. Yes. Very good morning to all of you. At the outset, let me compliment the organizing team for the initiation in organizing this workshop, Express Samvada, which is a read of the hour. I also compliment the entire team involved in that one, including the Honorable Vice Chancellor and all the dignitaries. And I also make congratulations to the Dr. Vijayalakshmi Deshpande for getting quoted with the award, and the Shania for his good activities, very good enthusiastic activities, even in the Guinness record Prakriti Abhiyan. He also took a very active role and also implemented very well in the entire Karnataka to get the 5 Guinness records. And this topic, eczema, is very, very essential lead of the hour, where the resistant tuberculosis where they are getting encouraging results also. When we club together the Ayurveda treatment along with the mental therapies, where we can have the better results also. And I must appreciate again Dr. Raghu, who is after taking over charge, he has done a lot of the implementations, including the essential drug list also he brought out, and also the SOPs or the standard treatment guidelines for Sandhivata and other diseases he also brought out. That way, the public health is also taking very good shape, and with the initiation and this seminar definitely will going to result into the concrete the conclusive remarks where it can be implemented in the large sector. That way, I once again compliment the entire team for initiations. Hello, we are running late of time, and then I conclude. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasad, sir, for your initiative because as for the 5 Guinness records for Deshki Pragati Pariksha. Last week he received 5 Guinness records for Deshki Pragati Pariksha in Vijayanagar, Delhi. So that's what I wanted to talk today. So afternoon, the Government of India advisor will give talk for 5 minutes. The advisor, Dr. Raghu. Then we are having one more dignitary, that is tuberculosis program director for Karnataka. He will talk afterwards because there is a problem with his Wi-Fi, so he will talk in the afternoon. So now I request Vijayalakshmi Deshmani Madam to do the Abhinandana Bhashana.
यहाँ तक वो हो गया ना.
Thank you, sir, for your time and presence. Thank you, sir.
ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರುವ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳೇ, ಟಿಬಿ ಮುಕ್ತ ಭಾರತದ ಸಂಕಲ್ಪದೊಂದಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಇಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶೇಖರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಡಿಸ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ವಾಸ್ ವೆರಿ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಸರ್, ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಸರ್. And Dr. Shonai connects every one of us, and he's so energetic. I saw him in Vidhan Soda some time back. Same energy, same enthusiasm. He works for the country. I like your work very much. Thank you for this beautiful award. Very, very, very beautiful. Madhyama Mitra, Madhyama people are contributed to my Padma Award. They projected my family name positively all the time. So I thank my media team. I thank for the Padma Award, Madam Murmu, Madam President of India. I thank my beloved Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and my central government for this beautiful award. Usually it is given to all royal families, you know. I have been born and brought up in a slum in Kalburgi. So when central ministers started congratulating me, I thanked them. They said it is Modi sir pickup, not our work. So Modi sir has done chamatkara, and people are enjoying as if they have got the award. This is the experience I have got from all my friends. This award I surrendered to Lord Krishna. I surrendered. Yes, I surrendered the award to Karnataka. I surrendered the award to Kidwai Hospital patients and families, and Kalburgi people who supported me when I was a helpless child on the streets. My mother, she sold fruits and vegetables on the roadside. Myself and my brother, both of us used to support Amma there. So I don't know, Modi sir has done this wonderful job. People are enjoying so much, sir. it's very difficult for me to escape from the media people. Everyone wants, it's a beautiful subject for them. Everyone wants to interview me and all that. Sir, Suvarna TV channel people have interviewed me. They got millions together response. They're very, very happy. Very, very happy. When I joined Kidwai 40 years back, one Dr. Lalita madam was there. She was head of medical oncology. Though I was on surgical side, somehow she used to like me so much as a first lady resident there and all that. So whatever madam had done the research work, she gave to me. She said, you study, because they used to send us the lymph node biopsies. So sometimes cancerous lymph node will be involved with the tuberculosis also. That was her study. So she wanted to study further on that. So her data she just gave to me, such a selfless madam we had there in Kidwai Hospital. And sir, every time cancer lung was treated as tuberculosis. So all the time, including the doctors as patients, they were, sir, diagnosed very, very late. That even this wonderful work is, sir, it's very beautiful work. Otherwise, all the time we had the confusion whether it is tuberculosis or tuberculosis associated cancer or only the cancer. So you are going to give all the clarification so that patient will be getting correct treatment right time for the cancer lung. So this is your team is doing wonderful job for the country, and Modi sir is interested in this work so that correct treatment can be given and save the people. Earlier, whenever we used to open any intestine, so we used to rule out intestinal tuberculosis. All that was there. Now things have changed so much. Lot of advances in all the fields, and similar way in the tuberculosis also. So beautiful work, sir. Thank you that you give me the release of the I wish for you so much. ಟಿವಿ ಮುಕ್ತ ಭಾರತ ತಮ್ಮ ಸಂಕಲ್ಪ ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ಆಗಲಿ, ತಮಗೆ ಶುಭವಾಗಲಿ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspiring and insightful thoughts.
विनाशाय ज्योतिर्नमो
ಬಿಡೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮೈಸೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಸೂತ್ರಧಾರ ಯಾರು? ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಕಣ್ಮಣಿ ಯಾರು? ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ. ದೇಶ ಮನೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ದೇಶ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಅವರು, ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ವಿಜಯ. ವಾಟ್ಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ನೇಮ್? ಕೆನ್ ಯು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್? ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಒಂದು ನೆನಪು ಬಂತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನನಗಂತೂ ಗೊತ್ತಪ್ಪ. ಅವನು ಅವರು ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಇರ್ಲಿ, ಬಹಳ ಹತ್ರ ನನಗೆ ಅವನು ತರ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಅವರ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ತಂಗಿ ಸುಭದ್ರೆ, ಶಿ ವಾಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆಂಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಚಲ ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆನ್ಸಿ. ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣ. ಸುಭದ್ರೆ, ಅಣ್ಣ ನೀನ್ ದೇವರಂತ, ನನಗೆ ಇನ್ನು ದೇವರು ನನಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮಗು ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ವರ ಕೊಡು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣ ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನನ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅದೃಷ್ಟವಂತ ಮಗು ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ವರ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. Pregnancy, all raging hormones, she gets very angry with Shri Krishna. Anna, ನೀನ್ ದೇವರನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, what is this? You say you get a lucky child. You know what Shri Krishna says? Subhadra, ನಿನಗೆ ಧರ್ಮರಾಯ ಅಂತ ಗಂಡ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ, ಭೀಮನಂತ ಶಕ್ತಿಶಾಲಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ, ಅರ್ಜುನ ಅಂತ ಯುಕ್ತಿಶಾಲಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮಗು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಧರ್ಮರಾಯ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಬಡವ. ಭೀಮ ಅಂತ ಬಲಶಾಲಿ, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತಿದ್ದ. ಅರ್ಜುನ ಯುಕ್ತಿಶಾಲಿ, ಧೈರ್ಯವಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಹೆಣ್ಣಿನ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ ಅಂತ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಬೇಕು, ಅಥವಾ ಅದೃಷ್ಟವಂತ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಬೇಕು, ನೀನೇ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡು. 1 ವರ್ಷದ ಮಗುಗೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕು? ತಾಯಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಹಾಲು. 5 ವರ್ಷದ ಮಗು ಏನ್ ಬೇಕು? 1 2 3 4. 10 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕು? 20 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕು? 50 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕು? ಸೊ ಎ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ಬಾರ್ನ್ ಟು ದಿಸ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಅದೃಷ್ಟವಂತ ಮಗು. ಅವಾಗ ಏನ್ ಸಿಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅದು ಸಿಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಳಗೆ ಯಾರು ಅದೃಷ್ಟವಂತರಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ವಿಜಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಬಡತನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ತಾಯಿ ಜೊತೆ ಬಡತನವನ್ನು ಕಂಡು ಬಡತನದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆದು ಸಿರಿವಂತರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏನ್ ಸಿರಿವಂತೆ? The concept of connecting mental faculties with a beautiful heart. She is the classical example. ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಹಸುವನ್ನು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಹಸು, ಕಷ್ಟ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಕಂಡುಹಿಡಿಬೇಕು ಅಥವಾ ಕಷ್ಟ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ. ಈ ಮಹಾತಾಯಿ ಅವಳ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಷ್ಟವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ, ಹಸುವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ, ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು, ಹಸುವಾಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಅವಳ ಜೀವನವನ್ನೇ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾಳೆ. ಅಮ್ಮ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಜೈ ಶ್ರೀ. ಲೋಕನಾಥ್ ನೋಡಿದಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇದನ್ನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಲೋಕನಾಥ್ ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡಿದಿರಲ್ವಾ? ಎಷ್ಟದ್ರಿ ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ಉದ್ದ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಬಹಳ ಚಂಬ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಲೋಕನಾಥ್ ಬಂದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಎಪ್ಪೊಳ್ಳ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಗನೇ ಕೈ ಅಂದ್ರೆ he is not only physically having a great stature, but as an administrator, lot of inputs I have got. It's an extraordinary. Bro, charge hoyte. Thank you. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಷ್ಟು ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿರುತ್ತೋ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ರೂ ಈ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಅಷ್ಟು ಮೇಲಿದ್ದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Professor L.K. Lokanath sir to please felicitate M.S. Shekhar sir. Thank you, everyone. Now I call upon Dr. Hita to introduce our next guest address speaker, Dr. Madhu sir. Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. Madhu K. Sir has vast experience in the management of various respiratory-related ailments and is a qualified interventional pulmonologist. He has graduated MBBS from MS Ramaya Medical College, Bangalore in 2003-2004. He did his DTCD Diploma in Tuberculosis and Chest Diseases from Government Medical College, Mysuru in 2006. Sir has joined CMC Vellore, Tamil Nadu as Senior Resident and completed Diploma in National Board, Postgraduate in Respiratory Diseases from CMC Vellore in 2009. Sir has continued to work there as tutor. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, Dr. Shenoy sir, to having me here in front of all the senior dignitaries. ನಾನು ಅದೃಷ್ಟ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಸರ್. ಮೇಡಮ್ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ ತಗೊಂಡು ನೋಡಿ ರೀಲ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ದನ್ನ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ರಿಯಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಅದೃಷ್ಟ ನಂದು. ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಡಯಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ಸಣ್ಣ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಅಮ್ಮ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ತಗೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಸೊ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದಾದ್ರೆ ನಾನು PG ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗಲಿಂದಲೂ TB ಇದೆ. ಸೊ TB ಮುಂಚೆನೂ ಇತ್ತು, ಈಗ್ಲೂ ಇದೆ, ಮುಂದೆನೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು 100% ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ. ಐ ಹೋಪ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಅ ರಿಯಾಲಿಟಿ. ಬಟ್ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಖಂಡಿತ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಅ ರಿಸರ್ಜೆನ್ಸ್. ಸೊ TB ಒಂದು ಭೇದ ಭಾವ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ನು ಸಿರಿವಂತನಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಬಡವನಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವನು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಲರ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಸೆಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಜಾತಿ ಭೇದ ಯಾವ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲ. TB ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಅಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂಡ್ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಅಂಗಗಳನ್ನು ಅಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಬಿ ದೇರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ವೇರಿಯಸ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್. ನಾವು ಕಂಡುಹಿಡಿಯೋಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲಿನಿಕಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸಿಂಪ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ ಇಂದಾನು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವೈಭವ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಸೊ ಮೇನ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಸರ್ ಕ್ಲೆನ್ಲಿನೆಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಸೊ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್, ಕ್ಲೆನ್ಲಿನೆಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಟು ಕೀಪ್ ಅವರ್ ಸರೌಂಡಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್. ನಮ್ಗೆ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಇವು ಈ ಸಿಂಪ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ ಟಿಬಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದಾ ಅಂತ. ಜಸ್ಟ್ 2 ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಒಬ್ಬ 24-25 years old ನಾರ್ತ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದ ಹುಡುಗ. ಪಾಪ ಮದ್ವೆ ನಿಶ್ಚಯ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಲಿಂಫ್ ನೋಡ್ FNAC ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಕೇಮ್ ಅಸ್ ಗ್ರಾನ್ಯುಲೋಮೆಟಸ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ಲಮೇಷನ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಟಿಬಿ ಶುರು ಮಾಡೋಣ ATT ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಈ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ATT ಇಂಡ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಹೆಪಟೈಟಿಸ್. ATT induced hepatitis, jaundice ಬಂತು. We could not give him regular medicines. Modify ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು. It is a very big problem. ಪಾಪ ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿಯಿಂದ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಎವ್ರಿ ವೀಕ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ. ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಪ್ಪ ವಾಟ್ಸ್ಆಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಕಳಿಸು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ. Then he developed a lymph node in his mediastinum. Mediastinum ಅಲ್ಲಿ lymph node ಬಂತು. ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟಿ ಇನ್ ಬ್ರೀದಿಂಗ್ ಆಯ್ತು, ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟಿ ಇನ್ ಸ್ವಾಲೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಆಯ್ತು. Tuberculosis can manifest in simple forms with dangerous complications also. So it has got a wide spectrum of presentation. So then he was managed with ATT, modified ATT, and he improved. ಪಾಪ ಮದ್ವೆ ಆಗೋದು ಡಿಲೇ ಆಯ್ತು. ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳ ಕಡೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಅಂಡ್ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಟಾಬು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ. ಟಿಬಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಕ್ಷಯ ರೋಗ, ಅದು ಇನ್ನು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬರಬಾರ್ದು, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂತು, ನಾವ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಮ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಮೂಢನಂಬಿಕೆ. ಆ ತರ ಇಲ್ಲವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಟಿಬಿ ಯಾರಿಗ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಅಂಡ್ ಟಿಬಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಮುಚ್ಚುಮರೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ 6 months ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಕ್ಯೂರ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಮೇನ್ಲಿ ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಸುಮಾರು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ದೇ ಕೆನ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಫ್ಲೋಟರ್ಸ್, ಕಣ್ಣು ದೃಷ್ಟಿ ಹೋಗುವಂತದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ವೇರಿಯಸ್ ಅದರ್ ಡಿಸೀಸಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಆಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್. ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡಯಾಗ್ನೋಸ್ TB with DNA based, PCR based techniques. So tuberculosis is going to be there. There are various research going on. I think our esteemed speakers are going to tell us about the advances and future management of tuberculosis. But I would all like to urge you to take an oath to look for tuberculosis and come out with tuberculosis if there is any, and take proper treatment so that you will be cured of tuberculosis. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you all for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. I now request Vijayalakshmi Deshmana ma'am to please felicitate sir. As a part of Nikshay campaign, Government Ayurveda Medical College, Department of Swasthavritta, in association with Government Ayurveda Research Center, conducted several online competitions to engage and inspire participants towards TB awareness. It is now time to recognize and award them. I request Dr. Pavana and Dr. Hadia to carry out the prize distribution session. Here we have the list of prize winners for each competitions. We had 4 different online competitions such as e-slogan writing, awareness video making, e-poster making, and e-essay writing competitions. I request the prize winners who are here to come over the dais and receive the prizes. I request Loknath sir to hand over the prizes to winners. First, e-slogan writing competition. First prize goes to Dr. Amrita B. Ballar, final year PG scholar, Department of Samhita and Siddhanta, GMC, Mysuru. Second prize goes to Dr. Padma Devala Chavan, first year PG scholar, Department of Samhita and Siddhanta, GMC, Mysuru.
Mahavir Jain Ayurveda Medical College, Gajendragarh. Appreciation prize goes to Anup Majali, SDM Udupi, and Sudha Kamal, Samata Ayurveda Medical College, Kalburgi. Next, we have awareness video making competition. First prize goes to appreciation prize goes to Dr. Aishwarya PM, PG Scholar, Alvas Ayurveda Medical College, Mudbidri. Thank you, sir, for giving prizes. Congratulations to winner. Next list will be hand over to Dr. Hadia. Now we have the list of winners of ESA writing and e-poster making competition. I request Vijayalakshmi Madam to give away the prizes. ESA writing competition. First prize goes to Dr. Amruta B. Ballar, final year PG Scholar, Department of Samhita and Vidyartha, GMC Mysuru. Second prize goes to Dr. Umi Salma PG, second year PG Scholar, Department of Samhita and Siddhanta, GMC Mysuru. Third prize goes to Sahana GM, UG student, Samata Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital Center, Pujari, PG Scholar, Alvas Ayurveda Medical College, Mudbidri. Dr. Indu PS, PG Scholar, Matnam Ayurveda, Shu Singh, UG student, GMC Shivamoga. E-poster making competition. First prize goes to Dr. Aishwarya, PG Scholar, Alvas Ayurveda Medical, PG Scholar, JSS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, Mysuru. Third prize goes to Dr. Tejaswini R, PG Scholar, JSS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, Mysuru. Appreciation prize goes to Dr. Soumya Chaugale, PG Scholar, Alvas Ayurveda Medical College, Mudbidri. Dr. Padma Devale Chavan, first year PG Scholar, Department of Samhita and Siddhanta, GMC Mysuru. To all the winners. As we come to the end of this inaugural event, it is time to express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone. I now invite Dr. Venkatakrishna KB to deliver the vote of thanks.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. It is my privilege and honor to extend the vote of thanks for today's prestigious event, the National Workshop on Yakshma Samvada and release of Ayush Core Journal, which is jointly being organized by Government Ayurveda Medical College, Government Ayurveda Research Center, and Department of Botany, University of Mysore. ಶನೈಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ವೋಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳೋದು ಸಖತ್ ಕಷ್ಟ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಡಾಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ನಾನು ಯಾರನ್ನಾರು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕ್ಷಮೆ ಇರಲಿ. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Professor N.K. Loknath, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Mysore, for gracing this occasion with his esteemed presence and inaugurating the event. Sir, your words of wisdom and encouragement have truly inspired us, sir. A special thanks to Dr. Vijayalakshmi Deshmani. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಎದುರು ನೋಡಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ದಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ರೀಲ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಈಗ ರಿಯಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಸೋ ಹಂಬಲ್. ನಮ್ಮ UG ಮತ್ತು PG ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡಿ ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೈಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪದ್ಮ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಕೂಡ ಸೋ ಹಂಬಲ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ಸರ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏರಿದವನು ಚಿಕ್ಕವನಿರಬೇಕೆಲ್ಲ ಎಂಬ ಮಾತನು ಸಾರುವನು, ಏರುವನು ರವಿ ಏರುವನು, ಬಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಣ್ಣಗೆ ತೋರುವನು ಅಂತ ಕವಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅವರು ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದಂತಹ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. Our sincere appreciations goes to Dr. M.A. Shekhar, Vice Chancellor, Adi Chunchanagiri University, for delivering his keynote address. Your insights have enlightened us and added immense value to the session, sir. Thank you. I extend my sincere appreciations to Dr. K.S. Radhakrishna Ramrao, Principal, GAMC and Mysuru, and H. Mysuru, for presiding over this event and guiding us throughout. His presence and leadership has been instrumental in making this event successful. I would also like to express my gratitude to distinguished chief guests, Dr. Madhu K, pulmonologist, Apollo BGS Hospital, Mysuru; Dr. Rajkumar H. Verampalli, Professor of Botany, University of Mysore; Dr. Krishnamurthy NV, Principal, MIT, Ayurveda Medical College; Dr. Anjali Murthy, and all researchers in UG, Dr. Saurabh Kokatnoor, Dr. Chandrasekhar AS, and so many others. Vanishri Madam, Medical Superintendent of High-Tech Panchakarma Ayurveda Hospital. I sincerely give my vote of thanks to all this, and ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಯಾರು ಬಿಟ್ಟೋಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನನಗೆ ಕ್ಷಮೆ ಇರಲಿ. And I extend my vote of thanks to my college faculties, students, and my departmental colleagues, and all my PG students for their untiring work. Once again, I thank you all. Wishing you a great day ahead. ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು lectures ನಡೆಯೋದಿದೆ. With all this, I complete my vote of thanks. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka, Jai Ayurveda.
With this, we conclude the inaugural session of Yakshma Samvada. We thank all our dignitaries. Let us continue this journey towards TB Mukta Bharata with full dedication and commitment. Thank you, one and all. High tea has been arranged outside the auditorium. I request everyone to please have and come back within 10 minutes.
टीबी हर साल लाखों लोगों को शारीरिक, आर्थिक और मानसिक रूप से प्रभावित करती है। दुनिया में 2030 तक एसडीजी की प्राप्ति की समय सीमा रखी है, लेकिन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के आह्वान पर भारत ने साल 2025 तक टीबी मुक्त भारत का लक्ष्य तय किया है, जिसके चलते नेशनल टीबी एलिमिनेशन प्रोग्राम ने कुछ ही सालों में बहुत प्रगति की है। डायग्नोस्टिक सुविधाओं का बहुत विस्तार हुआ है, जिससे टेस्टिंग रेट में काफी वृद्धि हुई है। प्राइवेट सेक्टर की सक्रिय भागीदारी के साथ इस प्रोग्राम के तहत टीबी के मामलों का पता लगाने में कई गुना बढ़ोतरी हुई है। बच्चों समेत सभी रोगियों के लिए देश भर में टीबी का ऐसा उपचार उपलब्ध कराया गया है जो इंजेक्शन मुक्त, असरदार और सुरक्षित है तथा जिससे ड्रग रेजिस्टेंट टीबी रोगियों का इलाज कम अवधि में संभव है। एनटीईपी ने टीबी रोगियों की पोषण आपूर्ति के लिए 1488 करोड़ रुपए वितरित किए हैं। वे लोग जो फेफड़ों के टीबी रोगियों के परिवार के संपर्क में आते हैं, सभी आयु वर्ग को प्रिवेंटिव ट्रीटमेंट पहुंचाया है। टीबी के खात्मे के लिए मानवीय दृष्टिकोण बहुत आवश्यक है में रखते हुए एनटीईपी 12,000 से अधिक टीबी विजेताओं के नेटवर्क के साथ काम करता है। एनटीईपी टीबी उपचार के नतीजों में बेहतरी लाया है और उसे गर्व है कि उसने प्रमुख पक्षों के साथ मिलकर काम किया है, जिनमें विभिन्न मंत्रालय, संसद, पंचायती राज संस्थान और कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर भी शामिल हैं। ये प्रोग्राम उत्तम दर्जे की टीबी सेवाओं को हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर्स के जरिए जन जन तक पहुंचा रहा है। इन प्रयासों के चलते लक्षद्वीप और जम्मू कश्मीर का बडगाम जिला 2021 में टीबी मुक्त घोषित किए जा चुके हैं। इस साल 8 राज्यों, केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों और 91 जिलों को विभिन्न श्रेणियों के लिए सब नेशनल सर्टिफिकेट दिए जाएंगे। इस लड़ाई को जारी रखने के लिए हम ऐसी तकनीकें बना रहे हैं जिनसे बीमारी का पता लगाना व इलाज करने में प्रगति हो सके। भारत आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आधारित तकनीक इस्तेमाल करने के लिए तैयार है, जो छाती के एक्सरे को अपने आप पढ़ लेता है। सेंट्रल टीबी डिवीजन खांसी की आवाज पर आधारित आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस तकनीक विकसित कर रहा है, जो टीबी की जांच में काम आएगा और इसके नतीजे बहुत उत्साहजनक रहे हैं। एनटीईपी ने अपने साझेदारों के साथ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आधारित एक ऐसी प्रक्रिया विकसित की है जो लाइन प्रोब एसे को पढ़ सकता है। ये टेस्ट ड्रग रेजिस्टेंस का पता लगाने के लिए किया जाता है। आईसीएमआर टीबी संक्रमण का पता लगाने के लिए सीटीबी स्किन टेस्ट को परख रही है और एनटीईपी इसे जल्द ही लागू करने के प्रयास में है। टीबी संक्रमण के लिए नए डायग्नोस्टिक टूल्स के बारे में भारत की योजना है कि एक कम अवधि के टीबी प्रिवेंटिव थेरेपी को बड़े पैमाने पर उपलब्ध कराया जाए। आईसीएमआर के अंतर्गत इंडिया टीबी रिसर्च कंसोर्टियम 2 वैक्सीनों पर परीक्षण कर रहा है और परिणाम जल्दी सामने आने की उम्मीद है। एनटीईपी के प्रयास से हम सब मिलकर टीबी मुक्त भारत का लक्ष्य प्राप्त करेंगे। टीबी हारेगा, देश जीतेगा।
with 2.5 million patients. Last year, India witnessed a 19% increase in TB patients. The graph scaled from 1.62 million in 2020 to 1.93 million in 2021. Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, the Union Health Minister of India, addressed this issue by calling the community patients to make India TB free. Nikshay Mitra is a government project that allows people to adopt tuberculosis patients and care of their nutritional and medical requirements with the aim to combat the disease and the stigma associated with it. Anyone in India can register on this digital portal that the government has developed through a public-private partnership. Nikshay Mitra has a number of choices for help, including nutritional supplements, dietary, diagnostic, and occupational. People can select a support period from 1 to 3 years. They can select the district, state, building, and medical facilities. So far, 300 people have identified themselves as Nikshay Mitra. The goal is to reduce stigma around TB diseases with community support, better care, and adoption of TB patients.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಕಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಐಕಾನಿಕ್ ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸೆಸ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜಮ್ಮಣ್ಣಿ ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೋರಿಯಂ ಮೈಸೂರವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತು, ನೋಡಿರ್ತೀರ. ಒಳಗಡೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನೀವು ಹೋಗಿರಲ್ಲ, 100% ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. 100ರಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಒಬ್ಬರು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ PK ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೋರಿಯಂ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ. PK ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೋರಿಯಂ ಅಂದರೆ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸೆಸ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜಮ್ಮಣ್ಣಿ ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೋರಿಯಂ. ಏನು ಹಂಗಂದರೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಬನ್ನಿ. ತೋರಿಸಿ ಬ್ರಿಜೇಶ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸೆಸ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜಮ್ಮಣ್ಣಿ ಅಂತ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಇವರೇ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸೆಸ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜಮ್ಮಣ್ಣಿ ಅವರು. ಇವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ದೈವಾಂಶ ಸಂಭೂತ ರಾಜರ್ಷಿ ನಾಲ್ವಡಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣರಾಜ ಒಡೆಯರು, ಮನ್ಮಹಾರಾಜ JCW ಜಯಚಾಮರಾಜ ಒಡೆಯರು. ಈ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ಆದಂಥ ಪುಣ್ಯಾತ್ಮ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಬರ್ಟ್ ಕಾಕ್, 1843-1910. ಯಾವ ಕಂಡಿದ್ದವನು ಬನ್ನಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಬನ್ನಿ. ಬಲಿ ಅವ್ರೆ ಮೊತ್ತ ಮೊದಲ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಮಹಾರಾಜರು 1918ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ 40,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಎತ್ತಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಈ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಕಟ್ಟಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ದಾನಿಗಳು ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನು ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಕರ್ನಲ್ ದೇವರಾಜರ್ಸ್ ಅವರು, ಅಂಬಳೆ ಅಣ್ಣಯ್ಯ ಪಂಡಿತರು. ಅಂಬಳೆ ಅಣ್ಣಯ್ಯನವ್ರ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ನೋಡಿದಿರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು, ಗಾಯತ್ರಿ ಥಿಯೇಟ್ರ್ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಶಾಂತಾ ಥಿಯೇಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋ ರಸ್ತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂಬಳೆ ಅಣ್ಣಯ್ಯರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರೇ ಅಂಬಳೆ ಅಣ್ಣಯ್ಯ ಪಂಡಿತರು, ಶಿವರಾಮಪ್ಪನವರು, ರಾವ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್, ಡಿ ರಾಜಾರಾಮ್ ಮುದ್ಲಿ, ಹುಜೂರ್ ಸಾವ್ಕಾರ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣರಾಯರು, ರಂಗಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅಯ್ಯಂಗಾರು, ರಾಗಿಮಂಡಿ ಚೌಡಯ್ಯನವರು, ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಬನ್ನಿ ಬ್ರಿಜೇಶ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸೆಸ್ ಅವಾಗ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಇದು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗು. ಮಹಾರಾಜರನ್ನ ನಾನು ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ದೈವಾಂಶ ಸಂಭೂತ ಮಹಾರಾಜರು ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ತಮ್ಮ ಸೋದರಿಯಾದಂಥ ಕೃಷ್ಣಾಜಮ್ಮಣಿಯವ್ರು ತೀರ್ಕೊಂಡ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಇಡೀ ಊರಿನ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ, ಇಡೀ ಮೈಸೂರು ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಕಟ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಡೀ ಏಷ್ಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲದ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ, TB ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
invented stethoscope, and William Conrad Morton, who discovered the X-ray. And coming to the NSP, that is National Strategic Plan, what are the strategic initiatives done by the program in 2017 and 25? We have 6 pillars, that is build, strengthening and sustain, with prevent, protect and treat. And I think from this, the next speaker will go into in detail explanation of this program. I would like to skip this. My topic is relating to the how to define a case and how to diagnose a TB. First and foremost thing, how to classify a TB according to the anatomical side, where we classify as pulmonary TB and extrapulmonary TB, where pulmonary TB involves exclusively lung parenchyma and tracheobronchial tree, and even a biliary TB, which is extensive involvement of lung lesion, and both extrapulmonary TB with pulmonary TB we classified as the case of pulmonary TB, and extrapulmonary TB which involves the organs other than the lung. Example like pleura, lymph node, intestine, GI tract, joint, bones and meninges, and even tuberculous intrathoracic lymphadenopathy, that is mediastinum or ilar, or even a tuberculous pleural effusion without the radiographic abnormalities, the lung constitute the extrapulmonary TB. Certain case definitions I would like to inform, that is microbiological or bacteriologically confirmed TB is a person who is presumptive TB whose biological specimen is positive for acid fast bacilli or positive by culture, or tuberculosis by rapid diagnostic molecular testing, where TB is diagnosed in a biological specimen by smear microscopy or culture, and where WHO endorsed molecular testing adopted by FTEP, that is expert LTB ref or OMAT. And coming to the clinically diagnosed TB, which is usually done by the clinician, where we won't do any microbiological confirmation. Instead, we use X-ray abnormalities, histopathology or clinical signs. And here the clinician will decide the starting of ATT and we label them as clinically diagnosed TB. Coming to the definition of universal DST, that is drug susceptibility test, where it is referred to universal access to the rapid DST, where at least rifampicin and further DST for at least fluoroquinolones for among all the TB patients with rifampicin resistance, we call them as universal DST. And coming to the what is our second line TB drug. Before that, I would like to inform what are the first line TB drug, that is ethambutol, rifampicin, isoniazid and pyrazinamide. And coming to the second line TB drug, these are the agents which are reserved especially for the drug resistant TB. And previously streptomycin was a first line drug, now it has been shifted to second line drug. This is used only as substitute for amikacin when it is not available or resistance to the amikacin present, we use streptomycin. And what is drug susceptibility test? DST, which is referred to the in vitro testing, where we use phenotypic method for determining susceptibility. And coming to the drugs resistant TB, that is DRT, refer to the in vitro testing where we use molecular method to detect the resistance pattern. Coming to the active case finding, it is defined as programmatically as systematic screening of TB disease, outreach activity outside the healthcare facility, and contrast group. These are the group where the incidence and prevalence of TB is more higher than the general population. For example, like people living with HIV, children less than 5 years, people who are malnourished, who are diabetic. These are the groups, etc. Many are there. We call them as at-risk group. Coming to the high TB transmission setting, this is the settings where high frequency of individual, where undetected or undiagnosed TB patients or infectious TB patients are more, where the transmission rate is more high. How do the transmission occurs? Especially by aerosol generating procedure in a susceptible and the presence of susceptible patients make the high transmission setting. Then some of the settings like healthcare workers, where more people are there, like prisoners, minors, and slum dwellers, tribals and migrant laborers. These are the places where high transmission settings are more common. Coming to the next, systematic screening of TB disease. It is a systematic identification of people with presumed TB disease in a determined target population using a test or diagnostic tool or any other examination which can be used rapidly for the diagnosis of TB. And for the programmatic purpose, we define adult as a person over 19 years of age and child, like programmatic purpose, a child person up to including 18 years of age called as child in programmatic management, and the infant is less than 12 months of age. Coming to the definition of what is TB case. The occurrence of a TB disease in a person is said to be as TB case. And what is TB disease? A disease in a human caused by number of mycobacterium complex to be named as Mycobacterium bovis, Capriae, Africanus, microtype. Among these, the most common and important to the human is Mycobacterium tuberculosis. And coming to the TB treatments, a person who is in care for TB disease is said to be as TB patient. Coming to the definition of DRTB, certain definition I want to touch upon, that is, what is mono-resistance case? The person who is resistant to any of the first line drug is said to be called as mono-resistance case. And what is H mono-resistance case? That is resistance to isoniazid, which is detected by first line LPA, that is line probe assay. And what is the resistance is resistance to rifampicin, detected by CDNAT or TrueNAT or first line LPA. And MDR-TB is resistance to rifampicin and isoniazid, detected by first line LPA. And the XDR is RR plus MDR plus even fluoroquinolone resistance we detect using a NAT first line LPA and a second line LPA with liquid culture drug susceptibility testing. And coming to the XDR-TB, that is involves RR, even MDR plus fluoroquinolones, and also involves linezolid, bedaquiline, which is a newer drug, and all the three groups of group A drugs. Then we label them as XDR-TB, which is detected by first line LPA, second line LPA, and liquid culture DST. For the treatment of DRTB, we have grouped the drugs as group A, group B, and group C. Coming to the group A drugs, which contains leoflox or moxiflox, bedaquiline, and linezolid, and group A contains leoflox, cycloserine or terazone. Group C contains, group C is especially used as a replacement sequence like ethambutol, zelanamide, pyrazinamide, imipenem, meropenem, amikacin, or streptomycin, ethionamide or prothionamide, and para-amino salicylic acid. Coming to the definition of what is presumptive pulmonary TB. A person who is coming with the symptom signs of TB as like cough more than 2 weeks and fever more than for 2 weeks and blood stained sputum, that is hemotype, loss of weight, loss of appetite, chest pain, night sweats, and any abnormality in the chest X-ray called as presumptive pulmonary TB. And the people who regularly screen for signs and symptoms of TB are, example like as I already told, the person who are at risk, they are contact of pulmonary TB, and people living with HIV, diabetes, malnourishment, cancer patients, and patients who are on immunosuppressed or steroid therapy. These are the first group of people where we screen and initiate the repeated treatment, and following treatment need to be followed. Coming to the presumptive extrapulmonary TB, it refers to the presence of organ-specific symptoms and signs For example, like swelling of lymph node, pain and swelling of joint, neck stiffness, or CNS presentation like disorientation, with or associated symptoms like fever, weight loss, and night sweats. Any person who is coming for extra pulmonary TB presentation, he need to be screened for pulmonary TB even if he is having 1 day cough also. Coming to the presumptive pediatric TB, where children with persistent fever, cough for more than 2 weeks, loss of weight, and or no weight gain, and history of contact with infectious TB cases. For simplifying, what is loss of weight? It is defined as loss of more than 5% of weight as compared to the previously recorded in the last 3 months. In a symptomatic child, contact with fever with any form of active TB in the last 2 years be a significant for said to be a presumptive pediatric TB. Coming to the notified TB patient on microscopy, including a treatment failure, the regimen is said to be as a presumptive DR-TB. It also includes any clinical non-respondent to the particular regimen treatment also come under presumptive DR-TB case. That includes even a pediatric population. Coming to the different diagnostic tools, what we have in diagnosing of TB, that is molecular testing, that includes CBNAT, that is gene expert, and the TrueNAT. For liquid culture, we have plot for LPA, that is line probe assay, and also includes liquid culture, that is LG 960, which is an automated liquid culture. And what are the different laboratory diagnostic tools we have for microbiologically confirmed VTB? That is, first one is sputum smear microscope, that is by ZL staining, that is Diel-Nielsen staining, fluorescence staining, and culture we have solid culture and a liquid culture. Solid is Lowenstein Jensen media, and for liquid culture we have Bactec Engine 960 and Bactec alert. And coming to the liquid culture and DST, we have diagnosed by liquid culture and also drug susceptibility with Engine 960 system. And coming to the last, that is molecular diagnostic test, that is by NAT, nucleic acid amplification test, CBNAT or TrueNAT, and also includes line probe assay. We have first line LPA and second line LPA. With the first line, we detect drift resistance and INH, that is isoniazid resistance. With second line LPA, we detect uroquinones and second line drugs resistance. Coming to the first NAT, that is nucleic acid amplification test, which is used for diagnosis of TB as well as the resistance for rifampicin. We have both CBNAT and TrueNAT. With the CBNAT, it is single-use disposable cartridge based, where it detects MTB as well as the resistance for rifampicin. And we have TrueNAT, which is chip based, which is adaptable in the peripheral settings, where technically it requires less technician with a training of 2 to 3 hours. Compared to the CBNAT, TrueNAT, it is more or less they do same work, except in sensitivity. The CBNAT has little more higher sensitivity compared to the TrueNAT, which is 94% with the TrueNAT, and CBNAT we have 97 to 98%. What are the current policy for the use of NAT? That is upfront NAT we are coming with, which are offered to the diagnosis of TB among presumptive TB, for especially for the key population that involves people living with HIV, pediatric TB, extrapulmonary TB, and smear negative with X-ray suggestive of TB, and vulnerable group as defined is technical and operable guideline in India 2016, and contact of TB and DR-TB with a private reference, and even a diagnosis of drift resistance in presumptive DR-TB cases. This is the current policy for the use of NAT. These are the genes which detected using all the molecular diagnostic tests where we detect the resistance for the particular gene. With CB-NAT, we detect RPO B gene for rifampicin. The turnaround time for this is 2 hours, and the information that gives is MTB detection with resistance. Given a TrueNAT is also the same thing. That's also RPO B gene and 2 hours of turnaround time with MTB detection and resistance. Coming to the first line LPA, where we detect rifampicin resistance with RPO G and also isoniazid, that is CAT-G and INHA, and it also indirectly gives about information on ethionamide. Turnaround time is around 72 hours. For second line LPA, we have uroquinolones, that is Gyra A and Gyra B, with second line injectable, that is aminoglycosides, that include amikacin, kanamycin, capreomycin. The gene involved is EIS and RRS. Same like first line LPA, the turnaround time is 72 hours with MTB detection with levoflox and moxiflox, amikacin, kanamycin, and capreomycin. Resistance is detected. With the liquid culture DST, the turnaround time is 35 to 40 a day, with information about rifampicin, isoniazid, and streptomycin, including newer drug, delaminate, and bedaquiline is detected. With expert XDR, where we detect isoniazid, high-NH promoter, CAT-G, CAT-G1, oxy or intergenic region, and ethionamide INH promoter. We have uroquinolone also, Gyra A, Gyra B, including aminoglycoside, that includes RRS and EIS promoter. Turnaround time is around 2 hours, where MTB is detected with isoniazid, uroquinolone, as like second line LPA. Then coming to the culture, we have, as I said earlier, we have two, that is solid culture and a liquid culture. Solid culture is the conventional method where egg-based medium is used. It is said to be as a gold standard one. It takes around 2 to 8 weeks for detection and also 8 to 12 weeks for DST. And turnaround time is around 12 weeks for solid media. Coming to the liquid culture, that is automated MG 960, where fluorescence based diagnosis made with the depletion of O2 due to growth of mycobacterium. The positivity occurs initially in terms of days, that is 4 to 21 days, average is around 7 to 14 days. And turnaround time for the DST is maximum 13 days, where 21 days, especially for pyrazinamide. The capacity of around this machine is approximately 10,000 culture will be done annually. With this, now we are most of the time we are using automated liquid culture for culture-based diagnosis of MTB. Coming to the radiographic tool, where X-ray is used as a screening tool for increasing sensitivity of diagnostic algorithm. The person who is diagnosed with X-ray need to be evaluated for TB, including the microbiological confirmation. Some of the presentation of X-ray I would like to inform, that is the first one, it is cavity form of presentation, and second one is pleural based, that is pleural effusion with A fluid level, and third one is biliary pattern, and fourth one is multiple cavity lesion with consolidation, and the fifth one is pneumothorax presentation of TB, and sixth one is hilar lymphadenopathy. More or less, sixth one looks normal, but if we carefully see the hilar, there is a hilar lymph node in the right side. Sometimes if we have doubt in the X-ray, we can go for HRCT screening also. Coming to the most important algorithm for drug sensitive TB, where the person with presumptive TB coming to the clinician, he need to be subjected for sputum examination and chest X-ray, where smear positive and even X-ray suggestive of TB, label them as microbiological, confirmed TB. And if smear is positive but X-ray is not suggestive of TB, then also we label them as a microbiological confirmed TB. If X-ray is negative and smear is negative, X-ray is suggestive of TB, and with smear is negative, And even X-ray is not also suggestive of TB. If with high clinical suspicion, both the things need to be subjected for NAT, that is nucleic acid amplification test. With that, if MTB is detected and RIF is sensitive, subject them for drug sensitive TB regimen and label them as microbiological confirmed TB. And if RIF is intermediate, repeat the sample of NAT on second sample. If the second sample is also intermediate, then collect the first sample and subject them for liquid culture. With MTB detected and even the RIF is resistant, follow the PMDT, that is programmatic management of drug resistance TB. With the NAT, if MTB is not detected and even a NAT results are not available, he should be referred to the specialist for alternative diagnosis or with the confirmed signs and symptoms with the clinician suspect, and he can be labeled as clinically diagnosed TB and start upon the drug sensitive TB. The person who is coming with presumptive TB should offer him and counsel him and need to undergo a HIV testing. It is mandatory. Vice versa. If your people is coming with TB, need to screen for HIV, or HIV need coming, patient need to be screened for TB. And what is the treatment regimen we follow, especially for drug sensitive TB? That is, standard one is we have two phases, that is intensive phase and continuous phase. Where the intensive phase we have 2 months of isoniazid, rifampicin, pyrazinamide, and ethambutol. And continuation phase we have 4 months of isoniazid, rifampicin, and ethambutol. And sometimes we have fixed dose combination of first line drugs, which is used according to the weight band. So this is the weight band used for drug sensitive TB, where FDC is used according to the weight. That is 25 to 34 kg we use 2 tablets, and 34 to 49 kg we use 3 tablets. 50 to 64 we use 4 tablets, and 65 to 75 we use 5, and more than 75 we use 6 tablets. Coming to the treatment regimen of 2, that is for especially for the pediatric patient, we use disposable 3 FDC consists of HRZ and disposable 2 FDC that consists of HR. Along with that, we give ethambutol, that is around 100 mg, and we have also have loose drugs, especially for in cases of adverse drug reactions with the FDC, we use loose drugs. Coming to the extrapulmonary TB, before that, this is the diagnostic algorithm for extrapulmonary TB, where that presumptive extrapulmonary TB, where appropriate specimen is from the site is available, he need to be subjected for CB-NAT. Same thing as drug sensitive TB, need to be subjected for CB-NAT with MTB detected, and if it's sensitive, he is labeled as microbiologically confirmed TB. And if it's intermediate, repeat CB-NAT on the first sample, and if in the second sample also, if it is intermediate, it is sent for liquid culture. If RIF resistance is detected, follow the chart of PLDT, that is programmatic management of drug resistance. When the specimen is also available, but CB-NAT is not available, patient need to subject directly for the liquid culture. When the culture is positive, label them as microbiological confirmed PTB. If culture is negative, we label them as no TB. Or if you have the clinician suspect it is highly suspicious for TB, he need to use and label them as clinically diagnosed TB, or other alternative diagnosis can be made up. In spite of CB-NAT, even a true NAT can be used. This is a diagnostic algorithm, especially for the extrapulmonary TB. And coming to the treatment part of it, the regimen and the schedule is same as I did the sensitive TB, but duration only extended up to 3 to 6 months, especially in case of TB meningitis, bone joint TB, and spinal TB with neurological involvement and neurological TB based. When clinician decides it, depending upon the response he gets with the TB treatment. And sometimes the special TB meningitis bone TB we use tentatively used adjuvant corticosteroids for the better improvement of the treatment. Even a TB meningitis and pericarditis used with the corticosteroids. The coming to drug resistance TB, that is DRTB. The rule for this is triple R, that is recognize the resistance very rapidly. The tackling the drug resistance TB, now the rule is triple R. This is what I wanted to convey. Coming to the integrated DRTB diagnosis and TB treatment algorithms, where all the TB patients coming with signs and symptoms need to be subject for that. First, I want to tell about on the right hand side, when you subject a patient for MAT, if resistance is not detected, straight away start with DSTB, that is drug sensitive TB. And meanwhile, you need to send for first line LPA, where with the first line LPA, if H resistance is detected, subject them for H mono or poly DRTB regimen. Meanwhile, reflex testing is needed for second line LPA with liquid culture for moxifloxacin, pyrazinamide, linezolid, and clofazimine. By using H mono or poly DRTB regimen, if we come across with any additional resistance, our patient is intolerable for the particular regimen or non-availability of any particular drug or any existence of exclusion criteria for this, we have to modify the regimen according to the replacement table. If patient is not responding, label them as non-respondent and re-evaluation will be done. Coming to the left-hand side, if NAC is done, if resistance is detected in the first NAC itself and other test is required, that is with first line LPA, second line LPA, drug liquid culture, for especially for pyrazinamide, dacoline, delamanid, clofazimine, and moxifloxacin, linezolid. After completing all the pre-treatment evaluation, check on mixture or the culture DST lab if LPA results are available. Yes, if it is available with no additional results or additional resistance is detected or resistance is detected only for CAG or INH mutation, not for the both, and fluoroquinolone resistance is not detected, patient straight away can start up with shorter oral bedaquiline containing MTR or RRTB regimen. If the LPA report is not available and if there is no exclusion criteria for the shorter regimen, then also we can start up with shorter oral bedaquiline containing regimen. If LPA report is not available and there is the existence of exclusion criteria for shorter regimen, then we follow longer oral MTB or XDR-TB regimen. If LPA report is available with additional patient with fluoroquinolone resistance is detected, straight away we start up with. In case of shorter oral bedaquiline regimen, on the course of the treatment, if the patient have additional resistance or intolerance or non-availability of any of the drugs in the usage and emergence of exclusion criteria, then this modification change to longer oral MDR and XDR regimen and modification needed as per the last replacement table. Even a longer oral regimen patient who is on this regimen, even he come across with any resistance or intolerance, he can be modified according to the sequencing with relapsement table and continue with the long oral XDR MDR-TB regimen. This is the most important algorithm on the table which we need to follow for DRTB treatment. This is the simplified version where isoniazid sensitive, RIF sensitive, follow drug sensitive treatment. If isoniazid is resistant and RIF sensitive, follow isoniazid mono-resistant regimen. If isoniazid is either CAT or INHK is detected, not the both one, or fluoroquinolone is sensitive with the RIF resistance, follow shorter oral bedaquiline regimen. And coming to RIF resistance and even isoniazid, both the gene is resistance and even fluoroquinolone is resistance, even with the drug liquid culture DST, then even resistance to the linezolid, we follow all oral longer regimen. This is summarized thing. What are the types of DRTB, tests required, and what are the regimens we follow offered to the patient. That is high-NH mono-resistance TB patient with LPA. We give regimen of 6 to 9 months of levoflox, rifampicin, ethambutol, and pyrazinamide, and RF, that is rifampicin resistance cases detected by TB-NET or TrueNET. We follow shorter oral bedaquiline or all oral longer regimen. And MDR-TB, we use first line or first line DST. Here also we use shorter oral or all oral longer based criteria. And coming to the pre-XDR and XDR, which are detected by first line, second line, and liquid culture for linezolid and bedaquiline, use exclusively all oral longer regimen. This is first one which I want to tell about inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria, and the regimen we follow for H mono or poly regimen. Where the inclusion criteria contains H mono or poly DRTB with confirmed result where resistance to the rifampicin is not detected. But you don't have any exclusion criteria for this. The regimen we follow is 6 or 9 months usage of levoflox, rifampicin, ethambutol, or pyrazinamide. And duration is usually 6 to 9 months, as I told earlier. Here we don't have any IP or CT phase, especially when loose drugs like rifampicin, ethambutol, or pyrazinamide is not used. We can use alternatively FTC, that is fixed dose combination, and loose drug of levoflox can be added rather than not starting or not availability of the drug. Start with FDC and continue, especially for mono or poly DRTB patients. How do we extend the TB treatment? What are the criteria we follow for the extension of TB treatment is, especially it is extended directly to the 9 months. Certain parameters we use for extension, that is, the patient who is having extensive diseases, uncontrolled comorbidities like BM, diabetes mellitus, extrapulmonary TB. If smear is positive at the end of 4th month and even regimen is modified, the treatment directly extended to 9 months. We don't have any monthly basis extension of the treatment. Directly we are extending to the 9 months treatment. The patient who remains positive, smear positive, even at the end of 5th month, we label them as treatment phase and re-evaluation need to be required according to the diagnostic algorithm and label them as non-responders. Coming to the shorter oral bedaquiline containing regimen, some of the briefing point about bedaquiline 100 mg or that is, bedaquiline is used according to the age and body weight with weight band less than 35 kg till 2 weeks, that is 14 days, daily 2 tablets. From 3 to 24 weeks, we use weekly thrice, that is 1 tablet each time. 3 tablets per week is used. And coming to the more than 35 kg adult, where daily 4 tablets is used, around after the 2 weeks, the 3 to 24 weeks, we use weekly thrice, where 2 tablets each time we give, and 6 tablets per week we use bedaquiline. Next coming, that is for the usage of pediatric population, we use 20 mg. This is also according to the age, that is 5 to 12, 18 years of age with weight point, which is equal to 15 or equal to less than 30 kg, where 1 jar contains 60 tablets of bedaquiline 20 mg. The dosage is first 2 weeks we have daily 10 tablets, around 140 tablets is required for 2 weeks. And he is issued with 3 bottles which contain 180 tablets. From first jar, we have to remove 10 tablets which is used as the reconstitution in next. Totally, we use 170 tablets for the treatment in 2 weeks. That is with the 3 tablets. And coming to the 3 to 22 weeks, we use 5 tablets weekly thrice. That is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. He is issued with 5 tablets, 5 bottles, contains 300 tablets. That is 5 tablets consist of 300 tablets, and the balance of the first 3 tablets contains around 30 tablets that we used for the completion of the treatment. Totally, we use 470 tablets for pediatric population. Coming to this, what are the eligibility and inclusion criteria for the usage of bedaquiline? Coming to the first one, that is drug susceptibility testing based inclusion criteria, where rifampicin resistance is detected and for with MDR, RRTB with H resistance based on either one gene mutation should be present, either the INHA, GATA gene mutation should be present, not the both one, or MDR or RRTB with uroquinolone resistance is not detected. Should we make sure that uroquinolone resistance is not detected, then we can use bedaquiline containing regimen. The other inclusion criteria, that is children aged 5 years to less than 18 years of age and weighing less than at least 15 kg and no history of exposure to the previous treatment, for especially for the second line drug, especially bedaquiline, Leoflox, clofazimine and ethionamide for not more than 1 month. There should not be any extensive TB disease or no severe extrapulmonary TB. The woman should not be pregnant or lactating for the usage of bedaquiline. Coming to the regimen and the duration which we follow for shorter oral bedaquiline containing regimen, where we use 4 to 6 months of IV phase with bedaquiline 6 months, Leoflox, clofazimine, pyrazinamide, ethambutal, and high dose of INH, that is isoniazid and ethionamide, and 5 months of Leoflox, clofazimine, and pyrazinamide with ethambutal. Some of the points need to be noted down from this regimen. It is from the start to the end of 4th month we use bedaquiline all the drugs. From the start of 5th month to the end of 6 months we use only bedaquiline, Leoflox, clofazimine, pyrazinamide, and ethambutal. We dropping high dose of INH and ethionamide. Coming to the start of 7 months to the end of 9 months, we use Leoflox, clofazimine, pyrazinamide, and ethambutal. Only these 3 points need to be followed when IP phase is not extending beyond 4th month. If we extend the IP phase beyond 4th month to the 6th month, then all the 3 drugs, that is bedaquiline, isoniazid, high dose isoniazid, and ethionamide are stopped altogether. Then other Leoflox, clofazimine, pyrazinamide, and ethambutal can be followed up. Coming to the long oral regimen, that we use 18 to 20 months of treatment. Here also we don't have any IP or CP phase. The drugs which involved in this treatment are Leoflox, bedaquiline, and linezolid, and clofazimine and cyclosin. The bedaquiline is given for 6 months, and some extent and some exceptions we can extend beyond 6 months also. With the person who is on longer oral treatment, the prophylaxis pyridoxine should be given according to the weight band to all the DRTB patients to prevent peripheral neuropathy. And the person who is having said to diagnosed as pre-XDR TB or XDR patient, the duration of longer oral XDR treatment should be at least 20 months with at least 4 to 5 tablets in initial 6 to 8 months. Coming to the Dilanimate, this is also a newer drug which used according to the age. That is 6 to 11 years of age, we use 50 mg BD. The total around 336 tablets are used in 24 weeks. If it is more than 12 years, 100 mg BD, that is twice a day used, with 672 tablets are used. Certain points need to be noted down how we replace the sequence in all oral longer regimen. The replaced drug should be according to the efficacy. There should not be any demonstrable resistance, prior usage or side effect profile, and background. What happened? Background resistance for any replacement of drug in longer oral regimen. If we replace any drug, that replacing drug also should be orally taken. To some extent, we can change to injectable drugs if required to meet an efficacy and side effect profile. At least 4 to 5 drugs are used in initial 6 to 8 months. In situations where we are not replacing any of the drug in first 6 to 8 months, the same drug beyond the 8 months, The three drugs from Group A and Group B drugs are continued according to their tolerability, availability, and resistance pattern. From the Group C, the replacement sequence should be in the order of delaminate, amikacin, and pyrazinamide, ethionamide, and PAR, that is para-amino salicylic acid, ethambutol, and meropenem, imipenem. From this order sequence only, we need to replace the drug of A or B. Not able to use it, Group C drugs are used according to this sequence. What are the additional consideration to be made with newer drugs? That is, delaminate should be considered only in longer oral regimen for XDR and NDR regimen, and delaminate should be taken after standard meal to increase the bioavailability. And delaminate and amikacin should not be started in final 12 months of treatment. And the duration of newer drug, that is pregabalin and delaminate, is usually limited to 6 months. As I told, if it is extended 6 months, it can be used. Where the regimen cannot be used, where only 2 out of 5 drugs are available in the Group A and Group B, or any number of drugs that is in the Group C which is not available due to high resistance pattern or non-availability or non-reliability of DST, then we can extend the delaminate or pregabalin regimen more than 6 months. This is a sum up table where what are the types of cases we follow, what are the duration of treatment we follow, and what are the regimen we follow. And I want to tell only about the how to follow up these cases, and post treatment, how we follow the case. With the drug-sensitive TB, we follow the patient at the end of IP and post CP and at the end of treatment. And case of H monoresistance, we do smear microscopy at the end of 3, 4, 5th, 6th month, and liquid culture at the end of 3, 6th, and 9th month. The monoresistance, shorter injectable resistance, and shorter oral resistant cases, we follow microscopy at 3, 4, 5th, and 9th month, and liquid culture at 3rd, 6th, and 9th month. Coming to the oral longer regimen, we do only liquid culture at the end of 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th, and even in the 12th, 15th, and 18th months. These are the microscopy culture follow-up we do for especially for the different type of cases. And for post-treatment, after completion of all the regimen, even for drug-sensitive cases, we need to keep the patient on follow-up to prevent any relapse cases or treatment failure cases. At the month of 6 months, follow-up need to be done 6, 12, and 18 months and 24 months, patient need to be tracked up. Especially the relapse is more common at less than 2 years of age of completion of TB treatment. It is more important to follow up the patient. Coming to the TB infection, where patient is infected but it is not diseased. How to treat them, how to prevent them for getting a disease. We have TPT treatment, that is TB preventive treatment. What are the target population we consider for TB treatment? That is people living with HIV or ART, the adult and children more than 12 months, and the infant that is less than 12 months of age with HIV in contact with active TB, and HCC, that is household contact below the 5 years of pulmonary TB. We have the regimen called 6H, that is 6 months of daily isoniazid and 3 months weekly isoniazid and rifampicin, that is 3HP in person less than that is in person who is older than 2 years. And coming to the household contact who is 5.5 years and above the pulmonary TB, that is contact is more than 5 years, we use same like a 6H, that is 6 months daily isoniazid and 3 months weekly isoniazid with rifampicin. And coming with children who is adult, who is on immunosuppressive steroids, or silicosis patient, or even dialysis patient, transplantation patient, we subject them for TPT treatment with 6H and 3HP. These are the target populations. We screen them and we give them the TPT treatment. What is the dosage? Regimen for 6H is 6 months of daily isoniazid weekly. According to the age, 10 years and older, we give 5 mg with the 40 days. And less than 10 years, we give 10 mg per kg per day. Average around ranges from 70 to 15 mg. The maximum dosage we give is 300 mg per day. The other regimen we have, it is 3 HP regimen, where we must weekly repapentin and isoniazid, that is 3 HP is given according to the age, that is 2 to 14 years we give isoniazid 100 mg and 150 mg of rifampicin, and coming to the age more than 14 years, that is isoniazid given in 300 mg and rifampicin is given 150 mg. For the both the age groups, we have FDP that is available from the next future years. Coming to the pyridoxine, what is the role of pyridoxine and its availability? Especially the pyridoxine is given to the patient who is on isoniazid based regimen, especially for malnutrition, chronic alcohol dependence patients, HIV infected patients, renal failure, diabetics, pregnant, and even for breastfeeding patients. Prophylactic dose which we use is 10 mg per day in children and 25 mg per day in adult and 50 mg per day in adult with people living with HIV, especially to prevent peripheral neuropathy. It presents as symmetrical numbness or tingling in the extremities. The prophylactic treatment therapeutic dosage we use, that is 100 to 200 mg per day. And even with the withdrawal of isoniazid, the patient is reversible with peripheral neuropathy. When pyridoxine per se is not available, patient need to be alternated with multivitamin or B complex rather than not giving pyridoxine. If pyridoxine or multivitamin or even the B complex tablets is not available or not supplied, the treatment prophylaxis should be restricted to severely malnourished patient and people who are on alcohol. This is the role of pyridoxine. Coming to the drug resistance following TPT, this is the question we arise always. Especially we till date we don't have any reported case of H or R resistance with the use of TPT. But make sure that initiating the TPT treatment, patient need to be ruled out TB disease before starting the TPT treatment. And even during the follow-up of TPT, patient need to be screened out for development of any active TB disease. If he develops the TB during the course of TPT, need to stop the TPT and follow the drug sensitive or drugs TRTB treatment. Especially patient who are on TB disease who is taking TPT, he need to be subjected for molecular DST TB even before, during the treatment of TPT and even post of the TPT treatment. This is especially for screening and ruling out active TB who are in contact with DRTB. Especially patient who is contact of MDR or RRTB with urocilin sensitive or H resistance with R sensitive cases, and it is microbiologically confirmed pulmonary DRTB cases. The contact should be screened, counseled, and if the contact is symptomatic, investigate for the TB and drug sensitive TB. If it is on investigation, if it is drug sensitive, treat according to the DSTB. If it is DRTB, treat him according to the DRTB. If he is not sensitive, if he is not symptomatic, if it is less than 5 years, subject him for TPT. If it is contraindicated before the TPT, if it is contraindication is not present, then initiate the TPT treatment. If it is more than 5 years of exposure to TST, that is tuberculin skin test or IGRA. If TST or IGRA is positive, do X-ray. If X-ray is abnormal, again investigate for the TB. If X-ray is normal, subject them for TPT. According to this, algorithm should be followed up. If TST is negative, tuberculin skin test is negative, all TB treatment patient and who is negative, follow up for active TB as necessary, and patient need to complete the full course of TBT treatment. What is the TPT regimen, especially for contact of DRTB? We have 6 months daily Gevoflox, especially for the contact of R resistance to weight. For age more than 14 years, weight 45 kg less than 750 mg per kg per day is used. If it is more than or equal to 45 kg, 1 gram per day is used. And if it is less than 50, approximately 50 to 20 mg per kg is per day is used. Coming to the other regimen that we follow, these four are the contact of H resistance and R sensitive patient. So age we have 10 around and older, where 10 mg per kg per body weight is used, and age around less than 9 years and 15 mg per body weight is used. And we have fixed H can be considered as a EPT treatment option. Other ones where index patient should have RRTB with uroquinones and H sensitive patient are ruling of active TB. And I think this is the pillar. We have national strategic plan. I want to brush up and brief about all the bills which we have. That is private sector engagement. That is TB notification made mandatory in private sectors and initiative to the private provider for 500 rupees notification and 500 rupees for output reporting. And schedule action implementation should be made with collaboration with other professional medical associations and other national forum of professional association in health constitute in 2020, where private sector is failed to notify is liable for IPC section 269 and 270, which is collaboration that MTUP is made for clinical determinant and social determinant. These are the other program which has got collaborated with MTUP, and even DMD which is collaborated with MTUP, where every teaching hospital is set up with ERT center and also made a facility for the management of MDR-TB. And NTP is also made a collaborations with corporate by making a corporate TB pledge. These are the support which provided by Access Technical free of cost of Medicine National Forum. It is glad to announce that this association have joined and NTTB with NTP. And what are the incentives updates we have? That is for ASHA workers and community workers, that is 500 rupees has been given to the confirmed TB cases and 250 rupees for the completion of TPD treatment and 50 rupees for bank seeding of patients for direct beneficiary transfer payment under NTP. And the TB digital ecosystem, I think next speaker will be concentrating all these things. That is Nikshay, that is from 2018 onwards we have web and app based Nikshay, that is 2.0. And what are the learning tools we have in India with WHO? We have eGoogle and ECHO, that is expanded clinical health outcome, and we have NPTEL, that is National Program on Technology Enhanced Learning from ICMR and NIRT online for management of TB, and integrated government online training for integrated course across the disease and different healthcare providers. And coming to the AI tools which we have, that is still under the pipeline, that is COSM-based pulmonary TB screening tool and automated reading of line probe and automated chest X-ray reading tool, and also the tools which is predict the loss to the follow-up. And the detect, what are the updates we have? That is strengthening the case finding in the public sectors by upfront X-ray and upfront NAT testing. By active approach, we have to do active intensive case finding in target population and making hold the grip on other healthcare providers like EBAC, that is community-based assessment checklist, and Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center, making the linkage strengthening in order to find the cases, active finding of cases. As I told earlier, this is the private sector strengthening, where implementation of Schedule H1 implementation and mandatory notification of private providers and patient provider support agency through G, that is joint effort for elimination of TB, and domestic resources and guidance document and partnership. This is released on 2019. With this, there is increase in 92% increase in private sector notification from 3.8 lakhs to 7.3 lakhs in 2022. These are the key updates from PMDT. I think next, I would already touch all these key points. I would like to skip on, and I want to tell the BPAL regimen, that is newly adopted regimen, where B stands for bedaquiline, P for predominant, and linezolid. The dosage which we use is 200 mg once daily for 24 weeks, and bedaquiline 400 mg once daily for first 2 weeks, and then 200 mg twice weekly for 24 weeks. And linezolid, it is 1200 mg once daily for 24 weeks, but after 1 month, The dosage of linezolid is reduced to 600 mg and further. Especially this regimen used only on the operational research condition and should not be used under routine programmatic usage. What are the recommendations for BPAL regimen? That is patient with MDR TB and XDR TB and patient with confirmed pulmonary TB and extrapulmonary TB and except biliary TB and CNS TB, the people living with HIV regardless of HIV status use BPAL regimen. And the patient should not be pregnant or breastfeeding. Even those cases we apply BPAL regimen, but it is used only under exceptional cases only. And the NTP uses this regimen as a last resort for DRTB treatment. And this is BPAL-M regimen, where the patient is fluoroquinolone sensitive patient. We use this BPAL-M regimen. This is a shorter course, 6 months of usage, that is 26 weeks. That is given by the updated in 2022 in WHO guideline. And what are the doses we use? Same thing, but the extra thing is moxifloxacin we use 400 mg daily. And these are the policy updates we use according to same like PMDP. And newer initiatives like we have Pradhan Mantri TB Mukt Bharat Abhiyan, which was great beautiful launch event was done on 9 September 2022, where more than 2.2 lakhs people have witnessed this across the country. And this Abhiyan especially ensured that all the TB patients may can engage on treatment with Nikshay Mitra for providing community support. These are the right track where patient on TB treatment and TB concern who is receiving community support and community commitment by Nikshay Mitra for TB patient and number of Nikshay Mitras registered. See the difference. Thank you. Any questions? Especially for that drug sensitive, drug TRTB, and some points regarding the NSP, that is National Therapeutic Plan 2017 and 2025. Any questions from any side?
Thank you, ma'am, for a very informative session. Audience, is there any questions? If you have any question, please write and keep it with you. We will collect it and will discuss during the panel discussion.
Now I request Chairperson Dr. Krishnamurthy to share his opinion on the session.
Thank you, Dr. Gautami ma'am. Your presentation is very good, collaborative, and very informative also. But in consideration with the prevention,
yes,
and also implementation of Ayurveda with the modern system, probably
yes,
the research wing headed by.
This is only up to the allopathic. I wanted to stress on it.
True, I agree with you. But Government of India is having a lot of scope to increase the program. Nagaran Hrudayalaya is a very huge organization. If you collaborate with this, it will be postgraduate department and also students to know. See, many things are told in Ayurveda to boost up the immunity. So, as a preventive and also an adjuvant therapy, definitely that can be adapted because of the liver toxicity and other side effects can be prevented. So, this is the only recommendation I would have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Co-Chairperson Dr. Sudhindra Navle to share his views on the session.
It's a great honor. It's a great honor and privilege to serve as the co-chairperson for the scientific mission. First, I would like to thank Dr. Gautami, pulmonologist, Narayan Hospital, for our valuable and insightful lecture in this session. Madam, we are very thankful to you that we, the Irish faculty, have been enriched of the knowledge by this all idiopathogenesis, treatment, and advanced drug reactions, all these details. Definitely, madam, this knowledge what you have shared with us, we will go for action. And we will take this opportunity to the Irish campaign, which is of 100 days. As you know, this campaign was launched by the Honorable Health and Family Welfare Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Prakash Natas. Then the objective of this campaign is to detect the case in an early stage. Second is to minimize the diagnostic delays and to improve the treatment, enhance the treatment modalities, especially for the vulnerable groups. Nearly 1.7 lakh Irish Arogya Mandira hospitals, they are working day and night hard to detect the TB cases in the early stages. Then the government of India is spending nearly 3,500 crores worth of financial assistance to the TB affected persons in the form of direct benefit transfer. And in the last 10 years, the incidence rate, that is a decline in the incidence of TB, has reduced from 16 to 8%. Then the death rate due to TB has reduced 21% in the last 10 years. Then success rate of treating the tuberculosis has reached to 87%. And in total, the theme of this 100 days campaign is 4T. First one is test, trace, treat, and adopt the technology. With this, I think this session was very informative, especially I am with faculty members. We have not got into that much of in-depth knowledge in understanding the etiopathogenesis and all the modern aspects of the disease. So definitely this is going to help us in our hospital duties while dealing with the patients. Whenever the patients are coming with history of abrupt loss of body weight and cough more than 2 months and fever more than 2 months. With this, I want to put my remarks.
Thank you, sir. Now we have some lucky prizes to announce. I request Dr. Anjaneya Murthy sir to pick the sheet and select the lucky winner and award the prize.
Prize, audience. Audience prize. The prize is for left side, this side, not right side. Okay, so all left side people will get a prize. Okay, okay then. Not right side. Illa, left to. Okay, so left there are about 18 rows are there. So we are going to give 5th row. 5th row. Yeah, from front. First, second, third, fourth, 5th. Okay, here we will give. Right. Okay. Last will be athletics. Pick one, sir. 5th row. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Madam, you are ready.
Congratulations.
So I request Venkatesh sir to give the prize. Come. So all of you will get a prize today. Be there. In your row only.
Now, it is the time to felicitate our guest speaker, Dr. Gautami K.R. I request Dr. Rajkumar Karampedi to give a token of gratitude to Dr. Gautami K.R. Dr. Gautami K.R., pulmonologist, Narayana Hospital, Mysuru. Gautami K.R. ma'am is a member of Pulmonology Community on Medisage. Ma'am completed her MBBS from Hassan Institute of Medical Sciences. She completed her MD in Pulmonary Medicine from Madras Medical College, Chennai. She is currently working as Associate Consultant Narayana Hridayalaya, Mysuru. Ma'am has 3 years of experience in the field of pulmonology. She also has experience in pulmonary critical care, asthma, COPD, PTB, bronchoscopy are the areas of expertise. Thank you, sir.
I thank today's chairperson, Dr. Krishnamurthy sir, for your valuable inputs. I request Dr. Janardhan to give a token of gratitude to our chairperson. Thank you, sir. I also thank today's co-chairperson, Dr. Sudhitra Ji Navale, sir. I request Dr. Janardhan sir to felicitate Dr. Navale ji, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, let us move on to second session. To help to facilitate this session, I would like to welcome our co-chairperson, Dr. Nalini, Department of Botany. Welcome you, ma'am. Please join me in welcoming our chairperson for this session, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Professor, Department of Kaya Chikitsa, JMC Mysuru. Welcome you, sir. I would like to introduce our speaker, Dr. Kiran K, State Headquarter Consultant, WHO, NTET Technical Support Network. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Kiran K and I'm honored to read his CV. Dr. Kiran K is a motivated and aspiring public health specialist seeking an opportunity to learn health system management, policy and planning with the vision of upgrading the health administration in developing countries to achieve a good health. Sir has acquired 4 years of grassroots level working experience in public health field, including primary healthcare and management. Welcome you, sir. Sir has completed his MBBS from Bidar Institute of Medical Science, Bidar, Karnataka in 2014, Diploma Applied Epidemiology from National Institute of Family and Health Welfare, New Delhi taught distant learning in 2018 and MD Community Medicine from Uttar Pradesh University of Medical Science, Ithava, UP in 2019. Sir has published around 15 papers in various concepts of public health and community medicine. Sir has achieved Professor Devoki Nandan Best Oral Presentation Award of the IAPSM of UP UK Conference 2017. Sir has specialized skills in various fields. Sir has life membership of professional bodies in Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine and Indian Medical Association. We are very fortunate to have you as our guest speaker for today's session. We are eager to hear your lecture. Over to you, sir.
So, thank you everyone. Before just starting my session, I'd just like to thank my previous session guest speaker who has covered lot many things which I was supposed to. But yes, that was interesting to hear. I think I'm just standing between you and your lunch. As of now, it's already now 1:30. I've not taken much of time. It was just a maximum of 25 to 30 minutes. If I cross 25 minutes, I would request anyone in audience to just raise your hand and say that time is up. So I'll wrap it up in next couple of minutes. Okay. I have been introduced as I have got some best presentation awards. So if I couldn't do my justice, please pardon. So we'll just skip to a few parts to speak about some data about tuberculosis. Every year, World Health Organization releases a report called as Global TB Report. So with all the mathematical modeling, with all the available evidences, all the researches that have been conducted in all the institutes, so some estimations are done saying that how much TB cases may be there in the world in every particular year. So we can see over here, just focus on this particular line that says of incidence TB of 10.8 million for the next year of 2025. So this is for the entire world. So if we consider 10.8 million for the entire world, the next column is shown the estimation of India, which shows around 2.8 million, which is 26% of the entire country's TB burden. How many countries are there in the world? More than 195 at least? You agree, right? At least I know this number by number of countries which play football. So more than 195 countries are there, but even only single country which contributes more than 1/4 of the burden of TB. So the world is looking towards India, how India is going to reduce the burden of tuberculosis in the next 1 decade at least. So considering the TB burden of 26%, mortality, incidence of HIV, children with TB, everything is 1/4 of the TB burden in the world. So if you just speak to 4 TB patients in the entire world, out of them 1% will be from India. So with all these, so how many people in this audience know about what is sustainable developmental goal? Any hands to be raised? What was Millennium Developmental Goals and what is Sustainable Developmental Goal? So what we speak when we say that Pradhan Mantri in 2018 said that we will end TB by 2025. The goal is supposed to be in 2030 according to Sustainable Developmental Goals. What does that mean? So these are little scientific terms. By saying World Health Organization or a Sustainable Developmental Goal claims that TB would be ended by the year 2030. That is just a mnemonic for it. End TB or end TB strategy means in the epidemiological definitions. So before this, I'd just like to give a background between what was Millennium Developmental Goals and what is Sustainable Developmental Goals. Especially if someone is preparing for Indian administrative services or any government jobs, you should definitely know it. So every 15 years, all the countries meet up at a national level that is called as United Nations high-level meeting, and they decide what will we work for the next 15 years. So in 2020, 2000, they all met and they decided that in the next 15 years, by 2015, we will achieve something, we will do something towards it. So those goals were called as Millennium Developmental Goals because 2000 was the millennial which we had achieved. So after 2015, when they again met and decided that how much we have achieved and how much we will put the target for the next 15 years. So that was called as Sustainable Developmental Goals. So whatever the achievements that we have made in 2015, we have to sustain it, was the aim for it. So that was given for, the target given was 2030. So in this, it is not only health, it depends on development, reduction of poverty, literacy, improvement of literacy, or gender equality. Everything is a part of Sustainable Developmental Goals. Health is, so we have 15 to 30 goals in Sustainable Developmental Goals. Which one is related for health? How many goals are related to health? Any guess? Goal number, which goal number is for health? Yes, three. Sustainable developmental goal. Third is related for health, especially 3.1 is related for infectious diseases like TB, malaria, and other vector-borne diseases. So that goal speaks of we should reduce TB burden by 30. So, but yes, we can see that at least we have achieved 50% of what we had promised in 2015. But to see about the industry pocket out of pocket expenditure, the program itself is not capturing any data like how much the person is spending for TB. But few researchers are even now telling that people are spending for TB at least 25% of TB cases are spending more than 20% of their family, maybe by indirect wages loss or direct loss of wages or indirect expenses that they do for TB healthcare services and for these kind of things. But yes, we have a lot of things to achieve by this year or maybe in the next five years. At least, not even in 5 years, all the budding doctors, we should be able to tell that at the end of our career of next 30 years of different years, that we started saying that we have reduced 50% and we have halfway to go, and by next maybe couple of days, our pulmonologist also told in the morning that in 1 or 2 years it is very difficult to eliminate TB or NTB. Maybe in the next few years we'll be able to tell proudly that we have reduced TB to a gross extent. So by now onwards, most of things are covered by the previous speaker, thanks to her. I'll just add on few points and just skip slide whichever is repeated to avoid repeating slide. So we all know the entire National TB Elimination Program has focused the pillars with a detect, treat, prevent, and build. And nothing much to. Now the program is moving towards rapid molecular testing. What is rapid molecular testing? So what all the diagnostic tests do we have for TB? Now we have some question answers for audience. As Shenoy sir was telling, we can award audience. I can also request Shenoy sir to give a small, some small chocolates or an award, whoever gives answers for my questions. There are 3 confirmatory tests for TB. If any of the audience can name 3 confirmatory tests, there is an award from my side. Yes, the person should raise their hand and then answer the question. 3 diagnostic tests for TB. Sputum culture test? No. The only, yes ma'am, we have one more hand raised. Montauk's test? No. Sputum for AFB? Yes. No. No. CBNAT? Okay. No. So by combining with the man's answer and sir's answer, it completes the answer. Please sit down. So the 3 tests which confirms the bacteriological confirmation of TB is, one is sputum for AFB, where we are seeing the AFB bacteria, right? The second one is where we are identifying the gene, which is that nucleic acid amplification test. Either it is CBNAT or TrueNAT, whatever you call it as. It is just a PCR based mechanism. So there we see the MTB gene, so it is also confirmatory. So the third option is culture, where that is a gold standard, where we grow that particular bacteria so that we are very much sure that it is TB. Any other test that you pick up is just an supportive evidence. It doesn't confirm tuberculosis. These are the only 3 tests where we see the bacteria or where we identify the gene. Chest X-ray, what do we see? We see an image which may be of tuberculosis. Any person who may just write it or tell it that it is suggestive of tuberculosis, but they cannot identify it as 100% of tuberculosis because that image may be because of other bacteria or an old TB. But yes, these things helps in identifying when the person is not positive in the lab. There are many people who are active tuberculosis, but they may not be positive because of poor quality of sample or the sensitivity and specificity of tests that we have. So, or the sample extraction will be difficult. So, at that point, it will help in clinical judgment. But to say that we are never confirmatory, we are just clinically treating those particular TB patients. So, but since 60 years of the origin of this program, we are using microscope. National TB Elimination Program is in 60 years. We are using microscope that is doing very well. But in the last 1 decade, we have came up with nucleic acid amplification test. The few advantages is it is highly sensitive. but the few disadvantages is it is costly. The microscope, which is for the program, also it costs around 60 to 70 rupees, or even if outside you get it done, it may cost more than 100 or 200 rupees. But NAT is costlier but more sensitive. That is the only problem that we have. But in Karnataka, with, as we say, all the TB patients, presumptive TB should be tested with NAT itself, if available. The first option should be your CBNAT or the TrueNAT. If at all not available, then you can go for microscopy, so that the diagnosis is not delayed. So if available in any PHC or any CHC nearby to your hospital, it is better to get it done in the NAT itself. So that is the most important pillar which we focus on: detect, treat. How do we used to treat? So just let us go back to some history, as Ayurveda is also very much known to study history. How we used to treat TB patients before 30, 40 years, maybe 1940s or 50s. How we treat now and how do we treat TB patients 50, 60 years back? Any gross difference that you see? Isolation. Yes, isolation. Previously, we used to have something called as TB sanatoriums. How many people know the word sanatorium or have seen hospitals, TB sanatoriums? Anyone who can describe how TB sanatorium wards looks like? Is it similar wards to that of our regular medicine or pediatric wards, or there is something different with the TB sanatorium wards? So usually our medicine wards, how does it look like? It's a long ward with 15-20 beds, right? And few windows. But how does TB sanatorium looks like? It's not like that. It is a smaller ward, but there are no walls at all. You can visit PKTB sanatorium, which is in Mysuru. So in a single ward, there are hardly 4 to 5 patients, and the walls are made up of grills. No bricks, no cement or anything. It is completely circulated. Only roof is available and the floor is available. The walls are completely of grills. Why was it? Because of need of natural ventilation. So before it was the entire TB patient will be admitted for the entire duration of 6 months, 9 months, or 1 year. Only when the patient is cured, the patient is released out of the hospital to go back to his family. But after 1970s and 80s, when the new researchers came up saying that the domiciliary treatment, that is home-based care, is equally effective compared to that of the isolated TB sanatorium care, then human rights and like emotional changes that a person used to have when he was confined to one particular ward for the entire duration. So then the home and like sanatorium concept was slowly faded off to domiciliary care, that is home-based care. Now every TB patient has been treated with home-based care itself. The few years back, there were injectables. Patients used to take 4 months, 6 months of treatments of injections. But now, since the last 3 years, the drug-resistant TB or the drug-sensitive TB is completely of oral treatment. All the patients are given oral treatment. That's a gross change that we have seen. And prevention. So, okay, one more small question for audience. There comes a TB patient who is just recently diagnosed in the last 2 days. So he has started treatment just today. What advice do you give that person to follow at home so that he or she does not spread it to other family members? Isolation, okay. How much isolation? Completely get into rent a different house and buy a different house and then go? Okay, to wear a face mask, cough etiquettes, well and good. To use separate utensils, okay. Usually not recommended, okay. How do you, the person, 90% of the TB patients are producing sputum, right? How do you guide a TB patient to dispose the sputum at his or her home? Safe sputum disposal. how do you recommend? This is a practical challenge. If you are taking a case history from a TB patient, or if you're treating a TB patient, you are responsible to give a practically applicable sputum disposal technique to a TB patient. We cannot tell that take a 1% hypochlorite solution and like wherever you spit, just add 1 cup of hypochlorite solution for it, just the way that we do in laboratory. How do we dispose sputum in laboratory? Infective materials. Okay. Just to cut short, I have not much time to expect answers and make that's okay. So the best way to advise a person with for sputum disposal is spittoon. Take a spittoon. How many people know spittoon? A simple cup with a lid. It may be mud pot, plastic, or whatever it is. A simple cup with a lid. So we have domestic phenyl at home, right? What is phenyl? It is just an active chlorine. So if it is an healthcare, like if it is an hospital, we used to simply supply hypochlorite solution, which is even more corrosive and more effective. But compared to domestic life, we can just ask the patient to buy 1 liter of phenol that we use at home, domestic phenol, and just pour the spittoon with 1/4 of the phenol and continuously spit it for the entire day. And the end of the day, just add some more phenyl to it and keep it for contact period of chlorine. What is the contact period of chlorine? At least for an hour, and then dispose that particular spittoon or the entire sputum for the entire day, and just repeat it for the same. Any questions over it? Clear? Hope that in the next future time, if I speak with any TB patient, the TB patient will be guided with these particular instructions, because these are the few important things which are not practiced in a regular practice. Okay, so build, ma'am already spoke on building our PHCs, private hospitals, and everything to diagnose a TB patient. So this is a complete algorithm that ma'am has already taught it. I would like to just add one new thing, that is BPALM, which ma'am mentioned in the lab, which is also being rolled out in Karnataka in the month of February itself. We are at the stages of training, and we will be rolling out for the next 6 months. Just imagine a patient taking treatment just 4 years back, he was being given injectables for the entire 6 months, drug-resistant TB patient. Now the person is just few months back, the patient was given 18 months of treatment, tablets to be taken. And now we say that the tablets of 6 months is enough to treat a drug-resistant TB patient. So National TB Elimination Program and the science is evolving like this. Every new year it is getting updated. So we need to be updated with all the updated guidelines, so that we will be treating the person on the appropriate technology and appropriate treatments. So all I have to say with the algorithm for this entire algorithm will be summed up in this slide. That is, any TB patient who is diagnosed, we need to know their rifampicin resistance status. This is just an evidence basis. We speak much about evidence-based treatment, right? Whatever treatment that we are giving, we need to have an evidence. And we need to have an evidence that this particular drug is working on that particular patient. For this case, we should be testing the drug's status, sensitivity status before treating a patient. If a person is positive for TB, minimum rifampicin sensitivity has to be evaluated. If the person is resistant for any single drug, the person should be evaluated with NH, INH, rifampicin, fluoroquinolone, and second-line injectables, whether the bacteria is sensitive or not. So the reason is, if patient is positive, NAT is compulsory. If any drug is resistant, first-line LPA and second-line LPA is compulsory to be getting that. So that is it. So regarding extrapulmonary samples, any amount of sample which is available, that is well and good. All the body fluids can be tested in NAT. Whether it is pleural fluid, pericardial fluid, all the things can be tested. So I'll not waste much time on tuberculosis, as it has already been told much about with the previous speaker. I'll just switch on to the services available for a TB patient. Free diagnosis, free drugs, Nikshay Poshan Yojana, every month 1,000 rupees, and treatment supporter. So it is as simple as it. So can you imagine a patient taking treatment for 18 months? A simple 5 days of antibiotic therapy itself is difficult, right? I can shortly say out in this entire hall, if everyone is being prescribed antibiotic for 5 days, 80% of us drop within 5 days itself. 80% of us will not be completing the treatment. Either it will be missing 1 dose, 2 doses, or maybe a couple of doses itself. But how difficult is it for a patient to swallow it for 6 months or 18 months? For that case, a treatment supporter will be allotted for every TB patient so that the person is regularly motivated. It may be an ASHA, it may be a government teacher, or any person who is regularly willing to motivate a TB patient for the entire duration of 6 months or a year. So contact tracing with COVID, we all know what is contact tracing and chemoprophylaxis. Private doctor, whoever is treating a TB patient, they will be awarded of sum of rupees 500 or 1,000 rupees if they notify the particular patient to TB patient and follow up of TB cases. So I'll just skip to 100 days campaign. So why is this 100 days campaign? Why was the TB program like normal TB program would not have been enough, or why? What especially we are doing in this 100 days campaign is recently there was a survey done by Indian Council of Medical Research. ICMR, we all know it, right? In 2020 and 2021, there is a national TB prevalence survey. Anyone can just Google it and download that report and read that particular survey. It is just 30-35 pages of report. Just read the results part. Few important results. What it gave is, how do we screen TB? Screening TB of not the diagnosis of TB. What is the screening test for TB that we use in hospitals? Anyone? We asked 4 classical symptoms, right? 4 symptoms of TB, 4S symptoms, or we call it as verbal screening or whatever it is. So verbal screening was not enough to told in ICMR. Told that additional use of chest X-ray for all the vulnerable population can yield 40% of more TB cases. A simple numbers is, whatever number of TB cases that was identified in this particular survey in ICMR, out of those only 60% cases had symptoms. 40% cases were tested because they had some abnormal patches on chest X-ray. Nothing classic symptoms classic sense that you need to identify in chest X-ray. Any parenchymal abnormality is identified, you just send that person to NAT. So 40% of extra yield we can identify having by chest X-ray as a screening tool. This is a very classical result given by an ICMR. So we need to add a chest X-ray for a regular screening. And compared to general population, diabetics, elderly population of more than 60 years, previously treated patients for TB, and BMI less than 18, and smokers and alcoholics. These 6 category of TB patients have more than 2 times risk of developing TB. So this was the classical foundation for 100 days campaign. All this 6 category, what I told, previously treated TB patients, diabetics, BMI less, and smokers, and so all 6 category of population will be screened in this 100 population and screened with chest X-ray. All these people will be offered chest X-ray. If they are symptomatic or chest X-ray is abnormal, they will be tested with nucleic acid amplification test. So this will be done actively by going house to house. So nearly in Karnataka, by today, I can say that 1 crore population have been screened by this in this 100 days campaign, and they will be tested for chest X-ray in the next couple of months. So the strategies involved is this: how to reduce TB incidence, or I'll just go with the activities. The person will be screened for tuberculosis with a chest X-ray and verbal screening. If positive, the person, a part of population will be tested with nucleic acid amplification. If the person is positive, the person is notified and treatment is started, and then if the treatment will be started. And along with that, nutritional support for TB patient, that what we call it as PMPBMBA, that every person, every TB patient should be given additional nutrition. Any volunteer donor will be giving the food nutrition. And if at all the person is negative over here, because they are high risk, they will be given TB preventive therapy of 3 months of 3-HP will be given, so that they won't be a TB positive case for the next few years. So along with this nutritional intervention, so PM Nikshay Poshan Yojana, 1,000 rupees is being given per month, and energy along with TMTB and the donation of food kits, the TB patient will be having additional nutrition. So along with this, preventive therapy, we need to prevent. So Karnataka is notifying around 80,000 TB patients every year. In the last 3 years, 78,000, 79,000, 80,000 TB cases are coming in every new year. So in the next year also, we are expecting it to be 80%. But how to reduce this number is preventive therapy. So we need to go for effective, as I said, sputum disposal and preventive therapy, TB preventive therapy. All those people who are already infected with TB but not actively clinically diseased, so they should be given with TB preventive therapy, that is prophylactic therapy, either for 3 months or 6 months. So they will be treated so that they will not be becoming active TB in the next few years. So this was regarding my presentation. In this 100 days campaign, more stress is given on IEC awareness creation, like this, like Nikshay Vahans have been developed, and outreach activities and school sensitizations are being started in every district of Karnataka. So we are very helpful, very thankful for the IS department for organizing a huge campaign of TB pledge and awareness activities in this 100 days campaign. So these are the key messages that we would like to give. This was my talk regarding 100 days campaign and basic tuberculosis. The platform is open for questions. Any questions with the previous session or the now sessions, we can just take it up in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the informative session. Now I request Chairperson Dr. Sanjay, sir, to give your views on the session.
As it is CV, in fact, the presentation was really good, sir. Good skill of presentation. Topic basically was given to give information on the day campaign about this TP program. Yes, the justice to that particular topic. He has also brainstormed some questions to see what students actually know about TB prevention, management, diagnosis. Maybe because this particular infection management, basically we don't concentrate much on these aspects because we have non-communicable area where we are concentrating more. Our students are also have less exposure with respect to the management of such disorder. Because this is not included, Ayurveda is not considered part of care programs, national policies. Problem for us to see how we can contribute to this particular area. Hopefully, him also that there was no information on how Ayush can. Every area that comes here in 100 days campaign is also nutritional support area. As told by Dr. Rameshekar sir, 3 aspects are there: environment, agent, and the host. So we have the scope area of host. How we can do all those things? Probably we cannot go directly contribute to higher level. Maybe at preliminary primary health center, community health center level, get association and get some data generated. what is the effect of Ayurveda drugs supporting immunity and all. As far as agent management, we don't have any good drugs which can directly or antitubercular. But in our department, we have one research which was conducted in collaboration with hospital where tuberculosis patient was treated with Kushman Davleya, which is immunomodulating nutrition supplement, along with convention AKT4, then AKT4. And there was a comparative result was very promising that quality of life and the side effect of the drugs were reduced. That was one paper was published as far as the collaborative giving to the audience. Overall, I think it was very informative and a very good session on this particular international. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I request co-chairperson Dr. Nalini to give your opinion on the session.
Good afternoon. I'm not the social specialist, but thank Dr. Kiran for his excellent presentation. It was interactive and beyond this and us, we also got more schemes that are for the treatment of tuberculosis patients. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now it's time for felicitation. I request Dr. Sidram, Dr. H.M. Swarup Kumar, Dr. M.C. Ravi Kumar, and Dr. Satish to felicitate our guest speaker, Dr. Kiran, chairperson, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, and co-chairperson, Dr. Nalini. Thank you, sir. We have Dr. Pradeep from Narayana Hridayalaya. We request you, sir, to come over the dais and receive our felicitation as a token of gratitude. I request Dr. Shenai, sir, to felicitate Dr. Pradeep from Narayana Hridayalaya. Thank you, sir. Lunch has been arranged outside the auditorium. Lunch has been arranged on the right at the auditorium. In afternoon, we have session 3 and 4 along with panel discussion. I request everyone to finish your lunch within half an hour and get back to session 3 as soon as possible. Thank you.
TB burdened with 2.5 million patients. Last year, India witnessed a 19% increase in TB patients. The graph scaled from 1.62 million in 2020 to 1.93 million in 2021. Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya, the Union Health Minister of India, addressed this issue by calling the community to support TB patients to make India TB free. Nikshay Mitra is a government project that allows people to adopt tuberculosis patients and take care of their nutritional and medical requirements with the aim to combat the disease and the stigma associated with it. Anyone in India can register on this digital portal that the government has developed through a public-private partnership. Nikshay Mitra has a number of choices for help, including nutritional supplements, dietary, diagnostic, and occupational. People can select a support period from 1 to 3 years. They can select the district, state, building, and medical facilities. So far, 300 people have identified themselves as Nikshay Mitra. The goal is to reduce stigma around TB diseases with community support, better care, and adoption of TB patients.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम सिया है। मैं 12 साल की हूँ और मैं स्कूल में पढ़ती हूँ। मेरे को पढ़ना पसंद है और अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ खेलना और बातें करना पसंद है। मैं कहानियाँ पढ़ती हूँ, घर पर गेम्स खेलती हूँ। सबसे ज्यादा तो मुझे भूतों की कहानी सुनना पसंद है। बहुत दिन पहले छुट्टी में मैं अपने गांव गई थी। गांव में मैं अपने दादा और अपनी दादी के साथ रोज घूमने जाती थी और फिर वहां जाकर मैं बहुत बीमार हो गई। मेरे गले पर एक बड़ा गोला जैसा बन गया था। अप्पा और अम्मा काफी डर गए थे। फिर वो मुझे गांव में डॉक्टर अंकल के पास ले गए। पता है, डॉक्टर ने टेस्ट करने के बाद कहा कि मेरे को तो ट्यूबरकुलोसिस या टीबी हो गई है। अब पूछो कि टीबी क्या होती है? ये बीमारी बैक्टीरिया से होती है। बैक्टीरिया पता है ना? ये बहुत छोटे छोटे कीटाणु जैसे होते हैं। ये नजर भी नहीं आते। वैसे तो ये हमारे फेफड़ों पर हमला करती है, लेकिन इसके कारण हमारे शरीर के दूसरे हिस्से में भी इन्फेक्शन हो सकता है। पता है, मुझे तो टीबी एक भूत जैसी लगती थी, बहुत डराती थी। फिर ना मुझे डॉक्टर अंकल ने समझाया कि टीबी तो किसी को भी हो सकती है, लेकिन सबसे अच्छी बात तो ये है कि इसका पूरा इलाज हो सकता है। तब मैंने फैसला किया कि मुझे इस बीमारी से लड़ना ही होगा। इसके बाद 2 साल तक मेरा इलाज चला, क्योंकि ये वाली टीबी ना कुछ अलग तरह की थी। इतने दिन तक इलाज चलने के बाद भी मैंने तो सोच रखा था कि टीबी से लड़ती रहूंगी। इसकी दवा मुझे इतनी कड़वी लगती थी, फिर भी मुझे जूस के साथ ये दवा लेनी पड़ती थी। कभी कभी तो मुझे उल्टी भी होती थी, लेकिन फिर भी डॉक्टर अंकल कहते थे कि अगर मुझे ठीक होना है तो दवा लेनी ही पड़ेगी। मैं रोज अपनी टैबलेट खाती थी और बहुत सारा मैं रोती भी थी, लेकिन हमेशा नहीं, सिर्फ कभी कभी, क्योंकि मैं बहादुर और स्ट्रांग हूँ ना। इसके बाद फिर कुछ ही दिनों में मैंने टीबी को हरा दिया। मैंने देखा कि ये भूत तो खुद ही डर कर भाग गया। मुझे बड़ा मजा आया। याद रखें, टीबी किसी को भी हो सकती है, लेकिन अगर हम अपना ख्याल रखें तो इसके बैक्टीरिया को फैलने से रोक सकते हैं। आप सब लोग टीबी के लक्षण ध्यान से सुने और याद भी रखें। आपको बहुत सारी खांसी होगी जो 2 हफ्तों के बाद भी ठीक नहीं होती। सीने में दर्द होगा, खांसी या बलगम में खून निकलेगा। इसके अलावा अगर खूब ठंड लगे, रात को पसीना आए, भूख ना लगे या बुखार आए और कमजोरी जैसे लगने लगे, तो समझ जाना कि कुछ तो गड़बड़ है और तुरंत डॉक्टर अंकल के पास जाना। याद रखें कि आप भी टीबी को रोक सकते हैं। हमेशा मुंह ढककर खांसें और यदि आपको टीबी के लक्षण दिखाई दें तो तुरंत ही टीबी की जांच करवाएं। टीबी की जांच एवं इलाज सरकारी अस्पतालों और कुछ निजी अस्पतालों में मुफ्त में करी जाती है। टीबी का इलाज पूरा करना जरूरी है। और हाँ, एक बात और, किसी भी टीबी मरीज के साथ भेदभाव कभी नहीं करना, क्योंकि उन्हें भी तो प्यार और देखभाल की जरूरत होती है। टीबी का इलाज हो सकता है। आप इस बीमारी को हरा सकते हैं, जैसे मैंने हरा दिया। अच्छा, चलती हूँ, होमवर्क का टाइम हो गया। बाय। नमस्ते, मेरा नाम सिया है। मैं 12 साल की हूँ और मैं स्कूल में पढ़ती हूँ। मेरे को पढ़ना पसंद है और अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ खेलना और बातें करना पसंद है।
हेलो माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, दिस इज हरप्रीत सिंह। वेलकम टू अवर चैनल स्टडी फॉर श्योर। एक बार फिर से आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज हम बात करेंगे टीबी के बारे में, क्योंकि हमारा टारगेट है कि बाय 2025 हम एलिमिनेट करने वाले हैं टीबी की बीमारी को इंडिया से, और वर्ल्ड का टारगेट क्या है 2030। उससे पहले आप लोगों से छोटी सी रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज डू लाइक, सब्सक्राइब, शेयर और कमेंट अगर आपको हमारी वीडियोस अच्छी लगती हो। शुरू करते हैं। रिसेंटली आपने सुना होगा कि जो हमारे यूनियन हेल्थ मिनिस्टर जेपी नड्डा जी हैं, इन्होंने एक कैंपेन लॉन्च किया है जिसको बोलते हैं 100 डे टीबी एलिमिनेशन कैंपेन, और ये पंचकुला से लॉन्च किया गया है, हरियाणा से। और इस कैंपेन का जो मेन एम है वो है टीबी के केसेस की जो समझो कि प्रिवेंटिव डिटेक्शन, रिड्यूस करना डायग्नोस्टिक डिलेस को, जो कि बहुत ज़्यादा देर हो जाती है, तो पेशेंट्स का ध्यान रखना या फिर अपनी जो आउटकम्स हैं उसको और बेहतर ढंग से लेकर आना। यानी कि टीबी को हम किसी ना किसी तरीके रोकने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जो कि कुछ ऐसे एरियाज हैं, रिमोट एरियाज, जहां पर वल्नरेबल सेक्शन ऑफ दी सोसाइटी रहते हैं। नियर अबाउट 347 डिस्ट्रिक्ट इसमें कवर होंगे। अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 33 स्टेट्स, यूनियन टेरिटरीज इसका हिस्सा बनेगी। और इंडिया में हाईएस्ट नंबर ऑफ ट्यूबरक्लोसिस के केसेस देखे गए हैं 28% के करीब, और अगर मैं वर्ल्ड की बात करूं, राइट, और अभी के लिए ये रिकॉर्ड हाई था 2023 में। हालांकि 2024 में कहा जाता है कि सम सॉर्ट ऑफ हमें रिलीफ मिलने की संभावना देखी जा रही है, क्योंकि देखो ट्रीटमेंट की जो कवरेज है वो 72% के करीब थी 2015 में, और 2023 में ये बढ़कर हो जाती है 89%। यानी कि हम इस चीज़ पर ध्यान दे रहे हैं। और वहीं पर निक्षय जो वाहन है, इस चीज़ को भी इनॉग्रेट किया गया है। एक तरह की मोबाइल वैन है ये, जो डिटेक्ट करेगी, ट्रीट करेगी पेशेंट्स को ऑल ओवर द कंट्री। साथ ही साथ जेपी नड्डा जी ने अनवील किया है नेशनल गाइडलाइंस फॉर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ न्यू ड्रग रेजिस्टेंस टीबी रेजिमेन। रेजिमेन का मतलब होता है कोई गाइडलाइन प्रोवाइड करनी, प्रिस्क्रिप्शन प्रोवाइड करनी कि आपको इस कोर्स के तहत ऐसे ऐसे डोजेज वगैरह लेनी है, राइट। और ये जो अभी के लिए ये ड्रग रेजिस्टेंस टीबी रेजिमेन है, इसका नाम है BPALM। याद रखना, नॉलेज पर्सपेक्टिव या एग्जाम पर्सपेक्टिव से काम आएगा। और आपको यह भी समझना होगा, रिसेंटली WHO ने भी टीबी के रिगार्डिंग एक रिपोर्ट पब्लिश की थी, जो कि ग्लोबल ट्यूबरक्लोसिस रिपोर्ट 2024 थी, जिसमें बताया गया कि 8.2 मिलियन के करीब जो अप्रॉक्सीमेटली लोग हैं वो टीबी का शिकार हुए हैं 2023 में, और 2.8 मिलियन के करीब भारत में हैं। इस रिपोर्ट के अनुसार एक नोटेबल इंक्रीज देखा गया है, क्योंकि 2022 तक ये केसेस 7.5 मिलियन थे, जो कि बढ़कर 8.2 मिलियन क्रॉस कर चुके हैं बाय 2023 और एक लीडिंग इन्फेक्शियस डिजीज किलर बन चुका है 2023 में, सरपास करके कोविड-19 को। अगर बात करें टीबी के रिलेटेड डेथ्स की, हालांकि इसमें एक डिक्रीज देखने को मिला है। 1.3 मिलियन के करीब लोगों की मृत्यु हुई थी 2022 में, जो कि 1.25 मिलियन तक पहुंची 2023 में। हालांकि नंबर ज्यादा है, बट द फैक्ट इज कि फिलहाल के लिए कुछ हमें रिलीफ देखने को मिला है। टोटल नंबर ऑफ पीपल जो इसके तहत समझो कि डायग्नोस्ड हुए हैं या फिर बीमार हुए हैं, उनकी जो संख्या है वो नियर अबाउट 10.8 मिलियन से ऊपर है। इसीलिए बोलते हैं कि टीबी काफ़ी ज़्यादा इन्फेक्शियस और ख़तरनाक डिजीज़ है। इंडिया में सबसे ज़्यादा लोग हैं, हालांकि साउथ एशिया की बात करें तो उसमें भी हाफ ऑफ द परसेंटेज आती है, बट द फैक्ट इज कि इंडिया विद 26% फिर चाइना का नंबर आता है। देखो, इंडिया और चाइना की पॉपुलेशन बहुत ज़्यादा है, बट चाइना ने एक कंट्रोल देखा है। सो हमें इस कंट्रोल के ऊपर ध्यान देना है, क्योंकि हमारा टारगेट वैसे भी 5 ईयर प्रायर है, वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का जो टारगेट है, राइट। सो इसके ऊपर ध्यान देते हुए हमने इस चीज़ के बारे में कई चीज़ें लॉन्च की हैं, लाइक वाइज निक्षय वाहन हो गया, या फिर ड्रग रेजिस्टेंस जो टीबी है, वो जो वैक्सीन दवाई थी वो हमने लॉन्च की, राइट। और साथ ही साथ इंडिया की एक नई स्ट्रैटेजी है एलिमिनेट करने की, जो ये 100 डे कैंपेन है। क्योंकि देखो, हम एक नया फ्रेमवर्क लाने वाले हैं जो कि नेशनल टीबी एलिमिनेशन प्रोग्राम के तहत होगा। इसके बारे में भी बताऊंगा। पहले ये देखो कि ये नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन के अंडर ही आएगा, और इसकी जो पॉलिसीज होंगी वो अलाइन करेंगी नेशनल स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लान को, जो कि टीबी एलिमिनेशन की बात करता है 2017 से 2025 के बीच में, जिसको हमने डेवलप किया था। और नेशनल स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लान का मेन फोकस यही है कि टीबी के इंसिडेंसेस कितने हैं, या फिर डायग्नोस्ट हुआ है या नहीं, कितने पेशेंट्स को रजिस्टर किया गया, वगैरह वगैरह। सोशियो इकोनॉमिक इम्पैक्ट होने वाला है इसका, राइट। और टीबी के रिलेटेड जो डेथ्स हैं वो डिक्लाइन हुई हैं, 21.4% के करीब देखी जा रही थी पहले, समझो कि 28 पर लाख पॉपुलेशन में, राइट। 2015 की बात कर रहा हूँ। बाद में ये 22 रहने लगी पर लाख पॉपुलेशन की अगर बात करें इन 2023। सो 28 से 22 का सफर हमने तय जरूर किया है। अगर पिछले 5 साल की बात करें तो एक कंसिस्टेंस प्रोग्रेस देखने को मिली है टीबी के रिगार्डिंग, क्योंकि देखो टीबी इंसिडेंस रेट जो है वो भी डिक्रीज हुआ है 17.7%। हालांकि ये जो एम्बिशियस टारगेट है ये 2018 में इंडिया के द्वारा सेट किया गया था ड्यूरिंग टीबी समिट, और इसके दौरान हमने कहा था कि टीबी फ्री इंडिया करेंगे बाय 2025। और इंडिया पूरी तरह से अपने टारगेट पर ध्यान दे रहा है। एनटीईपी नेशनल टीबी एलिमिनेशन प्रोग्राम के तहत हम एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव केयर पैकेज लेकर आए हैं, डिसेंट्रलाइज करने वाले हैं टीबी सर्विसेज को, ताकि एक जगह जगह इस चीज़ के बारे में अवेयर किया जा सके लोगों को, राइट। और एक शॉर्टर ऑरल रिजिमेन, जिसको ड्रग रेजिस्टेंस टीबी जो पेशेंट को दी जाएगी, एक तरह की दवाई है जो भी हमने अभी रिसेंटली लॉन्च की है, अनवील की है, राइट। और टीबी के कंट्रोल एक्टिविटीज़ पर हम ध्यान दे रहे हैं। नियर अबाउट 50 ईयर्स से पहले ही भारत लगा हुआ है। मैं बात कर रहा हूँ 1962 की, जब हम नेशनल टीबी प्रोग्राम लेकर आए थे। बाद में 1993 आते आते WHO ने डिक्लेयर किया टीबी को ग्लोबल हेल्थ इमरजेंसी। साथ ही साथ डॉट्स के बारे में भी बताया गया, कंट्रीज डॉट्स का प्रोसीजर अपनाएं, जिसको बोलते हैं डायरेक्टली ऑब्जर्व्ड ट्रीटमेंट शॉर्ट कोर्स। सो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने रीवाइटलाइज किया, रीनेम किया एनटीपी, जिसको बोलते हैं नेशनल टीबी प्रोग्राम को, एज ए RNTCP, रिवाइज्ड नेशनल टीबी कंट्रोल प्रोग्राम 1993 में, सेम ईयर। और डॉट्स को ऑफिशियली लॉन्च किया गया था RNTCP में, जिसकी स्ट्रेटजी 1997 से स्टार्ट हो गई थी एज NTEP, नेशनल टीबी एलिमिनेशन प्रोग्राम, जो कि सेम ईयर लॉन्च किया गया था। और RNTCP जो है ये रिलीज करता है नेशनल स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लान रिगार्डिंग ट्यूबरक्लोसिस 2017 और 2025 के बीच में। सो यही टारगेट था, इसलिए हमने रखा कि बाय 2025 हम इस पर ध्यान देंगे। मेनली 4 स्ट्रेटेजिक पिलर्स जो हैं वो इसका हिस्सा हैं, डायरेक्ट, ट्रीट, प्रिवेंट और बिल्ड। अभी हम बात करते हैं प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स, या फिर कौन कौन सी डायग्नोस्टिक्स हैं जो हमने इस्तेमाल करने हैं। देखो, सिग्निफिकेंट एक्सपेंशन हुई है टीबी प्रिवेंटिव ट्रीटमेंट के रिगार्डिंग, क्योंकि हमने निक्षय पोषण योजना हो, चाहे प्रधानमंत्री टीबी मुक्त भारत अभियान हो, इस चीज़ पर भी ध्यान दिया है, राइट। और NTEP ने लॉन्च किया था रिसेंटली, सिर्फ यही इनिशिएटिव नहीं, रिगार्डिंग डायबिटीज़ हो, चाहे HIV हो, माल न्यूट्रिशन वगैरह वगैरह, इन सब के रिगार्डिंग NTEP काम कर रहा है। और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर भी बनाए हैं इसके रिगार्डिंग। टीबी सर्विसेज जो ग्रास रूट लेवल पर कैसे प्रोवाइड की जाए, जो हाई रिस्क पेशेंट्स हैं उनको कैसे समझो कि स्टेबल किया जाए, स्पेशलाइज्ड एक केयर पैकेज है, राइट। और निक्षय पोषण योजना की अगर बात करें 2018 में इसकी शुरुआत हो गई थी, वहीं पर प्रधानमंत्री टीबी मुक्त भारत अभियान की 2022 में, और निक्षय मित्रा एक स्कीम लाई गई थी, वो भी 2022 में लाई गई थी, जो थी अंडर प्रधानमंत्री टीबी मुक्त भारत अभियान। अभी हम बात करने वाले हैं फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस और कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट की, जो कि बहुत ज़रूरी है। किसी भी प्रोग्राम को अगर किसी ऊंचाई तक पहुंचाना है तो कम्युनिटी की एंगेजमेंट होनी बहुत ज़रूरी है, बोथ इन मेडिकल और इमोशनल टर्म्स। अगर बात करें निक्षय पोषण योजना, इसमें गवर्नमेंट स्पेंड करने वाली है नियर अबाउट 3000 करोड़ के करीब, जो कि डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर के तहत जाएंगे 1 करोड़ बेनिफिशियरीज को, और साथ ही साथ 1.5 लाख के कम्युनिटी सपोर्टर्स जिनको बोल देते हैं, वो भी ज्वाइन करने वाले हैं इस प्रोग्राम को। नए इनिशिएटिव्स गवर्नमेंट लेकर आ रही है, इंसेंटिवाइज की जाएगी ट्रीटमेंट्स, जैसे टीबी चैंपियंस को विजेता का नाम दिया जाएगा, दर्जा दिया जाएगा। वहीं पर फैमिली केयर गिवर्स जो हैं वो निक्षय साथी मॉडल के तहत आ रहे हैं। और अगर मैं बात करूं यूएन सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल, सो ये भी एक आधार है हमारे लिए, जैसे कि गोल नंबर है गुड हेल्थ एंड वेलबींग। सो इसके रिगार्डिंग काम कर रहे हैं। अभी बात करते हैं इंडिया की इंटरनेशनल कमिटमेंट्स के बारे में। देखो, गांधीनगर डिक्लेरेशन एक हुई थी 2023 में, जहां पर हमने प्लेज ली थी कि एंड टीबी करेंगे बाय 2030, और ये समझो कि WHO साउथ ईस्ट एशिया रीजन में था, और हमारी जो इंडिया की है वो 2025 है, बट गांधीनगर डिक्लेरेशन के अकॉर्डिंगली हमने एक रीजनल प्लेज ली हुई है, यानी कि साउथ ईस्ट एशिया रीजन में हम काम करने वाले हैं, जो कि हेल्थ मिनिस्टर्स की मीटिंग है जिसके तहत हमने ये कमिटमेंट की हुई है। अगर यूनियन गवर्नमेंट की बात करें तो इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया था डेली रेजिमन, जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि अभी हमने टीबी की एक दवाई लॉन्च की है जिसका सक्सेस रेट काफ़ी हाई है, 87% के करीब। रेट ऑफ टीबी केसेस के अगर मैं बात करूं तो वो काफ़ी डिक्लाइन हुआ है, यानी कि डबल डिक्लाइन हुआ है। 8.3% के करीब 2015 में था, अभी के लिए 17.7% हो चुका है, राइट। और अगर ग्लोबल एवरेज हम देखें तो काफ़ी आगे हैं हम इस चीज़ के। अगर डेथ्स देखें टीबी के रिगार्डिंग इंडिया में तो 21.4% के करीब रही हैं पिछले लास्ट 10 ईयर्स की, अगर 1 डेकेड की बात करूं। अब 4 T's पर काम कर रहे हैं हम, टेस्ट, ट्रैक, ट्रीट और टेक्नोलॉजी के ऊपर। और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने रिसेंटली निक्षय योजना जो है उसके रिगार्डिंग जो इंसेंटिव है वो भी बढ़ा दिया था, 500 से 1000 रुपये कर दिया है, ताकि एक बूस्ट मिल सके फॉर देयर नरिशमेंट सपोर्ट के लिए जो टीबी पेशेंट्स हैं उनको, राइट। और इंडिया वैसे भी टीबी के रिगार्डिंग काफ़ी सक्सेसफुल कैंपेन्स भी चला चुका है, लाइकवाइज जन भागीदारी स्कीम हो, खेलो इंडिया हो, फिट इंडिया वगैरह वगैरह। आई होप आज का आर्टिकल आपको पसंद आया होगा। किसी प्रकार की भूल होगी तो मैं क्षमा चाहूंगा। डू लाइक, सब्सक्राइब, शेयर और कमेंट अगर आपको हमारी वीडियोस अच्छी लगे। मे यू हैव अ सक्सेसफुल डे हेड। बाय बाय।
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಕಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸೆಸ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜಮ್ಮಣ್ಣಿ ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೋರಿಯಂ. ಮೈಸೂರವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತು, ನೋಡಿರ್ತೀರ. ಒಳಗಡೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನೀವು ಹೋಗಿರಲ್ಲ. 100% ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. 100ರಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಒಬ್ಬರು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ PK ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೋರಿಯಂ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ. PK ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೋರಿಯಂ ಅಂದರೆ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸೆಸ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜಮ್ಮಣ್ಣಿ ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೋರಿಯಂ. ಏನು ಹಂಗಂದರೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಬನ್ನಿ. ತೋರಿಸಿ ಬ್ರಿಜೇಶ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸೆಸ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜಮ್ಮಣ್ಣಿ ಅಂತ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಇವರೇ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸೆಸ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜಮ್ಮಣ್ಣಿ ಅವರು. ಇವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ದೈವಾಂಶ ಸಂಭೂತ ರಾಜರ್ಷಿ ನಾಲ್ವಡಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣರಾಜ ಒಡೆಯರು, ಮನ್ಮಹಾರಾಜ JCW ಜಯಚಾಮರಾಜ ಒಡೆಯರು. ಈ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ಆದಂಥ ಪುಣ್ಯಾತ್ಮ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಬರ್ಟ್ ಕಾಕ್ 1843-1910 ಈ ರೋಗಮದ್ದನ್ನು ಕಂಡಿಡಿದವನು. ಯಾವ ರೋಗಕ್ಕೆ, ಯಾವ ವೈರಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಕಂಡಿಡಿದವನು? ಬನ್ನಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಬನ್ನಿ. ರಾಜಕುಮಾರಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜಮ್ಮಣ್ಣಿ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಮಾರಕ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಕಾಯಿಲೆಗೆ ಮಾರಕವಾದಂಥ ರೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬಲಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಔಷಧಿ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. 1914-15 1914-15 ಸುಮಾರಿಗೆ. ಆಗ ಮಹಾರಾಜರು ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಯಾಕೆ ನಾನು ನಾಲ್ವಡಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣರಾಜ ಒಡೆಯರನ್ನು ದೈವಾಂಶ ಸಂಭೂತ ಮಹಾರಾಜರು ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಈ ರೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳಿಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಾರಾಣಿಯವರು, ಅವ್ರ ಸೋದರಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜಮ್ಮಣ್ಣಿಯವರು ನಾಲ್ವಡಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣರಾಜ ಒಡೆಯರ ತಂಗಿಯವರು, ಅವ್ರ ಸೋದರಿನೇ ತೀರ್ಕೊಂಬಿಟ್ಟಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ತೀರ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೋ, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಒಂದು ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಕಟ್ಬಿಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಏಷ್ಯಾದ ಮೊದಲ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಇದು. ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಏಷ್ಯಾದ ಮೊದಲ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ. ಮಹಾರಾಜರು 1918ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ 40,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಎತ್ತಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಈ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಕಟ್ಟಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ದಾನಿಗಳು, ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನು ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಕರ್ನಲ್ ದೇವರಾಜರ್ಸ್ ಅವರು, ಅಂಬಳೆ ಅಣ್ಣಯ್ಯ ಪಂಡಿತರು. ಅಂಬಳೆ ಅಣ್ಣಯ್ಯನವ್ರ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು, ಗಾಯತ್ರಿ ಥಿಯೇಟ್ರ್ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಶಾಂತ ಥಿಯೇಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋ ರಸ್ತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂಬಳೆ ಅಣ್ಣಯ್ಯರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರೇ ಅಂಬಳೆ ಅಣ್ಣಯ್ಯ ಪಂಡಿತರು, ಶ್ಯಾಂಪುರ ಪಾಪಣ್ಣವರು, ರಾವ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಮುನಿ ವೆಂಕಟಪ್ಪನವರು, ಧರ್ಮ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ ಬನ್ಮಯ್ಯ ಬನ್ಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಅಂತೇವಲ್ಲ ಅವರು, VD ರಾಜಾರಾಮ್ ಮುದ್ಲಿಯಾರವರು, ಹುಜೂರ್ ಸಾವ್ಕಾರ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣರಾಯರು, ರಂಗಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅಯ್ಯಂಗಾರು, ರಾಗಿಮಂಡಿ ಚೌಡಯ್ಯನವರು, ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಬನ್ನಿ ಬ್ರಿಜೇಶಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸಿ. ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸೆಸ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜಮ್ಮಣ್ಣಿ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೋರಿಯಂ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಸ್ಟೋನ್ ವಾಸ್ ಲೇಡ್ ಬೈ ಹರ್ ಹೈನೆಸ್ ಶ್ರೀ ವಾಣಿ ವಿಲಾಸ ಸನ್ನಿಧಾನ. ನಾಲ್ವಡಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣರಾಜ ಒಡೆಯರ ತಾಯಿ, ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜಮ್ಮಣ್ಣಿಯವರ ತಾಯಿ ಮಹಾರಾಣಿಯ ಏಪ್ರಿಲ್ 1918 ಇದರ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಸ್ಟೋನ್ ಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. 20 ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಮುಗಿದೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಏಷ್ಯಾದ ಮೊದಲ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಇದು. ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಬ್ರಿಜೇಶ್, ಇದನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗು. ಮಹಾರಾಜರನ್ನು ನಾನು ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ದೈವಾಂಶ ಸಂಭೂತ ಮಹಾರಾಜರು ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ತಮ್ಮ ಸೋದರಿ ಆದಂಥ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜಮ್ಮಣ್ಣಿಯವ್ರು ತೀರ್ಕೊಂಡ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಇಡೀ ಊರಿನ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ, ಇಡೀ ಮೈಸೂರು ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಕಟ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಡೀ ಏಷ್ಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲದ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ, TB ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಗಾಳಿ ಆಡಬೇಕು, ಏಕಾಂತ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಜನರ ಸೋಂಕು ಹರಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಜನ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ವೈಟ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡೋಣ ಅಂತ. 100 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ವೈಟ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಖಾಲಿ ಇತ್ತು ಆಗ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಮಹಾರಾಜರು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ತಮ್ಮ ನಿರ್ಧಾರವನ್ನು ಬದಲಿಸಿ ಇದು ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಊರ ಹೊರಗೆ PK ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೋರಿಯಂ ಅಂತ ಈ ಏರಿಯಾ ಹೆಸರು, ಬೃಂದಾವನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ, KRS ರಸ್ತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಈಗ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಖಾಲಿಯಾದಂಥ ಏರಿಯಾ, ನಿರ್ಮಾನುಷ್ಯವಾದುದು, ಯಾರೂ ಬರದೇ ಇರಲಿ ಅಂತ ಊರ ಹೊರಗೆ ಈ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯನ್ನು ಕಟ್ತಾರೆ. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಗಾಳಿ ಆಡುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಳಿ ಬೆಳಕು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ, ರೋಗಿಗಳು ಬೇಗ ಹುಷಾರಾಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ PK ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೋರಿಯಮನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ತಾರೆ. ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸೆಸ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜಮ್ಮಣ್ಣಿ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೋರಿಯಂ. ಈ ಏರಿಯಾಗೆ ನಾವು PK ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೋರಿಯಂ ಅಂತಲೇ ಕರಿತಾ ಇದ್ವು. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗಲೂ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ PK ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೋರಿಯಂ ಅಂದರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸೆಸ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜಮ್ಮಣ್ಣಿ ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೋರಿಯಂ ಅದು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಬೈ ನಾಲ್ವಡಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣರಾಜ ಒಡೆಯರ್. ಮಹಾರಾಜರನ್ನು ಹೊಗಳಕ್ಕೆ 10,000 ಕಾರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಒಂದು. ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಐಕಾನಿಕ್ ಕಟ್ಟಡ. ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಇದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ವರ್ಷ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ನಾನು. ಮೈಸೂರು 365 ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೊಬ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. 365 ಡೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈಸೂರು, 365 ವೀಡಿಯೋಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟಿದೆ ರೀ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ. 100 ವರ್ಷಗಳಷ್ಟು ಹಳೆಯದಾದಂಥ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಈಗ ರಿನೋವೇಷನಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಭಾಳ ಖುಷಿಯಾದಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಎಲ್ಲ ರಿನೋವೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗುಗಳು ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ರಿನೋವೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಭಾಳ ಖುಷಿಯಾದಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಈ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯವನ್ನು, ಈ ಕಟ್ಟಡದ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯವನ್ನು, ವಾಸ್ತುಶಿಲ್ಪವನ್ನು ಸವಿಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ 100 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಮಹಾರಾಜರು ಕಟ್ಟಿಸಿದ್ದನ್ನು ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು KRSಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷಣ ಕಾಲ ನಿಂತು ಈ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ರೌಂಡ್ ಹೊಡೆದು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು ನೀವು. ಚೆನ್ನಾಯ್ತಲ್ವಾ? ನಾಳೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ
पढ़ती हूँ। घर पर गेम्स नमस्ते, मेरा नाम सिया है। मैं 12 साल की हूँ और मैं स्कूल में पढ़ती हूँ। मेरे को पढ़ना पसंद है और अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ खेलना और बातें करना पसंद है। मैं कहानियाँ पढ़ती हूँ, घर पर गेम्स खेलती हूँ। सबसे ज्यादा तो मुझे भूतों की कहानी सुनना पसंद है। बहुत दिन पहले छुट्टी में मैं अपने गांव गई थी। गांव में मैं अपने दादा और अपनी दादी के साथ रोज घूमने जाती थी और फिर वहां जाकर मैं बहुत बीमार हो गई। मेरे गले पर एक बड़ा गोला जैसा बन गया था। अप्पा और अम्मा काफी डर गए थे। फिर वो मुझे गांव में डॉक्टर अंकल के पास ले गए। पता है, डॉक्टर ने टेस्ट करने के बाद कहा कि मेरे को तो ट्यूबरकुलोसिस या टीबी हो गई है। अब पूछो कि टीबी क्या होती है? ये बीमारी बैक्टीरिया से होती है। बैक्टीरिया पता है ना? ये बहुत छोटे छोटे कीटाणु जैसे होते हैं। ये नजर भी नहीं आते। वैसे तो ये हमारे फेफड़ों पर हमला करती है, लेकिन इसके कारण हमारे शरीर के दूसरे हिस्से में भी इन्फेक्शन हो सकता है। पता है, मुझे तो टीबी एक भूत जैसी लगती थी, बहुत डराती थी। फिर ना मुझे डॉक्टर अंकल ने समझाया कि टीबी तो किसी को भी हो सकती है, लेकिन सबसे अच्छी बात तो ये है कि इसका पूरा इलाज हो सकता है। तब मैंने फैसला किया कि मुझे इस बीमारी से लड़ना ही होगा। इसके बाद 2 साल तक
Session 3. I would like to welcome today's chairperson for this session, Dr. Anjaneya Murthy sir, former principal GAMC Mysuru. Welcome you sir. I would also welcome today's co-chairperson, Dr. Vijay Mohanty sir, Professor, Department of Panchakarma, GAMC Mysuru. It's my privilege to welcome today's speaker of this section, Dr. B.A. Venkatesh sir. Welcome you, sir. Now, I would like to call Dr. Prakriti to introduce today's speaker.
Good afternoon, one and all. It's my immense pleasure to introduce Dr. B.A. Venkatesh, an eminent Ayurvedic scholar and educator. Was born on January 26, 1956. Is a distinguished Ayurvedic physician, academician, and researcher with expertise in Shalyatantra, Shalakya Tantra. He holds degree in BSAM, BAMS, postgraduate degree in Shalyatantra. He received specialized training in eye diseases at the School of Perfect Eyesight, Pondicherry. Sir has begun his career in 1977, later joined Government of Karnataka as a lecturer in 1980. Over 4 decades, he served in multiple government Ayurveda medical colleges, rising to professor, HOD and principal. He was also dean of the Ayush faculty at RGHS and held many key positions. Drug Licensing Authority, Ayush Department, Government of Karnataka, State Nodal Officer, Karnataka Knowledge Commission, Member of Board of Studies, PhD Committee, LIC Committee at RGHS. Sir has received prestigious honors including Ayurveda Martanda Award from National Integrated Medical Association, Best Teacher Award by TAS India. As NSS Programming Officer, he conducted 150 plus rural medical camps and 14 special medical camps to spread Ayurveda awareness. He also chaired national seminars, workshops, and syllabus review committee for CCIM. As dedicated educator and mentor, he has guided 45 plus postgraduate scholars. Now I request Venkatesh sir to take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Respected chairman of today's session, Dr. A. Murthy sir, co-chairman Dr. Mahanti Shiraman, distinguished scholars, members of the teaching faculty,
postgraduate students and undergraduate students and other invitees. It gives me an immense pleasure to stand before you to share some of the informations regarding the tubercular prevention and management as per Ayurvedic lines. First of all, I take this opportunity to at the outset, I take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this national workshop on Rajayakshmi, especially Dr. Shanai, Lakshmi Narayan Shanai. Now, we'll go on to the details of the Rajayakshmi. In the morning session, Dr. Gautami and Dr. Kiran have covered the entire information regarding the tuberculosis as far as the modern aspect is concerned. Now let us have a glimpse of Ayurvedic information regarding Rajayakshmi. I think many of you may be familiar with this because this is a king of all the diseases and due importance is given to this. But only thing is exposure to this disease is not there because many of you may not be exposed or many of you may not have opportunity to treat this. Since this is a national, this disease comes under national program, individual patients treatment may not be possible unless it is registered. That is a big problem. So we have no good opportunities to directly tackle with the frank cases of tuberculosis. However, supportive treatment can be given and that will be shared with you. Next. Now there are two important things to be noted here. Rajayakshmi is so called because Rajayakshmi disease is occurring because of many diseases. Because of many diseases. Aneka roganugato. That means different diseases will ultimately give rise to Rajayakshmi. Just as we see Penasana, Galarogas, isn't it? And Kantarogas. Many of these rogas ultimately give rise to Rajayakshmi. So Rajayakshmi may not manifest directly, but we have good number of diseases contributing for the manifestation of the disease. Second important thing is this Rajayakshmi when manifested again gives rise to good number of diseases. For example, we can see this in involvement of Nadi Vranas. Many of the Nadi Vranas are complicated by tuberculosis. Then we can see lymph nodes involvement of pliha. Then we also see involvement in the oral cavities and may be associated with cancer, may be associated with other immuno disorders. So it may give rise to other diseases. It may give rise to a bone abscess. It may give rise to degenerative changes in the joint. May give rise to degenerative changes in the bone or in different tissues. So such being the case, that means it is a disease resulted out of number of diseases, and at the same time, this disease happened to give rise to other diseases. So therefore, it is called as the Roga Radi. It means it's a king of all the diseases. Next important thing is when once the disease is manifested, we see Dehoshana Kshaya Krate. That means when once the disease affects, the strength of the disease is minimized. So half of the strength of the disease is minimized. And at the same time, drugs we provide will exert only 50% of its effect, not to the whole extent. That is the meaning of this. That is, Dehoshana Kshaya Krate. Aushadha that we prescribe also will have only 50% effect. That's what the modern viewers have discussed. Drug resistant drug resistance disease or multi-drug resistant disease. So the very nature of this disease is that 50% of the strength of the individual will be reduced, and at the same time, the medicine that we give will act to the tune of only 50%. That is the meaning of this. Next slide, please. Why this 50% means? Because in this disease, primarily the Rasdhatu will be involved. Because of involvement of Rasdhatu is the moola for all the dhatus, nourishment of all the dhatus. Involvement of Rasdhatu is one of the most important causative factor for this manifestation. Next we have Nidana. We'll go in simple form. There are 4 important Nidanas identified and described in most of the Samhita. They are Vegadharana. As you all know, Vegadharana is one of the most important causative factor for good number of diseases, wherein Raja Yakshma is also one. Next we have Dhatukshaya. The main outcome of the disease is Dhatukshaya. That is because, as I said earlier, the involvement of Rasdhatu. The vitiated doshas, till they reach the Rasdhatu, it is in prodromal state. When the doshas reach the Rasdhatu, block the Rasdhatu, then comes the Jvara and constitutional disorders one after the other. That is the second phase of the disease that we generally come across. So, because of involvement of this Rasdhatu, we see the Kshaya of further succeeding dhatus, which we call it as Viloma. Then at the same time, we also see in this disease Pratiloma, Gati of the disease. That is ultimate dhatu, that is Shukra dhatu. When Shukra dhatu is lost, that is too much of indulgence in sex or Ati Vyavaya would give rise to extensive loss of Shukra dhatu. Shukra, as you all know, that it is the essence of all the dhatus, isn't it? Shukra is the essence of Shukrantana Param. It is the essence of all the dhatus. When once the Shukra dhatu is reduced or Kshaya is seen, then the subsequent, in the reverse, retro-reversal way, we see all the subsequent dhatus are involved. So therefore, we see dhatu Kshaya as the main Lakshana, one of the prominent Lakshana in this disease, which we see in 2 forms. One is Viloma and the other one is Pratiloma. Then comes Sahasa. That means when an individual indulges himself in doing work which is beyond his capacity, beyond his strength, beyond his capacity, if he gets himself involved in any of the activities, that is otherwise assigned as Sahasa. That is assigned as Sahasa. Sahasa is also one of the most important causative action. Sahasa also gives rise to the loss of energy, loss of strength, which ultimately give rise to Kshaya. Then Vishamasana. Vishamasana is either excessive consumption of food or anashana. Just as you see, this is a disease which goes hand in hand in cases of elderly people and poverty. Poverty is one of the most important causes of this manifestation. This disease, it is only because of anashana. That means improper usage of food or improper availability of food. They are lacking good quality food. Then environment. Good environment will not be there, which poses important cause for the manifestation of the disease. Next slide, please. Now, prodromal features, Pururupas. We know all the gold standard methods have been described. So basically the modern treatment depends upon only the lab investigation, lab outcomes. But nowadays we see the patient will not be touched, our patient auscultation is not there, or Chaturvida, these examination procedures are Shadvida Parikshas are forgotten. We just ask him what is the problem with you, he'll say the problem, accordingly you prescribe the test, various tests. Outcome of the test is the disease, result of the disease. So this is the procedure that is going on. However, our prime duty to investigate, to examine, and to question. Prashna Pariksha is the utmost important Pariksha Vidhan. So wherein we get the Pururupa features. We have Swasthavritta. Swasthavritta refers to when he climbs stairs, he will get Swasa, or Shamita Swasa. When he performs light duty, you will get Swasa. And minimal duty or minimal functioning or minimal activity will give rise to Swasa. Then Angasasa means he feels as if all the joints are dead close. Isn't it? Sathangata will be there or Angasana, being experiencing a sort of discomfort in all the parts of the body. Then Kapha Samsava, that means there is discharge of Kapha. It is a early symptom of this Pinasa. Early symptom of Pinasa, which later on gives rise to obstructive fever. Then Talu Shosha, then Pamana here refers to hemolysis. Then comes Agnimandya, then Madateya, Pinasa, Kasa, Atinidra, then Shvetanetra. This is very important. Shvetanetra is referred to as Srimad Rajiva Lochana. I mean, there is a typical white coloration of the eye. Very typical white coloration of the eye. By examining the eye itself, we can say that he is suffering from Rajayaksha. Then comes the desire towards Mamsa Bhakshana, because he is desiring Kshaya problem is there. Naturally, there is desire towards Mamsa Bhakshana and desire towards Maitra. Because of Shukra and because of transaction. Next slide. Then Lakshanas. We get 3 different types of Lakshanas as far as Rajakshana is concerned. The classification and categorization of these 3 Lakshanas. And apart from these 3 Lakshanas, again we have 6 different types of Lakshanas. This type of categorization of the Lakshanas is of utmost importance from Chikitsa point of view. Because when you are adopting treatment, some important features may have to be added in the treatment procedures going through these different manifestations. First we have, that is 3 rupas, wherein we see Amsa and Parshvabhita. We see the pain in different joints, or Parshashula is one of the most important thing associated with Amsashula. Then Karapada Santapa, he will get burning type of pain, discomfort and numbness in the Pada and hands and legs. Then Jvara. These 3 are the 3 rupa manifestations of Rajayaksha. Then we have Shadrupas, 6 Lakshana manifestations. Those 6 Lakshanas include Agnimadya, then we have Jvara, then Shaitya, that means chills, you will get chills. Then Shonita Uyacharti, that means hemoptysis, Kapha hemoptysis. Then Satvahani, feels as if he is exhausted and there is no strength at all. Then comes Daurbalya, weakness, extreme weakness or extreme debility. Next page. We come to next Ekadasha Lakshanas. That means in the Rupa itself we have Ekadasha Lakshana manifestation in Rajayaksha. So these are all seen depending upon the stages of the progress of the disease in the individual. So we have Swarabheda, which is very important. Swarabheda, then we have Shula, then Ama, this Amsa and Parshva Sankocha, which was seen in the Trirupa Lakshanas. Then we have Jvara, which was again seen in the Trirupa Lakshanas. Then Daha, Atisara, and Pitta Rakta Kshaya or Pitta Rakta Se Agarana. Pitta is omitted frequently. And even Rakta, like I said earlier, hemoptysis is one of the important Lakshanas. Then heaviness in the head, loss of taste or anorexia. Then we have cough or kasa. Then kantasya urdhvam kapha. That means he feel the voice becomes difficult. That means his speech becomes disarticulated and the voice becomes difficult. And he feels heaviness in the throat. Next. Then Lakshanas. Lakshanas we have, in the same Lakshanas I told you other 6 different types of Lakshanas are manifested. This is for the treatment point of view. One is Vyavaya Shoshinaha. That means a person where the disease has affected because of excessive intelligence in sex. So in this individual, again the line of treatment differs. Then we have Shoka Shoshinaha. because of shoka. Shoka is also another causative factor for eczema. So shoka shoshana refers to the shoka giving rise to the Raja eczema. Then Vardhakya shoshana, because of age old. As an age old manifestation, if there is eczema, we have to treat accordingly. Then we have Urdhva shoshana, that means wherein the Urdhva chakra is manifested, Urdhva lakshanas are very prominent. So there we have to treat accordingly. Then Vyayama shoshana, if the Raja eczema is resulted out of Vyayama, as said Sasa, Sasa is one of the causative factors. So then we have to go for Vyayama shoshana. Then Vrana shoshana. Sometimes we see the Vranas resulted out of Raja eczema. In such cases, again the treatment differs. So from the treatment point of view, you can make these 6 classifications. Next. Then Sadhya Sadhyata. Sadhya Sadhyata, we see there is Balakshaya. Balakshaya to Chikitsa should be contraindicated. Contraindicated in the individual, that is, when the half of the symptoms are manifested, then it becomes Kricha Sadhya. When the whole extent of the lakshanas manifest, then it becomes Sadhya. But in all these conditions, if the individual's bala is normal, and if his physical fitness is normal, physical fitness in the sense it is not associated with dhatukshaya, then it is manageable. With all these lakshanas, if the body is normal, or if the weight loss is not there, and if sharirika bala is there, then you can manage the condition. That is the meaning of this condition. The 3 primordial conditions, which includes Upakrame Tat Atmavanto Deeptagnim Akrisham Nam. That means if it is new origin, if the Agnibala is normal, then if he is not Krisha, Akrishan, if he is not Krisha, then if his general condition is good, then you can go for management. Otherwise, you should not treat the patient. Next slide. Next slide. Then we have the Sadhya Sadhyata. In the Sadhya Sadhyata, we have, though he eats well, isn't it? He eats well. Then, but suffering from Urdhva Shasa and the Agni, then he becomes Krishna Sadhya. He Krishna Sadhya. However, if it is also associated with Mehanto, that means difficulty in passing urine, and the quantum of urine passed is reduced, frequency is increased, and there is difficulty in urination. That is a sign wherein you have to avoid. That is the one which is difficult for management. Kinchit Linganayuktam Deepta Pavakam Swakrisham Naram. So when he is associated with minimal symptoms, and when the Agni is normal, and when he is not Krisha, then you can treat it. It becomes Sadhya. It becomes Sadhya for management, as I said earlier. Next slide. Then Patya. This is very important. Patya in Raja Yakshma is again a very important thing. So in Patya we see Shastikashali. Shastikashali is most advised, along with Oduma, Yava, and Mudga. These are very good for the Raja Yakshma patient. In any form we can give this, either in the form of food or gruel, or in any other form. Always prefer Shastikashali Sveda, Goduma, Yava, and Mudga. Then Madhya. Madhya is also preferred, but not to the greater extent. A limited quantity of Madhya. Limited quantity of Madhya is advisable. And Jangala Pakshi Brugashastra. That means the mamsa of the Jangala Pranis and the Pakshis. Pakshis refers to the bird, that is chicken. So these foods are congenial and they are most recommended. Along with that, Mulaka and Kulata in the form of Yusha is most preferred. Next. Then apatya, vrittaka and karavella. See, tiktarasa is contraindicated in Yakshma. This is one important thing. Normally, we prefer tiktarasa, isn't it? Tiktarasa is always preferred. It is Agni Deepaka, isn't it? It is Agni Deepaka, and in this particular disease, tiktarasa is always contraindicated. Vrittaka, karavellam cha, tailam bilvam cha, radhika. These are contraindicated. Along with this, Maitana and Divanidra is always dangerous. It's always contraindicated in cases of person suffering from eczema. Next. Now, what is the role of Ayurveda in prevention and management of Raja eczema? From the morning, we have been seeing that lot of information is available regarding diagnosis of the Raja eczema. But what about the prevention? Prevention, when we have different phases in Raja eczema. In the phase 1, you can control the disease. You can prevent the disease. For example, if in a thick communal, for example, in slums and other areas, if one gets infected, there is likelihood that the other people also get infected. Now, to protect the other people there, now what is the these procedures that is usually adopted? For this, Ayurveda has the answer. But in modern medicine, up to diagnostic, they are good. But when the preventive aspect comes, they are more towards the this disposition of the isolation and nutrition. These are the three things that they have, isn't it? Only nutrition and isolation of the patient, and then the materials, disposal of the materials like this sputum, etc. But in our system, it is not the case. Say, for example, of tuberculosis in the world, it is according to 1991 standards in the World Survey, in the 12th edition of Price Textbook of Medicine, Harrison's Price Textbook of Medicine, wherein he says that the magnitude of tuberculosis in the world is that less than half of the population of the world is infected with mycobacterial tuberculosis. All the persons infected need not going for the disease, because this organism is very difficult to destroy or very difficult to disintegrate. Our macrophages, our lysosomes, and our white blood cells may find difficult to penetrate this lipoidal layer. It is made up of different lipid layers and proteopolysaccharides N circle or contents. Because of this, it is very difficult to penetrate this. It is called as acid that is resistant bacilli, acid fast bacilli. So even acid cannot destroy this. Owing to this lipid coverage of the outer surface of the bacteria is covered with lipids. So there are 30 million cases of active TB in the world, and that 10 million new cases occur annually, and that 3 million die of tuberculosis each year, which contribute to tuberculosis probably causes 6% of all deaths worldwide. So they contribute 6% of all deaths worldwide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, an holistic approach may yield better results, isn't it? Take for granted this prevention, control, or management. We see most preferred is the holistic approach. See, in rural and urban, thickly populated zones and areas with poor environmental conditions, to be selected and local awareness programs to be periodically implemented. Instead of covering these urban areas, because urban areas frequently they come across with the TV advertisements or advertisements through different medias. Whereas in rural Mama, especially in the slums or where thick populated areas, they don't have any access for TVs or they don't have any access for other things because from morning to evening they work very hard. Evening when they come out, they don't have time, yes, time but to eat and sleep. So awareness in this type of category people is very important, and they are the carriers, and through them there is every possibility of spread of this infection. So such being the case, our main objective is to cover these thickly populated zones, either in the rural or in the urban areas. And periodical implementation of awareness programs is of utmost importance. Next slide. Next important point is a collective discussion with the local leaders and like panchayat members, Angari teachers, and primary to high school teachers and other social workers should be conducted at different levels. You should call for a meeting with these individuals and then discuss about the problem and highlight the features because they are the better social workers because they have greater access into the people surrounding. So therefore, if we take hold of these peoples and if we train them or if we conduct the discussion camps with them, there is every possibility of information being carried and information reaches each and every house of the rural mom. Then we have survey to be conducted from medical students and doctors to identify the target community and arrange for early diagnosis and motivation to the medical centers. However, doctors and medical students know better because the patients or when they come in contact with the individuals at home by mere questionnaire or by mere eliciting present in them or disease symptoms present in them, immediately they have the ability to identify the condition and send them for diagnostic centers for further course of action. So that will help a lot in preventing the disease and in the spread of the disease. Next slide, please. Then public awareness programs through handbills, then posters, placards, and pictorial sequences of disease and motivation for vaccination. So preventive aspect is, as far as the preventive aspect is concerned, there are intense researches going on in the development of vaccines. However, till today, BCG is the only preventive vaccine existing all over the world. Many more researchers are going on to evaluate different vaccines. But however, at present only BCG is there. So we have to motivate for the BCG vaccine. A plan is being there to again subject re-administration of BCG. See, once BCG is administered, its span is only up to 15 years. After 15 years, again, what is going to happen if BCG is given? To what extent it prevents this onset of this tuberculosis? Research is going on, and many of them have recommended re-vaccination of this BCG till a new vaccine is being researched and marketed. Then preventive Ayurvedic medicines, like see, whenever we conduct any camps, either through National Service Scheme or through social programs or through any other public organizations or non-governmental organizations, important medicines that you have to use is Chavanaprasha. Chavanaprasha, the indication itself is Kshaya. It is prime indication is Kshaya. So therefore, Chavanaprasha, Rakshavalayah, Rasayana, Datriloha, and other medicaments should be distributed as preventive medicine. As a preventive care, you have to distribute the Central Research Ayurveda, Central Ayurveda Research Institute. It is conducting various camps near SC/ST colonies or tribal colonies where these medicines are freely distributed to prevent the onset of radiation. Next slide. Good exposure of public to know more about vegetables, fruits, cereals, pulse, etc. Rich in vitamin, minerals, and nutrient elements. So better education should be given. We know that village people grow plenty of vegetables, but they do not consume, isn't it? Everything will be marketed or sent to regulation market. They don't consume at all. So awareness should be given always that they should keep some amount of the things that they grow and make use for their normal life. And the importance of nutritive elements and the vitamins. Then preliminary education of public about nutrition and hygienic environment is again utmost important. People, they don't care. They go on chewing and spitting everywhere. It has become a big nuisance. Big nuisance. In Bangalore or in our Karnataka, it was not there. But now, however, even in our cities, this has become a menace. Because of these people to always chewing. They don't want food at all. Always they will be chewing this and also raw tobacco with calcium. It is very dangerous. So they go on spitting everywhere. They don't have common sense at all. So hygienic environment, preservation of hygienic environment should be taught to them. Next slide. Then practice of pranayama to be encouraged. So always the respiratory system should be strong, good enough to overcome any type of infestations, because the prime source of infestation is the respiratory system. Then comes the oral cavity. So such being the case, you should keep always the respiratory system fresh and also open, fresh open, so that fresh air gets in and the scope for the disease causing factors may be minimized. Then we have eczema patient, in the sense those who suffer from eczema, Raja eczema. The patient should never be treated as social stigma. This is very important. You should not keep them away. You should not show any differences with them. Such other activities usually hurts the feelings of the suffering patient. On the contrary, helping hands physically as well as mentally. Next. Then educating the rural mass regarding home remedies of the common respiratory ailments, isn't it? Most of the time we see repeated manifestation of these respiratory ailments like cold, repeated cold manifestation, and apnea, repeated CASA, and COPD, and other conditions should be always controlled. If uncontrolled, there is every likelihood of onset of, or they go in for the aspect. Then all efforts to be made to uplift the socio-economical, educational, and living standards of public below poverty level. This is going only in the slogans, but the procedures are the these directions in this way. So it should be made more effective. When it is made more effective, much of the spread of the disease, much of the onset of the disease can be prevented. Then collaborative work of Ayush institutions with national programs in respect of preventive care is very important. It's very important. Unless the collaborative work is not there, the people will not, the professionals will not recognize the Ayurveda. The collaborative work is very important. This is possible, and this is in the hands of the post-grad students. Post-grad students should help the tuberculosis and then collaborate with the existing modern treatment. We know a good number of modern patients will be there, and modern treatment will be going on in the centers. If you go and contact the centers, then they will encourage you. So you should you should take some of the topics which may act as add-on treatment to the existing treatment. So this will have a many-folded effect. For example, the complications resulted out of these modern medicine, all the modern medicines which are given for the tuberculosis has a lot of complications. Not only in one system, multiple systems are involved in the complications. Such being the case, if you select a topic which can prevent this complication, which can also enhance the effect, which can catalyze the effect of this disease, which can prevent the duration of the disease. Because in tuberculosis treatment, diabetes department should take lot of initiation, and even the Swasthavritta department should take lot of initiation in covering this. This is very important. This is very important. Next, there are more efficient time-tested remedies for tuberculosis practiced in ancient India. In ancient India, we have good number of preparations, good number of medicaments which were in practice before independence. And many tuberculosis cases were managed with better success. But however, this was to the only upper class, isn't it? The treatment of tuberculosis is very expensive, very costly, even in our system. So, such drugs should be taken, and the revalidation of such preparations through collaborative research is essential, I would think. So, revalidation of those preparations, revalidation of such preparation definitely will have a better footsteps in the management of the tuberculosis in the coming days. Next. Then we have drugs, that is the principles of management. We have Pimply. Pimply is one of the most important drugs. The research has found that capable of penetrating the lipid outer surface of the mycobacterium tuberculosis. Even the acid cannot, but Pimply has the ability to. So, whenever we go through the Samhitas, Pimply is a very common ingredient in all the preparations, including Rasol-Chili. Including Rasol-Chili, Pimply is extensively described. So, Pimply is one important drug which has a potential effect on this mycobacterium tuberculosis. So, Pimply, then Yava, then Kulanta, Nagara, Dadima, Amalaki. These are some of the important drugs which have a greater affinity in the management of tuberculosis. Next, we have Dhanyaka, then Goduma, Mudga. These are always effective. You can give in the form of Yusha. You can give them in the form of Yusha. They are very good. Then Chatushpada, three animals. That means goat are these sheep, four-legged animal. Among the four-legged animals, the sheep or the bakra, what we call it as bakra, is mamsa of this bakra is very effective and superior in the management of tuberculosis. Then also Vihagamata. That means the birds, that is chicken and other things. For chicken, always cock is very important. Male chicks are very effective. In four-legged, female are important, and in the chicks, male is very important. This is specifically indicated in Raja. Then Chaga Mamsa. Chaga, we know, isn't it? So sheep, Mamsa of sheep, and then milk of sheep, Payat Chagam, Grata of sheep, that is Sarpit Chagam, Sa Sharkara, with the Sharkara, with the sugar, is very effective. Chagopaseva Satatam. Chaga Madhyetu Exmanat. An individual who is suffering from the tuberculosis, if he is made to live in between these chagas, let him sleep in the midst of this chaga, let him take the milk of this chaga, let him use the ghee from this chaga, let him use the mass of this chaga, without any medicaments he can recover. That is the statement that is available. And this type of things should be always put in practice, isn't it? It is not a big problem. This you can easily put into practice. You can guide them, rural mom, and you can put them into this type of environment so that there will be a very good outcome. Next. This is very important. What is the role of Panchakarma in Rajayakshma. See in Charaka Arshusata, we find that the Panchakarma is not indicated in Rajayakshma. Reason for that is Malayatam Balam Punsa, Shukrayatam to Jeevitam. Tasmat Yatnena Samrakshe Yakshmano Maravetase. That means in the Rajayakshma people, the Shukra and Mala are two important factors. Mala written, that is Vidbala. Vidbala is very important for Rajayakshma individuals. And at the same time, Retasa, that is Shukra is very important. So, because Vidbala is important, Panchakarma treatments are usually not adopted. For example, Virechana or Basti is not usually indicated. But however, there is in this context, we see Balino Bahudoshasya, Vabanam Rechanam. If the individual is very strong, if the individual is strong physically, and at the same time, doshas, Bahudoshas are there, then there is every possibility of administration of Panchakarma. That is what this sloka says. Vamanam Reshanam Kata, Vatas Kleshma Haram Kwatam Dadyat. You have to give Vatas Kleshma Haram Kwata and Dosha Haram. Ikshmina Shina Dehasya, Yatkatam Chat Avisho. That means if the individual is very weak, Kshina or Durbala, then it acts as a poison. Panchakarma treatment acts as a poison. So that is why it is said in the first line that you have to prevent the mala and you have to prevent the rethas. These two are very important. Very important. However, in exceptional cases, if there is bodosha with balino, if the individual is strong, physically if he is fit, then we can go for the Panchakarma treatment. Next. Then role of Rasayana. Role of Rasayana is of utmost importance. Isn't it? You know, Rasayana has got different definitions. So we see Rasayana Tantram Nama, Vayastapana, Ayurveda Balakaram, Rogaparana, Samartham Cha. That means that which is capable of removing the disease, that which is capable of sustaining the health of the individual and age of the individual. It prevents aging. It prevents aging. Isn't it? Therefore, it is called as Rasayana. Then next definition says that Yajjaragadi Dvamsi Vayaha Stambakaram Tata Chakshushyam Chakshushyam Brahmanam Drishyam Beshagam Tadrasaya. That means Yajjara Vyadi, that which is capable of destroying the Jara, means the disease. Vyadi, Jara refers to the age factor, that is aging process. That which destroys the aging process, that which destroys the Vyadi. And at the same time, Vayastambakaram, that means the age is retained. That means the age factors. We have different, there is in Charangata Samhita, it is clearly said that every decade of human life, there is changes. Every decade of human life, there is series of changes. For example, at the age of 40, we see series of changes. At the age of 50, we see series of changes. We see at the age of 60, again, we see series of changes. Isn't it? In one incident, the Indriyas lose their ability. In other incidents, the cataract develops. At the age of 60, he says cataract develops. So these are all Swabhava Gata features which are seen in the individual. By nature, we see this. This can be prevented. So what he is going to experience in the age of 50 or 60, that can be arrested. That is the meaning of Vayastambakara. Then Chakshusham, Brahmanam, that is good for eyes, and at the same time Brahmanam, that which keeps up the strength of the individual. Then Vrishyam, then Beshajam Tadrasan, it also acts as a medicine. So that is the meaning of the Rasayana. Then in the next definition we see Rasayana Chatadhyayam Yajjara Vyadi Nasham. The same definition. That which is capable of destroying the disease and at the same time helps to retain the age or changes that are brought about in the age or the normal changes in the age is otherwise called as Rasayana. In this Rasayana he says Yata Amrita Rudanti Cha Gurgulascha Ayatiki. The best Rasayanas are Amrita, that is Tinospora cardifolia, then Rudanti, then Kuguru and Areti. Next slide. Now, why the Rasayana is so effective? Why the Rasayana is preferred? Because in all the these Rajayakshma conditions, these factors are very important. That is, the antioxidant effect is most desired. Then immunomodulatory effect is once again desired. Then increasing immune status is always welcome. Then adaptogenic action, anti-aging, anabolic action, intellectual promotion, bacterial and antiviral properties in gardenia. So Rasayana drugs are endowed with, or the Rasayana preparations are endowed with these important properties. So these important properties are in turn essential to prevent, to control, and also to manage the Rajayaksha. Next. Then preventive approach. So in preventive approach, we see there is only vaccination as far as the present day treatment is concerned. But however, in our system we have many drugs. If they are prescribed, just as in Charaka says, Charaka is the one who encourages Rasayana therapy. Okay? Charaka is the one who encourages Rasayana therapy. In all the other later texts, much is not conveyed as far as the Rasayana is concerned. So Rasayana can be given even in healthy individuals or those who are exposed to these disease factors, not necessarily Rajayakshma, even other disease conditions, they can go for usage of these medicines. These six are very essential. One is the got a very good penetrating effect as far as the tubercle bacilli is concerned. The lipid layers are being totally penetrated. When once it is penetrated, the bacteria becomes destroyed. So piperlongum have got alkaloids which are capable of penetrating this alkaloid. Then amalaki. Amalaki is a best rasayana. Amalaki is rich in vitamin, isn't it? Vitamin C. It is rich in vitamin C and it is also rich in other vitamins, not necessarily vitamin C. And it is Vayasthapan. It is also called as Vayasthapan. So it is rich in antioxidant properties, rich in vitamins, rich in minerals. So therefore, Amalaki is next. Next comes Haritaki. Haritaki is also an excellent rasayana. Haritaki is also an excellent rasayana. Then comes Chavanaprashavaleha. Chavanaprashavaleha is indicated in Kshaya. So therefore, you can use this as a best preventive medicine. It is very palatable, even in children. Start from the child age itself administering this Chavanaprasha instead of going in for that milk. Along with the milk, so many things we use, isn't it? Instead of going in for usage of all those things, better go with Chavanaprasha with milk, so that the child will develop very good resistance against this TB or other infestations. Then comes Jivantyadikrita. Among the Gurtas, Jivantyadikrita again is very potential and effective. Then for massage, before bath, massage with Chandanabala Lakshadi Jela is very effective. Very effective rasayana. Next. Then what are the objectives in the management? See, in established cases of tuberculosis, suitable combination of anti-tubercular drugs that is already existing, that has already been discussed in the morning session. Then what is needed is restriction of the duration of usage of drugs for shorter duration. This is what is the WHO insists. Always the drug duration should be less. It should be restricted to 3 months or 4 months instead of going in for 6 months or 1 year like that. Then to overcome the adverse effects of the drug combination, almost all the existing combinations, existing drugs have one or the other complication. Not only against one system, multiple systems. Multiple systems, the adverse effects are there. So we have to overcome these adverse effects. Next. Then detection of drug resistance is being carried out thoroughly. We have very good infrastructure and very good procedures to detect this drug resistance. Then adequate nutritional management, as I said earlier, I have told you in Madhya, and also some drugs which can be given as nutritional management, and importance towards living environment. This is very important. The standard of living environment should be improved. Good ventilation is very important. Good ventilation is very important. And the surrounding environment should be clean and hygienic. Next. Then add-on Ayurvedic preparations considering basic factors like Lakshana, Prabheda, Avastha, then Bala, Prakriti, Agni status, and Sattva of the individual is very important. Considering these things, if Ayurvedic drugs are given as an add-on treatment along with the modern medicine, the benefits will be more. So I said earlier, the duration may be reduced, the complications may be overcome, and the effect of these drugs will be more potential. That means the Ayurvedic drugs acts as catalytic agents to potentiate the effect of the modern drugs. Then considerations of patients' affordability. This is very important, isn't it? Patients' affordability is very important. For this, we have to get hold of stakeholders and then motivate the stakeholders to see that they provide all the basic drugs to go about with the management of diabetes. Next slide. Then ancient remedies which have been tried, that is time-tested anti-tubercular medicines. The basic medicines which are very effective is all these preparations in one way or the other way contain gold, Swarnabhasma. Swarnabhasma is excellent for the respiratory elements. So Mahalakshmi Vilas Rasa is one important preparation which is exclusively indicated in Kshaya. Then Vasanta Kusmakar Rasa, Trailokya Chintamani Rasa, then Kanaka Sindhura Rasa, Swarna Bhupati Rasa, and Pippali and its preparations. Pippali you can give in the form of Churna or Pippalyasama, Pippalyasakata, or excellent of all this is Kanda Pippalyavalaya. Kanda Pippalyavalaya is one of the most important layer, it is most preferred. Then next important drug is Shilajit. Shilajit is an excellent drug in the management of Rajesh. Shilajit combined with Pippali and Amalaki. Pippali and Amalaki is very effective. So Shilajit Rasayana, and Shilajit is normally processed with different drugs for 7 days in the infusions of different medias. Say in the Amalaki Kashaya, then in the Pippali Kashaya, or in the Vidanga Kashaya, etc. There are so many drugs in which if the Shilajit is processed for 7 days, then it gains lot of strength. And this Shilajit when given in a dose of 160 to 116 ml to mg to 200 mg is very effective, very effective. Supportive. Then we have one more preparation, Shivaguti. Shivaguti is a very important drug which I usually combine in many conditions. In many conditions, Shivaguti is combined. So these drugs, when taken up by our postgraduate students or PhD scholars, select these medicines and use this as add-on treatment or adjuvant in collaborative studies, definitely will have a fruitful outcome. And the only thing is we should have courage to use these medicines. We have to contact the centers, request the people, definitely they will give. Already we see in the tuberculosis, one research is going on from CARI, that is Central Ayurvedic Research Institute. It's carrying out one center in Belgaum, multi-centric centers. There is a coded drug which is used along with the modern drug, and the study is going on. Study is going on. Likewise, we should have courage to involve ourselves and go about with these types of drugs, isn't it? It will be a unique contribution. Just as we see in 1983-84, Dr. Ishwar Reddy conducted the Panchakarma therapy in leprosy. In leprosy colony, he went and then conducted the study on the effect of Panchakarma and found very fruitful results, isn't it? Very good result. But that is not continued. That is not continued because that all needs dedication, continuation, isn't it? Some amount of expenditure is also required, but nowadays it is not the case. Students always going for very easy side. Very easy side, isn't it? They don't want any amount of discomfort, either financially or physically or in other means, isn't it? They don't want. So you should be dedicated and you should work hard. For example, I have guided MDS graduate. MDS PG scholar who worked on cancer in the oral cavity. Triphala was excellent in combating oral cancer, isn't it? So PhD was awarded to her from Rajiv Gandhi Health University of Sciences, where I have guided. Then one more study was carried out in the same oral cancer with Pita cavity in prevention of oral cancer. Then one more study was conducted in submucosal fibrosis. Nowadays, submucosal fibrosis have become very common manifestation in the ENT OPDs. So where the mouth cannot be opened at all, they cannot open the mouth at all. The pain is severe, difficulty in deglutition. So in one PG studies, we have tried Ksharavati. Ksharavati is giving very good result. Pain will be overcome, difficulty in deglutition is controlled, and the degree of movement progressively increase in submucosal fibrosis, which is a precursor of oral cancer. So like that, we should take initiation and see them. Any of these medicines are taken, and then work along with the modern to overcome the disease. Isn't it? It is encouraged. They will encourage. Only thing is we should approach and we should try to emphasize our things in detail. Isn't it? So with this few words, I thank the organizers. Next slide, please. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my views with you all. Thank you very much. So day will come when our Ayurvedic line of treatment becomes frontline treatment for all these infectious diseases, isn't it? That could be possible only when you all people work hard. Everything is in the hands of our PhD scholars and PhD scholars. If they work hard and if they at least Draviguna people may bring about studies on this, isn't it? They can bring about the experimental studies. Experimental studies also will focus light on this, isn't it? Will focus light on the condition. So my sincere request is Draviguna department, Swasthavritta department, and Kaya Chikiৎসা department should strive very hard to bring about the implementation, to bring about the importance of this Ayurvedic line of treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the informative and wonderful session. Sir has given a detailed picture about the radiation. Now, there will be an online presence. Dr. A. Raghu, Deputy Director General, Department of Ayush, Government of India. Advisor to Government of India. He will speak few words about the integrated approach towards the TB Mukta Bharat.
ಲಿಂಕ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ Sir, you're on mute, sir. Not audible, sir.
Is it audible now?
Yes, sir, it's audible, sir. You are
Hello,
audible, sir.
is it audible now?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
ಇದು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದಾರೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ
Please wait for 1 minute, sir.
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ
ಆಯ್ತಾ ಸರಿ
ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ
1 minute ಸರ್ ರಘು ಸರ್ 1 minute
ಓಕೆ
ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಇಲ್ವಾ
ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ
ಈಗ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಅದನ್ನ ಹಾಕಲ್ವಾ
ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಕ್ಕಂದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಜಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ
ಆಯ್ತಾ
Hello.
Raghu sir, 1 minute.
Ah.
We are making some adjustment here because your face should appear on the screen. ಆಯ್ತಾ?
Is it audible now? So, good afternoon, all. It is a great privilege for me to participate in this workshop on Nikshay Nation by the Government Ayurveda College, Bangalore, as well as the Government Research Center in Mysuru. So, as you are aware that we are indeed happy to say that the Ayush sector is also actively participating in the 100 days TB elimination program, which was actually... Hello? I have connected already. Acha, through mobile? Okay, okay. So, good afternoon all. It is indeed a very happy moment to participate in this workshop, which was actually organized by the state government, particularly the Government Ayurveda College Bangalore, as well as the Mysore Research Center regarding the this TB intensive TB awareness campaign, which is organized by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And as you are aware that Ministry of Ayush and all the armamentarium of the ministry, whether it is the research organizations, the national institutes, as well as the various state governments and UT governments have been actively participating in this campaign. And the relevance of this campaign, as you are aware, is that actually specifically in the context of the tuberculosis, the country is actually now targeting the elimination of the tuberculosis from our region itself. Actually, specifically 347 districts have been identified in the initial phase actually, and out of that 31 districts from Karnataka is also part of that. And considering the large number of educational institutions available, teaching institutions available in the state of Karnataka, I think it is high priority should be accorded as far as this this awareness campaign. And in fact, we often say that the disease Rajayakshma or Yakshma or like that, we have classically documented its etiopathogenesis and management in a very holistic manner, and somehow there is a need to converge the many of the strengths of the traditional medical systems in the contemporary treatment approaches as far as the tuberculosis is concerned. So it is a high time that we put on our all strength, whether it is in the dissemination of the information, whether it is in the context of the conducting the Nikshay Shibir, whether it is in the conducting these nutritional programs as far as the guidelines of the National Tuberculosis Elimination Program. So in all aspects, actually, the Ayush fraternity is actually assisting to combat the menace of the tuberculosis. So I hope that what the Ministry of Ayush has taken various strides as far as in this regard. Specifically, we have signed a MOU with Central TB Division of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Thereafter, we have also undertaken the training of many of the medical officers at the national level, along with the Central TB Division, and the capacity building we have undertaken of the many state participants also. And also various kinds of research studies have been undertaken under the public health initiative scheme as well. And the All India Institute of Ayurveda in Delhi specifically undertaken a study on the latent tuberculosis and finding the screening of the cases as well as the possible management through Ayurveda. And effectively, particularly the yoga and Ayurveda can effectively associate with the mainstream TB management guidelines, and accordingly we can combat this tuberculosis from our country. So I hope a lot of deliberations have been taken today. Unfortunately, in the morning session I could not join since I was supposed to attend another urgent meeting today in the morning. Therefore, I could join only at this time. So with all your wholehearted support from the various postgraduate students, teachers, and hospitals and dispensaries from the Ayush sector, I hope a large number of screening as well as awareness about for example, the proper nutritious diet and how to have to deal with concomitant morbidities, which is often associated with the tuberculosis, and how to boost the immunity of the persons who are actually suffering the tuberculosis. So all these aspects can be appropriately addressed by the Ayurveda and other traditional medical systems. So we hope that all your activities, which will be culminated by the World this tuberculosis day, actually. So you can send your whatever activities you have undertaken in the state to report back to us, and also to upload the same in the Nikshay portal, because it was emphasized that whatever activities you have done, that can be uploaded in the Nikshay portal, so that specifically we can easily monitor whatever activities we are doing in the field. So I extend all the success for this kind of a campaign that you are undertaking. And also, this campaign should not be kept as only only for the limited period. It has to be continued with the same zeal, and your probably the social and preventive medicine departments and even other teaching departments can continuously engage with these tuberculosis patients and also support them as and when required. So with these words, I would like to remain committed for the success of this program, and we wish you all the success. Thank you very much.
Dr. V. Venkatesh. I just want to tell one small instance of Dr. Venkatesh. In 1982, myself and Dr. V. Venkatesh were roommates in Mysuru, in a very small room near them. And now I was seeing his activities from morning to night. What he's doing. For next day's class, today he prepares before going to class for 4 hours for 1 hour class. Okay. After 4 hours, we're taking breakfast together. In breakfast, he makes one small note
what he has studied for 4 hours. Just 5 points, 10 points. Then when he goes to the class, he doesn't take any textbook, he doesn't take any notebook, he doesn't go take any paper, he goes, writes, and gives lecture. So by calling Dr. Venkatesh, actually this August audience is being honored. We're not honoring Dr. Venkatesh, we're honoring this August audience who is present here. After witnessing this Triveni Sangama, he has brought the Punya of Triveni Sangama to this place, and now we're getting energized. I have got a lot of points. I can speak for 10 hours, literally for 10 hours. I got so much notes here. I discarded unwanted notes here. I brought these notes here. But I'll be as brief as possible. But my every sentence will be valuable. Every sentence will be valuable. If you keep your brains open, you will get the matter inside. If you keep your brains closed, you won't get that inside. Okay. This WHO has taken an initiative. Find, important, find, take an entity. So when allopathy is so powerful, so strong, let them do all the things. What is the instead of Ayurveda? As Ayurvedists, we should ask questions and we should try to find answers whether Ayurveda is necessary or not necessary. If necessary, at what stage, to what level? Okay. Prayojanam anuddisya na mandopi pravartate. There is a prayojana. Prayojana in the sense, WHO is telling allopathic drugs are causing hepatotoxicity. Okay. Now, they know that it is causing the liver damage. Still, they are using it. We don't want to blame them. We don't want to blame them. They are the greatest authorities. Okay. By giving Ayurvedic drugs, we can protect the liver. Let them harm the liver, we will protect the liver. आप दुनिया भर के गंदा चीज मुंह में डालो, हम दुनिया भर के ट्रीटमेंट करके पंचकर्मा करके शोधन करके शामिल करके उनको ठीक करेंगे. दुनिया भर का कचरा हम साफ करेंगे, है ना? तो Ayurveda people, Panchkarma people, Shodhana people are meant for cleaning the whole universe itself. So whatever that they do, toxicity of liver, we get it all right. So WHO is studying hepatotoxicity. I'm not telling, and we are correcting it. Okay. And now this seminar is being conducted in Mysuru. Mysuru has got a specific relation with the tuberculosis and with gold. Way back when Dr. Dwarakanath was the principal of Government Ayurvedic Medical College, I'm talking of 1955, before the 1955, he went to Germany to prove that gold is effective in tuberculosis. That book is there in our college library. People who are and see very small, 25 page book. The title of the book is Effect of Gold on Tuberculosis. Now, at that time we studied gold, and now I don't know what is happening. He has done all other things about other aspects, but I just want to concentrate Dwarka's research with gold. Okay. Then, what is the drug of choice? Many drugs are there, but I want to remember one Vasa. Vasayam vidyamanayam ashayam jivitasya raktapiti chayikasi kimartam avasivati. Why this slogan? Why these three lakshanas? He is telling, as long as Vasa is there, people should not suffer. Vasayam jivitasya, ashayam jivitasya, Vasayam vidyamanam, ashayam jivitasya, raktapitti chayikasi kimartam avasivati. Look at the great case. So in case of raktapitta, hemoptysis and other conditions, you can definitely use it. Just close your eyes and use it. Even when the allopathic medicines are failing, use this Vasa. If you don't get results, I'll stop practicing. I won't practice. Vasa is so wonderful. And now, out of this Vasa, allopathic people have developed some constraints, brucine and other things, which are considered as mucolytic. Vasa is kapha-pitta, please understand. Vasa may not be useful in all conditions. Vasa is useful only in kapha-pitta predominant conditions, not in vata predominant conditions. An Ayurvedic doctor can clearly demarcate when he should use Vasa and when he should not use Vasa. Vasakta Swarsopeya, Adana, Raktapitta, Kamala, Sleshvapitta. That word, key words are there. You cannot use it. Okay, now we'll go back. I got a lot of points. I don't know where I have to conclude. If somebody tells stop, I'll stop. Okay. How Vasa should be used? Vasa should be used in the Puttapaka method. Why Puttapaka method? If you want to get more extract from the Vasa, Puttapaka method is best. What part of Vasa is better? Vasa leaf buds and flower buds are better. Who has told this? Ranjendra Desai, in his Nidana Chikitsa Samarika, he mentioned leaf buds and flower buds are having more active ingredients. And if you take this leaf buds and flower buds, and if you are giving it the Liputapaka method, you are getting good results. You give this vasa, wonderful results are there. And now we're talking of Aja, we're talking of goat. Okay. Just opposite of this place, one PK Sanatorium, Princess Krishna Rajamalli, TB Sanatorium. That Princess Krishna Rajamalli got tuberculosis, and because of that, the sanatorium was made. And now they have to let them do what they want to do. We'll create an environment of Aja. He's telling Aja means goat. Aja means goat. If the tuberculosis patient lives among goats, the patient is going to become alright. You give all the medicines, we'll create a goat environment. We'll like Goshala, we'll have Ajashala, he'll walk along. Okay. Dr. Satyanarayana Bhatt has written one book, Ayurveda Salamaragada. What are the avenue trees to be grown in a place health area? When Satyanarayana Bhatt writes something, no, he is an ideal person. Dr. Nandini, professor and head of the environment department of Bangalore University, is an authority on the low toxic load and how the trees are able to treat the toxic load. So in the tuberculosis sanatorium, Ayurvedic people can tell what animals should be there, what plants should be there, and look at it whether Ayurveda is great or allopathy is great. Okay, when multi-drugs resistant tuberculosis is there, when allopathic people in the morning, I'm just sitting in the first bench and writing everything. I can repeat also from the doctor what about the report. Okay, they're telling treatment failure. They're telling treatment failure. We Ayurvedic people will tell, sir, you give us failure cases. You do all the things that you want. You give us failure cases and we'll get them all right. We'll get them all right. So this, we'll get them all right. Okay. They're telling inadequate infrastructure for drug susceptibility testing. That is the WHO thing. We don't have so much of advanced parameters to study. Then he's telling hepatotoxicity. All these particular things can be managed by Ayurveda. In Banaras University, studies were conducted by this streptomycin was the drug of choice. Streptomycin was causing hepatotoxicity. When for the patients of tuberculosis, when they're giving this streptomycin, if they give Chyawanprash, please understand. They will allopathic doctors, please excuse me if I'm hurting their particular feelings. Chyawanprash should be given as per the Ayurvedic guidelines, not as per the prescriptions. Chyawanprash should be given early morning in the dose Bhojana now Parundhyar. That is the quantity of Chyawanprash where it should be given as a breakfast. And it should be given with milk. It is having amlarsa. Milk is contraindicated for amlarsa, but Chyawanprash milk is indicated. And how much breakfast should not be given, but after lunch should be. You give it in the ideal form, Chyawanprash. Okay, Chyawanprash is given in Banaras University. The most interesting thing is the toxicity of streptomycin was not there. The drug was responding nicely. The hospitalization days were reduced, and very good results were there. Actually, one International Journal of Ayurveda and Pharma Research is there, where they have conducted a collaborative research, what is called an integrated research, where allopathy drugs are being used. So I don't want to read out the paper. I want the reason is people will ask us, is there any evidence-based research? Next question is there evidence-based? 100 researchers are there where allopathic drugs are given by allopathic people, Ayurvedic people are given Ayurvedic drugs. Okay? Strong question that is being asked, evidence-based research that is there. I don't want to read the paper. I have circulated things, so let it be circulated among all the people. You got the emails, you got the WhatsApp numbers, share among all this people. Okay. Allopathic doctors are there. Excuse me. ನಂದೇನು ಕತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಮೂಡಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಅಲೋಪತಿ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಮೂಡಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಮೂಡಿಸೋ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಲೋಪತಿ ಬಯಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ನೀವು ಹೋಗಿ ಕಾಫಿ ಕುಡಿಯೋಣ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ನೋಡೋಕೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ನೋಡಿ ಸೊ ನ್ಯಾಯ ನೋಡೋದು ನಾನು ಕೊಡೋದು ಹೌದು 1729 English physician ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಕ್ಷಮಾ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೋಗಗಳು ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಇವ್ರು ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆನೆ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಹೇಳಿ 1720 ಹಿಂದೆ ಪ್ರಿವಿಯಸ್ ಟು 1720 ಲೈಕ್ 1600 ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಒಂದು ಹೆಸರಿತ್ತು. ಏನ್ ಹೆಸರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಇವಿಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಹಿಂಗ ರಾಜನ್ ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನೋಡಿ. ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ರಾಜ ಯಕ್ಷಮ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ರಾಜ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿ ರಾಜನ್ ತಪ್ಪು ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲೋಪತಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು. ರಾಜಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಮುಗಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ವಾಸಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಇದು ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್, ಇದು ಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ಲ. ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಲಾಜಿಕಲ್? ಮುಗಿಸಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಚಾರ್ಲೆಸ್ ಡಿಕನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿದ್ನೋ ಯಾವ್ದು ಏನಾಗಿದ್ದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಇದು ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ರಾಜ ಮುಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ 24/3/1882 ನಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಬರ್ಟ್ ಕಾಕ್ ಅನ್ನೋರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಸಿಲಸ್ ನ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇದರಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ನಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಏನ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಸೆಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯೇಟೆಡ್ ಇಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. CD4 CD8 ಇದಾಗುತ್ತೆ. CD4 CD8 ಎಕ್ಸಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, CD4 CD8 ಎಕ್ಸಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ತಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ CD4 CD8 ಎಕ್ಸಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. So we have specific mechanisms by which we can get it all right. So ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಮಾಲ್ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ಒಂದೊಂದು ಡ್ರಗ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ನಮಗೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಚೆನ್ನೈನಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಲಂಟರಿ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ರಾಮಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅಂತ ಅವರು ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಫಿಸಿಷಿಯನ್ ಟು ದಿ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಅವ್ರು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೇವಲ ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧ ಕೊಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಗೆ ಲೋ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಡಯಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧ ಕೊಡಿ, ಅದು ಲೋ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅನಿಮಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದೊಂದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಬಹಳ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ಇದೆ. ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಖಾಲಿ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್. ಆಯ್ತು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಾನು ಮಾತು ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. 3 ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಅನಿಮಲ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು. ಒಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಅನಿಮಲ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಲೋ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಡಯಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಅನಿಮಲ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಲೋ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಡಯಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧ ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಥರ್ಡ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಅನಿಮಲ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು. ಯಾವ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಅನಿಮಲ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಲೋ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಡಯಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ರು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರಿಸರ್ವ್ ಸ್ಯಾಕ್ರಿಫೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಹೈಪೋಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಕಂಡುಬಂತು. ಯಾವ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಗೆ ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಲೋ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಡಯಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ರು, ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಡಿಫಿಷಿಯನ್ಸಿ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕಂಡು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಹೊಸ ಒಂದು ಟರ್ಮ್ ನಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಸ್ಪೇಡಿಂಗ್ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಜನರು ಸಹ ಮಾಲ್ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್ ಹೋಗ್ಲಾಡ್ಸಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಸುಶೀಲಾ ಗೌಡ್ರು ಬಂದ್ರು. ಸುಶೀಲಾ ಗೌಡ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾತು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಮಾಲ್ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ನಾವು ಹಾಲು ತುಪ್ಪ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕೊಡೋದಾಗುತ್ತಾ? ಬಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧ ಕೊಡ್ರಿ. ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹೊತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧ? ಪೀತಾ ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧ ಬಯಸ ಅರ್ಧ ಮಾಸಸ್ಯ 15 days ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಶ್ವಗಂಧ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು, 15 ದಿವಸ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಆ ತರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಆ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಲೋ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಸಹ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ವಿತಾನಿಯಾ ಸೋಮ್ನಿಫೆರಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ವಿತಾನಿಯಾ ಸೋಮ್ನಿಫೆರಾನ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹೊತ್ತು ಮಲ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹಾಲಿನ ಜೊತೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಹಾಲಿನ ಜೊತೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಡಿಫಿಷಿಯನ್ಸಿ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, ಲೋ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಡಯಟ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಬಹುದು. ಈಗ ನಮ್ದು ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾಟ್ ಎನಿಮೀಸ್, ಅಲೋಪತಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಎನಿಮಲ್ ಎನಿಮೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿಬ್ಬರು ಸೇರಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಎನಿಮಿನ ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ನಮ್ಗೇನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಲ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಬಲ ಕೊಡಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದೆ, ತುಂಬಾ ಉದ್ದಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಟೋಟಲ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಈ 2 ಕೈ ಸೇರಿ ಜಗಳ ಆಡ್ಬೇಕಾ, ಒಂದಾಗ್ಬೇಕಾ? 2 ಕೈ ಸೇರಿ ಒಂದಾಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಒಂದಾದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ನಮ್ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಲೋಪತಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸೇರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆಯುರ್ವೇದಿಕ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸೇರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸೇರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೇರ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable insights.
ತಕ್ಷಣಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳೆ ಕಾಲದ 1970 ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ಪ್ರಸೂತಂತ್ರ ಸ್ಥಿರೋಗದ ಬುಕ್ ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ರಿ. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಪೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ಡಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ರುಡಾನಿಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ರುಡಾನಿಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ ರುದಂತಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದು ಈಗ ಬುಕ್ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಬುಕ್ ಇಂದ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಪೇಜ್ ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ರುದಂತಿ ನಲ್ಲಿಂದ ರುಡಾನಿಲ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಂಟಿ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕಲ್ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ. ಅದು ಯಾಕೆ ವಿಡ್ರಾ ಆಯ್ತು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಥೆ ಇದೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಜಗಳಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅವನ ಕಂಪನಿಯನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾಯ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಥೆ. ಕೊಂಡು ಗೋ ಬಿಹೈಂಡ್ ಇಟ್. ಅವ್ರು ರುದಂತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ರುದಂತಿಯಿಂದ ರುಡಾನಿಲ್ ಬಂತು, ರುಡಾನಿಲ್ ಆಂಟಿ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕಲ್ ಅಂತ ಬಾಂಬೆ ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಸಪೋರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Okay, sir has given lot of information in a few minutes. Now I request co-chairperson Dr. Vijay Mahantes Ugar sir overview about this section.
Shata pranamas to Dr. B. Venkatesh sir and Dr. Anjaney Murthy sir. I'd like to mention only 2 points. As Venkatesh sir has mentioned, Balino Prabhudoshasya. In case of that condition, we can treat by observing the sattva of the patient and bala of the patient. We can treat with the Vamana. Once we corrected Agni, thereby we can follow the Sambhavana and Sadhana kind of treatment. And thereby the patients will be benefited. Thereafter, we can treat the various Panchakarma procedures which is related to the condition. In another one, there is one study was conducted. In earlier days, the death rate was more than 11%. Along, though it is treating with anti-tubercular drug, if Ayurveda drugs are treated along with anti-tubercular drug, the death rate were reduced 11% to 3%. If we work together along with allopathy people and Ayurveda perspective, we will get very good result. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity to me. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Chaitra, Dr. Saujanya, Dr. Amo and Dr. Chandana to felicitate the today's speaker, Dr. B.A. Venkatesh and co-chairperson Dr. Vijay Mahantes Ugar and chairperson Dr. Anjaney Murthy.
After this, we will have a lucky draw. The lucky draw, the prize, the draw prizes will be announced now. The lucky draw will be done by Sushil Gowda and Manu, Dr. Manu. Sushil Gowda is a neurologist from USA and Manu sir is an orthopedic surgeon from NJ Hospital, Mysuru.
Are you excited to see who is the second lucky person? Left side.
So we got left side. This row. Okay. So we'll start from there. The first one is A, second one is B, third one is C. What's your name? Kavita got the award. So I request you should go to we have the last session now. Okay. Now this time we got right side. The row is 9th row. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth. Okay. I will start from that side A. Now it is B. A, B, C, D, E. E. Okay. Aishwarya from GAMC. Hello, sir. You have to get right. Luckily, there is Aishwarya from GAMC. Aishwarya,
Thank you, sir. If someone listens your earpod, please collect it. Now I request Dr. Pankaja to conduct the section 4.
Good evening all. We are heading towards the last session of the Express Samvada. I would like to welcome our chairperson, Dr. A.S. Chandrasekhar sir, Karnataka Rajyotsam Prashasti awardee. I welcome you, sir. I would like to welcome our co-chairperson, Dr. Vasudev Anandarao Chate, Professor, Department of Samhita Siddhanta, Government Ayurveda Medical College, Mysuru. I welcome you, sir. I welcome another co-chairperson, Dr. Anthony Paulraj, Principal, Mysuru. Now, I would like to welcome our honorable speaker, Dr. Saurabh S. Kogatnur, Associate Professor, Department of Postgraduation Studies in Basic Principles of Ayurveda, Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Hubli. I welcome you, sir. It's my privilege to introduce our today's speaker, Dr. Saurabh S. Kogatnur, completed his BMS and postgraduate studies in Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Hubli, with a rank to Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Bengaluru. He presently pursuing PhD studies from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Bengaluru, and he presented more than 23 scientific papers to international national peer-reviewed journals, founder of Tadvida Sambhasha Parishad, founder of City Clinic Ayurveda and Panchakarma unit in a multi-specialty allopathic hospital at Hubli. He was scientific committee head, Ayushman 2018 National Level Seminar on Ayurveda Yoga Naturopathy. He was awarded as Ayurveda Visharada winner for final BMS, Best Teacher of Ayurveda by Ayurveda Teacher Association 2017. And he wrote a book on Ayurvedic Psychiatry for beginners, translated Ayurveda Padartha Vijnana from Marathi to Kannada, and Ayurvedic Cardiology, Infertility, Neurological Diseases and Neuromuscular Disorders, Pediatric Neurology and Developmental Diseases are his area of expertise. Now I request Dr. Saurabh sir to take over the session. Thank you, sir.
नमस्सभाभ्यः सभापतिभ्यश्च अद्यतनं स्ववर्णाश्रमोचितं देशकालावस्थोचितं नित्यनैमित्तिक काम्यकर्म यथाशक्ति यथा ज्ञप्ति यथा वैभवं करिष्ये मदाज्ञाकारिभिः विद्यासम्बन्धिभिः देहसम्बन्धिभिश्च त्वदीयैः अशेषजनैः त्वत्सर्वकर्तृत्व कारयितृत्वात् अनुसन्धानपूर्वकं कारयिष्ये। अत्र उपस्थिताः सर्वे वयं सादरणीयाः प्रणामं समर्प्य केचन राजयक्ष्मा इति शब्दस्य आयुर्वेदेषु उक्त केचन विषयाः चर्चयितुम् इति सर्वेपि सादरं कुर्मः। The only fear is my teacher's teacher is in front of me. My Paramaguru, Dr. N. Anjane Murthy sir is in front of me. Talking in front of sir is like fighting with the Simha. He is mobile charaka. Charanti iti charaka. So such person is in front of me. And I don't know, there were only chair and co-chair for the previous 3 sessions. And for me, they have added 2 co-chairpersons and 1 chairperson. Possibly, Vayu Pittam Kafascheti Trayo Doshas Samasadaha Vikrada Adikutam Nanti Nandite Vadayanti. And in the beginning itself, I would like to thank Lakshmi Narayan Shanai Shanai Muhurmuhu. Shanai Shanai is Muhurmuhu. Repeatedly, he calls me for various events. So I thank Dr. Lakshmi Narayan sir also. And I bow my head to all 3 resource persons. They are senior by age, by Anubhava, and by all means. Chanda sir is my teacher and he was my examiner during my PG studies. And my beloved student, I'm very, very grateful to you all for having open ears. In Radha, with Chanda sir's session on Padartha, Chakshu Pashyati Rupani Manasa Nacha Chakshusha. Keep your manas open. Close your ears, no problem. If manas is open, then ultimately the words will go into your khopdi, that is aperture. Raja Yakshma is the topic given to me. When I got call from Shanai sir, and he said that you are supposed to talk on Nidana and related aspect, excluding Chikitsa of Raja Yakshma. From the morning session, we have listened only towards tuberculosis. So I don't want to touch the concept of tuberculosis in my session. Fortunately, with this reason might have sir given me the topic. Tuberculosis of present modern medical science and Raja Yakshma of Ayurveda are totally different entities. That we should remember. Tuberculosis can be a part of Raja Yakshma, but Raja Yakshma totally cannot be considered or correlated towards Raja Yakshma. So that basic information we are supposed to carry throughout my session, and my sessions are only with Sanskrit language. Possibly everyone will hate, but Murthy sir will definitely appreciate my collection of matter from Samhitas. There is historical background for the Utpatti of Raja Yakshma. Of course, Venkatesh sir has briefly informed or given the narration. But what is historical, or we say it mythological, but it is not mythological. Puranam Brahma Samhitam. Puranas are true existence, they cannot be myths. So Puranas, what they say is, it is all roga are from Rudra Prabhava only. All roga are from Rudra Prabhava only. Why? Because Jwara is first Vyadhi as per Ayurveda. Jwara is first Vyadhi as per Ayurveda, and Jwara started giving rise to various clinical pathologies. Now, when the topic of Yakshma Samvada was decided, and the topic given to me is Raja Yakshma, but we are touching from the concept of Shosha Nidana. We must consider by Charakacharya in the Nidanasthana, he mentioned it as Shosha Nidana. But in the concept of Chikitsasthana, he excludes the word Shosha and he takes as Raja Yakshma Chikitsita. But rest all, among 8 chapters of Nidanasthana, Jwara, Raktapitta, Gulma, Prameha, Kushta, Unmana and Apasmara, same chapters from Nidana and same chapters are named for Chikitsasthana. Why? Because that we'll see why Shosha turned into Raja Yakshma Chikitsa, because there is lot of difference between Shosha as a concept and Raja Yakshma as a Vyadhi. So what he mentions here, brief of this Sanskrit shloka is Divokasam Kathayatam Rushibhihi Evaihi Shruta Katha. What was happening is, I'll just brief the history and give a story like Shravana Masa Purana, because it is from Puranas. What it was said is, we all know there are 27 nakshatras, 27 Ashwini, Bharani, Rohini, Kritika, Kadamasu, etc. These 27 nakshatra are Chandra Patni. They are wives of Chandra. And Chandra was having lot of affection among 27 with Rohini only. That's what the Rohini word is taken here. The Rohini word has been taken here. Rohinyam atisaktasya shariram nanu rakshataha. Then other 26 got very angry and they went to their Pita, that is Daksha Prajapati. 2 enemies become friends. Daksha Prajapati was having enemy developed with Rudra, and now Chandra also developed. They are cobras. Chandra and Rudra are cobras. Parvati is also daughter of Daksha Prajapati, and 27 nakshatras are also daughters of Daksha Prajapati. So both have had quarrel, and these 26 went to Daksha Prajapati and they expressed that Chandra doesn't love us, only Rohini he loves with. Then Daksha Prajapati got very angry and he started giving Shapa. Shapa was very important concept. It never used to be very casual. But that was not practiced so easily. For the reason that whatever they say during that era, that used to happen. Now whatever we say, it will never happen. So we casually take it. So Daksha Prajapati gave Shapa to Chandra and he said that you should attain Kshaya. You should attain Kshaya. Kshaya is Dhatu Kshaya. Now, with the fear of having Kshaya, now when a person who turns enemy, to protect ourselves from him, where we go? We go to the strongest enemy of this enemy. That was again Rudra. So Chandra went to Rudra and he asked Rudra that so and so has happened. Now what should I do? Then Rudra said, you come and sit over my Shiras. You come and sit over my Shiras. And Chandra, that's how he got placed over the head of Rudra. And he said, when you are sitting on my head, you will never attain Kshaya. Here, sitting on head is a symbolic. It symbolizes that you are very close to Rudra. Rudra is Manoniyamaka. Most of the Shosha Vyadhi, Shosha related Vyadhi, they are all Mano Vishaya related. They are less in comparison to Hetu, they are less compared with Aharaja or Viharaja Hetu, but more with Vicharaja Hetus. So Manas is most important to prevent ourselves from Shosha Vyadhi. Hence, Rudra is the controller authority of Manas, Mano Niyamakaha Rudra, hence he went to Rudra. That is the basic story what we got. Then Daksha Prajapati came to Rudra and he started saying, you send Chandra down, I have given Shapa to him, my Shapa will fail when he is sitting over your head. Then Rudra said, if he comes, you please stay. He will never come so easily, nor the Kshaya will happen to Chandra. That is how the mythological story goes. So that's what is explained in the Charaka Nidana from the chapter of Shosha Nidana. The first 12-13 shlokas are of mythological stories. Next, what is most important is this concept, that is Krodha Yakshma Jvara Rogaha Ekarthaha Dukha Samyakaha. Krodha, Yakshma, Jvara, all are synonyms of one Vyadhi. If you are Krodhi, then there is a chance of getting Yakshma Roga in all of us. So Krodha should be, we should prevent ourselves from getting Krodhita. because Kama Shoka Bhayadvayu Krodha Pittam Trayomana. All three dosha. Naiva Ekadoshanam Vyadhehe is most important shloka explained by Charaka, and Bina Doshe Rogaha Na Janayate. Without dosha, there is no existence of disease. That's what we know very well. The next important thing is why the name Shosha has come to it and why Raja Yakshma later. Shosha comes, we can see in with whatever the reasons are given, Chaturvidha, Nidana, whatever they are given. With all that Nidana, only one Samprapti is happening. That is nothing but Dhatu Kshayam. From Rasa till Shukra and Oja also getting Kshaya. So Kshaya is taking place when there is Kshaya, there will be Vayu Prakopa. Vayor Dhatu Kshayat Kopat Margasyavarane. So this is Anuloma Viloma Samprapti of Shosha, which is explained by one simple word of Kshaya. Then Raja Yakshma term itself denotes that it is Vyadhi. Now, why it is said as Raja Yakshma? One thing that it was gained by Raja who is Nakshatra Raja, hence Raja Yakshma, that is different. But Raja Yakshma word terminology is very beautifully designed. Yakshma is some Vyadhi. It is acting like Raja. How Raja comes, Mysore people know much better than me about Raja and his activities. Before Raja comes to any event or any place, there will be escorting people, escorting team who reaches first. Then Raja comes. Along with Raja behind him, there will be some of the attendants who come. Same way in Raja Yakshma, before its proper manifestation, there will be Purva Rupa, various Vyadhis will manifest. We consider them as only Kasa is there, only Jvara is there, only Raktapitta is there, and we underestimate the Uttarakalina Vyadhis such as Raja Yakshma, and we think we start our treatment limited towards these Vyadhi, either Lakshana Yukta Chikitsa or Vyadhi Vikataka Dosha Chikitsa we do. But Raja Yakshma should be kept in mind for starting from Jvara itself. Because, why? Because if we neglect Chikitsa of Jvara, Rakta Pitta is ultimate. So, keeping in mind to prevent the Vyadhita getting affected from Rakta Pitta, we must treat Jvara. Not only treatment of Jvara doesn't mean bringing down the temperature. That is one of the part. But Upadrava should be prevented. That Upadrava is nothing but Rakta Pitta. Its Uttarakalina Vyadhi is Gulma, Kushta, Prameha, Shosha. So, to prevent all those Uttarakalina Vyadhi, one after the other, Uttarottaram Gambhiraha Vyadhayaha. One after the other, Vyadhi becomes Atyanta Gambhira. Hence, at the level of Jvara itself, we must think of Shosha and do Chikitsa. That is the reason Jvara is treated in respect of Rasa Dhatu. If Rasa Dhatu is not attended properly, Rasa Shoshana can take place because of Adi Dahana, and that can lead to Shosha in future. So, treatment should begin from Jvara itself. Hence, Raja Yakshma word is said that it comes with multiple symptoms in the beginning, then actual Raja Yakshma Vyadhi manifests, and then again it is succeeded by few more Lakshanas or few more Vyadhi. Hence, collectively, the action or the way of process of approach towards the individual is with multiple symptoms involving in between the Vyadhi comes and we may forget it. So, hence the name is Raja Yakshma has come. Now, Etaihi Chaturbhihi Shosasya Ayatanaihi Upasevitaihi Vatapitta Shleshmanaha Prakopam Apatayante. Without Prakopa of Vayu, Pitta and Kapha, Shosha can never manifest. Not only Shosha, any Vyadhi can never manifest. Now, what is Prakopa? Generally, we think Prakopa is only Vruddhi. Prakopa is never only Vruddhi. You might have seen some translated textbooks now. Prakopitastu doshaha, when it is said, it is mentioned as aggravated doshas. Prakopa is not always aggravation. If you open Charaka Sharira, 6th chapter, 17th shloka and 10th line of Chakrapani Tika, he says, Kupitaha cha iti padena samanyena kshina vruddhava grihyante vikriti matram hi kopaha. Vikriti itself is kopa, and vikriti can be vruddhi or it can be kshaya. So both approaches are termed as prakopa. So vayu pitta kapaha prakopam apatyante. Without vata pitta kapha prakopa, roga cannot manifest. Now one question should come into everyone's mind. If students are from second BAMS or final year or PGs, then you all should raise a question to your faculties. That in Jwaranidana also Viruddhahara, Divyayama, Jagarana, everything is explained. Raktapitta also it is explained. Gulma also the same Nidana are explained. Prameha also such Nidana are explained. In Shosha also definitely explained. Kushta, Unmada, Apastham everywhere. But why after having such Nidana only Jwara comes? Why after having such Nidana someone gets Raktapitta? Why someone gets Prameha? You know, we think we go blind. No, Granthakaras have mentioned, and so why we are doing. Samprapti of this way framing is wrong. It cannot be Samprapti same in every individual. Otherwise, Charaka's word Purusham Viksha Sat Neyaha Vishaguttamaha is lost. Samprapti cannot be that Viruddha Sevana or Nidana Sevana, Agni Dushti, Amajirana, Rasadushti, Vyadhi. This is not the way of following Samprapti. If you have this habit, please break it. Try to see what Nidana are. There are very common Nidana, what I have observed in 100 days program, even this has been introduced to all colleges and our college is also one. We have collaborative OPD with Swasthavritta and Manas Roga. Manas Roga is under Samhita Vibhag. What we observed is there is Dhatu Kshaya in all the individual who have habit of having Atyambupana. Atyambupanam Mahadosha Karanam is mentioned by Charaka himself. And we say you keep drinking more water, more water, more water. It is contradictory statement from present diet and nutrition advice and Charaka's advice of Ahara Sevana Vidhi. Atyambupana is always Mahadosha Karanam. It is Sreshta Agradravya. Atyambupana is Mahadosha causation Agradravya. And Pranatarambupanam Pitta Dosha Karanam Sreshtham. We think or we believe and we practice. How many of you are having habit of drinking water, or how many of you don't have habit of drinking water early in the morning? None of you drink. None of you drink. Every one of you drink. Then raise hand. You are doing very good job. Very shortly you are all going to suffer with Amla-Pitta. Very shortly. Because Sanchita Ahar, whatever you consume at night, that needs 6 hours for digestion. And after digestion, it is getting itself prepared for the next meal to come and digest it. At the same time, you are drinking water and you are na bhujaye, bhujega, chahat ka diya, maine piya, mere piya, gaya. So Agni Manda immediately takes place. It is simple chemistry. You are diluting the acid which is collected by drinking more water, thinking that your gut gets cleansed. If you are drinking water, you are not supposed to take your breakfast or lunch till you feel bubuksha. Unless you have proper kshatha, you are not supposed to take your meal. But what do we take? We follow very wrong ahara vidhi. What is said? What is said by nutrition or diet consultants? Breakfast should be like king, lunch like queen, and dinner like beggar. Most wrong concept. What I feel. And we have monitored and observed, we have documented for all Amla Pitta Vyadhi as one of the primary cause who follow this rule. Morning, which dosha is pradhana? And you are eating idli, puri, dosa, what all, buns. These are all guru by nature. Kafakalam, guru aharam, kafavruddhi. You sleep in the class. You sleep in the class. Afternoon, somehow, okay, queen has to balance, Raja also, Bhikari also. Then night is which dosha kala? Vata kala. And you are eating light, shirpuri, churmuri, all ri. Your vayu will again aggravate. You will never sleep till Prakruta Kapha Avarana takes place by nature. By nature. So 3 a.m. is your sleeping time. You will never sleep at 11. Why? Because you take ahara which is laghu at night. So from tomorrow, from tonight, you will start. No, tonight Saurabh sir has said in the session that we are going to eat dosa in the night hours and belpuri, shevpuri in the morning. You will go and inform that Rajasthani belpuri wala, panipuri wala, that you should start your shop in the morning itself. That is not the concept. Post ahara, post meal, there must be gap. there must be gap, because as soon you consume, there will be kapha prakopa. And kapha is most what you call a naughty dosha, that it is always towards the disease friendly. When you have good meal and you want to take a nap, you are bound, you are in the vasha of kapha and you will get vyadhi very short. So you should always praise the opponent, that is vayu, which we don't want. Hyperactive, most active, we don't want to. So we are always against vayu and we are always towards kapha. Kapha vyadhi, very, very common. What is considered, why it is considered as Mahabala? Why it is Mahabala? One is our bala is less. Our bala is avara. Our bala is avara. Hence the opponent becomes Mahabala. Aneka roganugataha bahuroga purogamaha durvidneyaha durnivaraha shoshaha vyadhihi Mahabalaha. You please see the tika. Purogamaha, purogama iti purvaroopatvena upasthitaha yasyasa. It is a samasa. Raja Yakshma cannot manifest without purvarupa, and that purvarupa can be Jvara itself, that purvarupa can be Pratisha itself, that purvarupa can be Aruchi itself. You had Bisabale bath now, night, if you don't feel hunger properly, because you are sitting continuously post meal, there is no physical activity. When you are stagnant, sthira at one place, kapha vruddhi takes place. Please do fasting tonight, otherwise shosha in future may present. So that is what Grantha says. And he mentions Tridosha lingatva amshansha bala vikalpanabhihi prakupitaha doshanam linga darshanat. Prakupita dosha, when dosha prakopa takes place, then only linga darshana takes place. Lakshanas manifest only when dosha prakopa takes place. Now, if we indulge in dosha prakopaka nidana, linga is going to manifest. Once the linga is manifested, lakshana is manifested, vyadhi is pradurva. Vyadhi pradurva has taken place. So that is the reason, because all lakshanas have manifested, it becomes durnivaraha. It becomes durnivaraha. Durnivara iti upakramatva durnivaratva kruchro ayam mahabala. It becomes krichana because all dosha are involved. We know two important terminologies from Vimanasthana, 6th chapter, Roganikam Viman. One is Anubandha, the other one is Anubandhya. What is Anubandha? Anubandha is Anubandha Awards, Colors Kannada. No. Anubandhya is Vyadhi which has its own dosha, Swanidana, Swakarana, Swasamutthana, and Swaprashamana. Vayu Prakopa due to Ativyavaya, Ativyayama, having Shula and Vata Vyadhi. Do Snehana Chikitsa, Basti Chikitsa, Rasana Chikitsa, Tarpana, Shamana takes place. This is Anubandhya. Anubandhyaha, Swatantraha, Vyaktalinga, Samuthana, Prashamaha. Tad Viparita Lakshanastu Anubandha. Anubandha is Nidana is something else, Vyadhi is something else. Hetu is something, Roga Prakopa is, Dosha Prakopa is something else. For example, sizzling brownie. You are all very fond of it, right? Now the season of sizzling brownie. What is sizzling brownie? Very cold ice cream, over that very hot chocolate. Very cold ice cream by Swarupa, by touch, it is Vayu Prakopaka, Kapha Prakopaka. But by Veera, it is Pitta Prakopaka. Hot chocolate, by Veera, it is Kapashamaka, Vayu Shamaka. But by Swarupa, Rasa, Dravyataha, Vipakataha, Swabhavataha, it is Kapha Prakopaka. Nidana is something, Dosha is something. We think by eating hot chocolate, because it is hot, our kapha will go down. No. Your kapha will aggravate because of madhurya, snigdhatva, pichilatva, sthiratva, gurutva. There are so many other nidana which cause dosha vikriti. and that kapha prakopa can lead to Vata. That is called Paratantra Dosha Dushti. Because of this type of Samprapti Shosha, it becomes Mahabalaha. You cannot treat so easily. All Raja Yakshma, may it be very simple Raja Yakshma or all Ekadasha Rupa Vyakta Raja Yakshma. Raja Yakshma means it is Krichva Satyam. It cannot be treated very easily. That's what Sir emphasized on Vihara Chikitsa. About Ahara. Ahara can never be corrected. All of us, in spite of saying this over the dais in front of all of you, I also had ice cream. I also had Bishop. Shoshasya, Nidanah, Samasam, Sambharanam, Vishamasam, all that you know. What is take home message from these four Nidana? All four Nidana are under the supreme control of Manas. Sahasam, you want to fight with a person, unnecessary. Kaal ketri jagadak hogodu anta ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. Without reason you want to fight. It is only Margadarshana. How many Viruddha are explained? here to circulate Ahara Vidhi explained in Charaka Samhita Vimanasthan to all Kshaya patients. Like how sir said, we will create some environment where Vasa is planted, goats are kept in that area, and we will make patients stay there in such sanatorium. I would like to add there, prepare and give Vidhiyukta Ahara. Vidhiyukta Ahara. Ashta Vidhi Ahara Visheshayatana, what has been narrated, that we are failing to follow, and we create to have Vishamashana. Now, Vishama word, somewhere else it has come. Vishama terminology, elsewhere it has come. Where? One is for Ahar, other place where you commonly come with Vishama. It is for Agni. Samagni, Mandagni, Tikshnagni, Vishama. Now, what is Vishamagni? What is Vishamagni? Can anyone tell what is Vishamagni or what is Mandagni? What is Mandagni, please? Don't know. But your case paper has Nidana Sevanam, Agni Mandam, Dhatu Dushti, Vyadhi. If this is so symbol of manifestation of Vyadhi, sweepers will also become consultants of Ayurveda, Kaya Chikitsa and Panchakarma. It is not so easy. There is way difference between Agni Mandya and Mandagni. Vimanasthana mentions again about this same Roganikam Vimanam, 6th chapter, 12th shloka. I think my students know these shlokas. Every lecture, wherever I give, I emphasize on this shloka. There are 4 Agnis. Chaturvido balabhedena agnishutu sharireshu bhavati. Samaha, Tikshnaha, Mandaha, Samaha, Vishamashcheti. Tatra Tikshna Agni. What is Tikshna Agni? What? Please? Tikshna Agni Sarva Apachara Sahaha. We eat Pani Puri now. The next moment, we are towards the room after roaming to palace and had Pani Puri towards the room. Another friend comes, hey, come, we'll go to MTR and have masala dosa. You say, I just had Pani Puri, 2 minutes it will digest. By the time we go there and you go and you have again masala dosa. This is Sarva Apachara Sahaha. If you have Tikshna Agni, you will not get anything. In hostel, you can assess Agni very proper. All of your case papers in the hospital have Mandagni reported to all patients. All patients have been reported with Mandagni. In hostel, you must assess Agni very properly. Same food served to all. Few will have Vamana, that is Vanti. Few may have loose motion, that is Atisara. Few will have only Udarashula, and there are few who will feel, the quality food we have. This person who is free from any such Lakshana is Tikshnagni. The person who has had lot of trouble is Mandagni. Sarva Apachara Sahaha Tikshnaha Agni. Tasya Viparita Lakshanaha tu Mandaha. Mandagni is Viparita Lakshana. All elderly patients or patients visiting to your clinic, if they say, after 7, I don't eat, sir. If I eat, I will have trouble. That is Mandagni, Apachara Samaha. Whenever they are hungry, they must eat. If not, they will get Vyadhi. Then Samahatu, Kalu Apacharataha Vikritim Apadyante, Upacharatu Prakritim Avatishtate. If they do Apachara, there will be Vyadhi. If they do Upachara, there will be Prakriti Sthapa. Vishamaha, Tasya Viparita Lakshanahatu Vishamaha. These Vishamagni persons are, when they eat good, they get Vyadhi. Vyadhi need not be always loose motion, or fever, or abdominal pain, or vomiting. Vyadhi can be, what food you have prepared today? Mother has prepared very good jawar roti and sabji. You don't want that. You want dosa only. Khalu apacharataha vikritim apadyate is vishamaha. Tasya viparitaha samaha. You don't want, when you eat all pizza, burger, you feel, oh, very nice, enthusiastic. If they make you to eat some prasadam at temple, you feel very lethargic, no interest in any activities. You are Vishamagni person. Vishama Aharam this is what Raja Yakshma has emphasized. There is vidhi for everything. Snan karne ka vidhi hai. जलपान का विधि है, दुग्ध सेवन का विधि है, च्यवनप्राश खाने का विधि है, निद्रा का विधि है, व्यायाम का विधि है, अभ्यंग का विधि है, मैथुन का भी विधि है. वो विधि त्याग, विधि विरहित अन्नपान आहार विहार विचार से व्याधि प्रबल होता है. वही निदान विषम शब्द से दिखता है. अयथा बलमानंदम वेग संधारणम क्षयम यक्ष्मणा कारणम विद्या चतुर्थम विषमाशनम. Why? Most important twist what Charaka Samhitakara gives. In Sutrasthana, whatever the first terminology he gives, if the first term, Tatra Ruksha Lagushita Karasya Ushmas Chalva Nilaha, Ruksha is most important guna of Vata dosha. But in Nidanasthana, when he is giving the last terminology, that is most important. Sahasam, Sandharanam, Vishamashanam, all three are very common Nidana, but Vishamashana as most potent Nidana. In Nidanasthana, only this twist has been made by Charaka Samhita. Sahasam, Vega Samrodham, Shukra Ojas Sneha Samshayam. Only Sushruta and Ashtanga Hridayakara have mentioned different avastha of Shosha Utpatti, like Shokaja, Vyayamaja, Vyavayaja, like that bifurcations have been given. But Charaka has collectively given only 4 Vedanas. Kshayat Vega Pratighatat Aghatat Vishamashanat. See, Vega Pratighata, Ghata Shabda is destruction. When you destruct Vega, Prakrita Vega, when they are there, you must attend to it. If you are having Vega of Mutra, please go and attend to your Vega and come and back sit. Don't think, hey, what sir will scold me. I was teaching Navegan Dharani Adhyaya to my students and I said, I mean, we can discuss. Slides. And that's very good. So, Adhata is when there is Vega Utpatti, you must attend it. If there is no Vega, don't emerge it. Students have habit this. On table, they keep water bottle. The person who needs water actually is teacher because he is continuously talking and in between you keep drinking. Atyam Upan Mahadosha Karanam. As soon as I enter the class, all bottles go down in my class because I will start scolding if I see the bottle. Don't drink water because your Agni is Deepta. You are closing it. You are, what you call, dissolving your Agni by drinking water. Agni is not only your burning fire. Agni is Medha Agni. By drinking water, all Agni will get Nasha. 2 important concepts we must study about Agni. One is in Sutrasthana, Agnihi eva sharire pittantaragataha he has mentioned. That is Prathama Vibhakti Ekavachanam. Ikaranta Pullingaha Agnish Shabdaha. Agni, Agni, Agnaya. But while narrating Grahani Dosh Chikitsatam, Trayodasha Agni he explains Agnayaha. Dehascha Ukta Dehagni Hetukaha Agnayaha. Ayur Varanam Balam Swastham Utsahopachayo Prabhaha. There he mentions Agnayaha. So when you want to maintain Swastha, only one Agni is important, that is your Jatra Agni. When you are Vyadhita, there are 13 Agnis what you are supposed to concentrate on. That is most important thing is about Vega Dharana, that is Vishamashana. Then comes Samprapti. Kafa Pradhanaihi Doshaihi Ruddheshu Rasavatmasu. Most important dhatu is Rasa. Sushruta mentions very beautifully and he says, Staulyam Karsham cha Rasam Ekam Karanam. Only rasa is the cause for sthaulya and krishnata. Shosha is karshya vyadhi. So cause is rasa. You treat rasa dhatu, Raja Yakshma gets corrected. These are various Purva Rupas according to various Samhitas, Sushruta, Charaka and Vaghata. Whatever you consider, Trayodasha Rupa or Ekadasha Rupa, whatever, everywhere Sapta Dhatu are involved. For example, Shirasha Paripurnatvam, Mamsa Dhatu is involved, Majja Dhatu is involved, Pranavayu is involved, Rasa Dhatu is involved. So it is one cost. Kasa, Prana is involved, Rasa is involved because Shroto Mula is same. Shwasa, again Shroto Mula is same, Prana and Rasa. Swarabheda, Kantha, sir, he moved, I think, otherwise he was the authority for Swarabheda and all. Shleshma Chardanam, Chardi, again Rasadhatu is involved. Shonita Shtivanam, Shtivana is Prana and Vyanamata, Rasadhatu is involved. Pashva Samsojanam, Asti, Majja Dhatu is involved. Amusava Mardaha, again Asti, Majja Dhatu are involved. Jwaraha, Sweda, Rasika, Sapta Dhatugata Jwara, up to Shukra is involved. Adhisara, again Pitta Dosha is involved. Arochaka is Kapha Dosha involved. Tridosham, Sapta Dhatunja, Trimalam, Avashyam Vartate. By Ekadasha Rupa itself, all the combination of doshas he has mentioned. Same way, Shad Rupa Raja Yakshma and Tri Rupa Raja Yakshma have been narrated. So, Sadhya Sadhyata, now you tell what is the Sadhya Sadhyata of this Vyadhi, whether it is Sadhyam or Asadhyam. Raja Yakshma is Sadhya or Asadhya? After listening to it, getting answer is Asadhya. Raja Yakshma, all the time it is Asadhya Vyadhi. We can only maintain the Vyadhi. That might be one of the reason that one of the component of Raja Yakshma, that is tuberculosis, is still not eradicated. It is but controlled. Eradication may turn very difficult because it has involved so many things. There is niyama of talking to each other. One should either talk inside the ear or should maintain dvayoho staraha. Dvayo staraha in Ekakshara Shabdakosha it is mentioned as if I am the person, how much distance I would cover by 2 steps. That is the distance between 2 persons when they are talking. Supposed to be maintained. Do we maintain? No. So Vyadhi is most common. Chikitsa is Upachare Atmavantam. Atmavanta is Doshavantam. If there are dosha vikriti, treat the doshas, don't treat Vyadhi. रक्तपित्त है इसलिए हमने उसको वासा अवलेह दिया, अतिसार है इसलिए उसको हमने कुटचा दिया, छर्दी है इसलिए हमने उसको मयूर पिच्छा भस्म दिया. ऐसे चिकित्सा नहीं होता है. चिकित्सा दोष के अनुसार होता है. आत्मवंतम इति दोषवंतम. उसमें जो दोष इन्वॉल्व है उसकी चिकित्सा करनी चाहिए. और चिकित्सा कदापि धातु पे नहीं होता है, मल पे नहीं होता है. चिकित्सा सदैव दोष पे ही होता है. सो दोषा एव हि सर्वेषां व्याधिनां एक कारणम. चिकित्सा should be done. Then what all should be included? Shokam, striyam, krodham, asuyanam cha tyaje. First and foremost is all manasika nidana should be stopped. If we are stopping manasika nidana, ultimately sattvika buddhi will emphasize, sattvika buddhi will develop, and sattvika buddhya, sattvika aharam, sattvika vicharam, sattvika vyavahara. Raja Yakshma is stopped. Dudaran vishayan bhajen, vaidyan dvija ati striyu dashan guruscha vachascha punyaha shruniyat. All these we never do. We never listen to sir. We will get unmada one day. What is unmada? We get panic during exam. Viruddha dushta shuchi bhojanani prakarshanam deva guru dvijana unmada heto bhayaharsha purvo manobhigato vishamascha cheshtaha. Our cheshta becomes vishama during exam. We turn this side, that side, whether sir is there or not, and we start writing copy. Why? Because we have never given attention towards teachings. So with this, I would like to conclude. And any questions from your side? I am there after the panel discussion of the next event. you can talk to me. Thank you again. And I bow my head to Anjaney Murthy sir with my presentation. Whatever, if I have uttered any good words or good collection, that is because of my Guru Rona and Guru Ashirvada. All mistakes are mine. Anena bhavi yat punyam tada notu guru. Dhanyavada.
So what we are doing is we are combining the panel discussion along with the last session. So chairman, co-chairman remarks will be along with the panel discussion. Several Pastor will be our panelist and all our panelists will be there now. So I hand over to Chich.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful and informative session. Now I request Dr. Lakshmi Priya, the moderator, for the panel discussion.
Good evening all. Let's move on to the panel discussion session. We are extremely privileged to have many eminent faculties as panel members for our discussion. Let me invite the panel members first. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. C. Prashant, Professor and Head of Department of Respiratory Medicine, MMC and RI, Mysuru. He secured his graduation from BMC and RI, Bangalore, and he is postgraduated from GMCH, Chandigarh. Sir is well experienced in the field of tuberculosis control. He also has various publications on national and international journals. It's our privilege to him as our esteemed panel chief. Welcome you, sir. Next, I invite Professor J.R. Janardhan, sir, Senior Professor, Department of Studies in Botany, Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology, University of Mysuru. Sir is a botanist specialized in mycology and plant pathology and has more than 30 years of teaching and research experience. I welcome you, sir. Next, we warmly welcome a distinguished faculty member, Dr. Pratibha Pereira, ma'am, who is having expertise in geriatrics, clinical research, and hospital quality standards. She has made significant contributions to elderly care, including establishing the geriatric unit at GAMC Mangalore and developing training programs for healthcare professionals. We welcome you, ma'am. Next, I invite Dr. Manu Prakash. Sir is an experienced orthopedic surgeon with over 15 years of expertise, having completed his medical education at MMC. He holds a fellowship in joint replacement and revision surgeries and has worked as an assistant surgeon at Sanjay Gandhi Institute of Trauma and Research Center, Bangalore. We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Anjaney Murthy, sir. Sir is a renowned Ayurvedic expert with over 4 decades of experience. He holds a graduation and post-graduation in Ayurveda and PG diploma in naturopathy and yoga. Sir has served as Dean PG Studies at SKAMCH and RC and has worked as a Special Officer, Department of Ayush, Government of Karnataka. Next, I welcome Dr. Susruth Gowda, sir, currently Director, Neurozone Mysuru, working with our project Mysuru. Sir has done MBBS from B.M. Patil Medical College, Bijapur, and has done PG in Internal Medicine from Stanley Medical College, Chennai. Sir has worked as faculty for various organizations and awarded with Seva Ratna Award from Rural Community, Exemplary Teacher Award from University of Florida, and many more. I welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Sindhu Lakshmi. The Mahavidyalaya before the session. Along with that, I like to welcome Dr. S.A. Chandrasekhar sir, Dr. Anthony Polraj sir, and Dr. V.H. Chatty sir for the panel discussion. We have given various questions for discussion for the panel. First, I would like to start with Dr. J.R. Janardhan sir. First, sir, we have given the question, how can we address the issue of TB drug resistance, and develop new effective treatments. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon, everybody. It gives me immense pleasure to be here in this evening panel discussion. I'm not a professionally, I'm not a medical doctor. I'm a botanist, but I have taught microbiology and also the students of MSc microbiology about drug resistance and how to overcome that. So in that context, I have been hearing from farming that multi-drug resistance is a serious problem, particularly in developing and as well as in developing countries. It is the misuse of chemicals, misuse of drugs that led to the development of drug resistance in many bacterial species, not only in tuberculosis, mycobacterium, even in other bacteria also develop resistance against the current antibiotics that are currently in use. It is very important that whenever the primary drugs that are prescribed for the tuberculosis pains, then doctor will go for a long-term special drugs, which are most of the time, I was hearing the morning Professor M.A. Shekhar was mentioning that they will have a lot of side effects. One side, we want to kill the bacteria as early as possible, as quickly as possible. But at the same time, the body may not cope up with the drugs that we are injecting. So we have oral medications, we have injections. And in that complications, we are likely to lose patients also. So therefore, it is very important that empathy, that's what Professor M.A. Shekhar was telling in the morning, doctors need to have empathy unless you talk to the patient closely from the heart by enhancing his morality, building confidence with him, taking with him, not only giving drugs, but we need to show a lot of empathy for it so that he can come out with that stress. One side we have a powerful drugs are creating a trouble in the body. The other side, bacterium, mycobacterium is multiplying and putting a lot of pressures on resources and taking away the essential nutrients. And therefore, what we need is the empathy on one side, the other one is nutrition. So very important. And the complex regimen will be introduced during treatment of multi-drug resistance. New drugs that are very effective, but lots of side effects. And before that, drug susceptibility has to be conducted, and then only the drugs, these new drugs has to be prescribed. And moreover, for multi-drug resistant, long-term treatment duration, more than 2 years or sometimes even more, is very, very important. And close monitoring of patients' health and the side effects, all these needs to be addressed by the doctor. So therefore, we should also see that patient's adherence, in addition to side effects, he refused to take the drugs. So what doctors will do, ensuring that patient adhere to the strict medication regime, very, very important, and preventing contact, tracing, very important, because it is already multi-drug resistant work. It will try to escape from the body and try to infect many new individuals. So therefore, that has to be controlled. So very recently, WHO also recommended the newer agents for the particularly treatment of multi-drug resistant mycobacterium, and very important that food for multi-drug resistant patients. So side by side, we have to take care of the two things. Here comes the role of Ayurveda and protein-rich diets. We need to provide fruits and vegetables, whole grains, not polished rice. The whole grains, healthy fats. We need to provide. So the fluid, maintaining the fluid. All these things are very, very important. From the point of botanical perspective, several medicinal plants have been very effective, particularly burnt leaves of Artemisia afra. Artemisia afra. This species we don't, but Artemisia we have. But this particular species we do not grow in India. Whole plant of Myrotaphonum fabilifolia. People say that it is effective. The leaves, particularly juice of Caraca papaya, and the roots of Xanthoxylum capex, and seeds of Cambretum, heroines, maybe Adelekai. So these are the important the medicinal plants that have also been suggested. And keeping all these things, treating multi-drug patients is a difficult task at the moment, and most of the time, 70 to 80% of the time, we lose the patient. So therefore, it is a challenging one, and therefore, the prevention is better than cure. We need to take a lot of precautions, see that the multi-drug worm doesn't enter the healthy individuals. We need to trace the patient and keep him in isolation. So these are the things that we have practiced during COVID period. So these things must be strictly adhered on so that we can prevent the spread of multi-drug resistance in human population. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Great analysis. Audience as well as panel members have any doubts or need clarification, please can ask to sir now. Next, I would like to extend my question to Dr. Pratibha ma'am. How can healthcare providers balance the need to treat TB effectively in older adults with the potential risk and side effects of TB medications, particularly in individuals with multiple comorbidities?
I think that's a very relevant question because we know that the demographic pattern of Indian population is changing. All this while, when you got the question, just go and see the data, whether we can get any data on how tuberculosis is managed in oldest told in Indian population, and there is no data. But in the hospital, we see quite often, at least let me say in a year, we get 10 to 12 cases of tuberculosis, which are positive. And that is very great effort because really to get pulmonary tuberculosis A positive in an elderly is pretty challenging because especially oldest, so you have to make them cough. Their cough reflex is, very suppressed, very, very difficult. So if we get a very, very lucky one, classically it will be there. But then there are tuberculosis is often missed in elderly. You will have to really look at the atypical manifestations in them to even try to pick it up. Now, you are especially tubercular meningitis, basal meningitis, that it's not common. But unless and until you have high degree of suspicion, it is difficult because it overlaps with other cognitive issues in elderly. Suppose you say you have an elderly patient who has had multiple stroke coming with sort of altered consciousness and OGCS score. Obviously, you're not going to think of meningitis. And it'll be like that for about 1 month, 1.5 months. So we now have a patient with whom we have done LP, and then even to get CPNAT positive in an elderly is challenging because of their immune status. It's not that easy. Of course, MAN2 does not have any much value in elderly. So first of all, diagnosing is itself a big challenge. And then, but we have to learn to look at it sharply because there is an increasing rise of tuberculosis, atypically manifested tuberculosis in elderly, which we have to. And I will also say about genitourinary. So you will have asymptomatic bacteria, asymptomatic, get loads of antibiotics. But then one has to think whether it is tuberculosis, because as their immunity falls, it comes up. So that one part. We need some more statistics, and I request, the National Tuberculosis Centers to look into, capturing data of oldest told, push it. We are only concentrating on youngsters. Now, when to treat them, it's you have to treat them like pediatrics. You cannot just take the similar dose and put it to them. So you'll have to assess each organ where it is. For example, in renal system, a creatinine may be 1.2 or 2, but we check the EGFR. Now, if EGFR is somewhere hovering between 40, I cannot give the streptomycin or other aminoglycosides in the same dose because his EGFR is very low. I'm going to push him into renal failure. That apart, I'm going to worsen his deafness. So we have geriatric syndromes other than morbidities, which the tubercular medication is definitely going to worsen or effect. So the first line itself, I will think twice before I use aminoglycoside. It's not going to be that easy for me to put aminoglycoside in an elderly patient. Now, even if I take the others, you take, the first line, isoniazid, ethambutol, rifampicin. Now, I'm going to be very cautious because of the peripheral polyneuropathy that these patients have. Now, I cannot give INH the same dose. So, the first lesson that when we treat elderly now, we calculate as per age, and the body mass, we calculate, and then, like pediatrics, you cannot give the standard dose. That's the first step. So, you have to first look what are the weakling system this person has. Can I use the first line to that effect? If I cannot, then I'll have to go into the second line. I have no choice. Now, going to the level of multi-drug resistance in an elderly, we do face, but that's a different, that we would have already opted for the second line in these elderly patients because of other parameters that I cannot use them. In multimorbidity, as such, they will have lot of medication. So there will be drug-drug interaction in medication that we are using for tuberculosis as well as which we are using for other comorbid conditions. Say some of the drugs that I use for example, diabetes. Then say I use 5-fluticasone or then I use ethambutol. There's going to be drug-drug combination. They will have polypharmacy in each group. So it's very challenging to identify which are the drugs that they have, number of polypharmacies. To that, I'm going to add 4 more. So I should be very careful that whether these drugs are having any drug-drug interaction, drug physical situation interaction, which I told you earlier, then of course drug-food interaction also. So I would put it as simple. There are many panel speakers. So at the 3 level, diagnosis of the tuberculosis in an elderly is itself challenging. Getting a sputum positive is also challenging. We need to look more into other areas where I can diagnose tuberculosis early, but not that it is not common. Secondly, the dosing cannot be as in a youngster. We will have to go by like a pediatric system of dosing. Third, I need to look at all, whatever is the age-related issues. That is, how much his brain is functioning, or his kidneys are functioning, or heart is functioning. Adjust the dose accordingly. Look at his other medication and see whether there is any drug-drug interaction. But if an elderly has tuberculosis, my priority will be to treat tuberculosis. So I will compromise on the other medication and see that I go on with the treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Geriatric care is often neglected, especially in disease-specific areas. So thanks for sharing the knowledge, ma'am. Next, I'd like to ask question for Dr. Swasthavritta Gowda. Sir, what are the opportunities and challenges in using digital health technologies to control TB awareness or TB control programs?
Good evening, everybody. I'll be very brief. As I understand, since morning the students are listening to a lot of lectures on TB, and I don't want to bore with my lecture as well. So, as you are aware, right now technology has come a long way. The artificial intelligence and the digital assessment, data assessment has taken a very big place in our healthcare right now. So, a lot of new challenges are coming at the same time. Technology is helping us as well. As you are aware, X-ray, automated X-ray, reporting of TB has helped us a lot in screening as well as early treatment, early diagnosis of TB. So also a lot of data has been captured by the government and private hospitals. TB has become a huge issue, a national issue. So a lot of data is available. So the artificial intelligence and the digital platform are now available to assess this, so that any outbreak or any kind of society or a community which has more TB cases, it can be analyzed very fast and it can be addressed. And also, during COVID, we use technology to do telemedicine, e-medicine as well. So the TB we can use for the same purpose. We can monitor the TB cases, both for diagnosis, screening, as well as treatment, adherence, and compliance. So we can use technology. So these are a lot of opportunities what we have got. And however, on the flip side, technology can be expensive. It can be insecure because there can be hacking, data can be stolen. So a lot of other challenges are there. And also some elderly people or people from who are old cannot adapt to technology, so they'll be having difficulty to adapt to telemedicine or other kind of newer technology. So those are some challenges. But as if we all come together and educate the people, especially using social media, a lot of awareness about TB and the programs can be social media will help us to reach the mass very fast. So there are a lot of advantages of technology. At the same time, there are some couple of disadvantages, but we can overcome that by teamwork. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the information. Sir has to attend some other programs, so I welcome Dr. Prashant sir for felicitating Dr. Susruth Gowda sir. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to ask the question to Dr. Sindhu Lakshmi Rogeshna. Ma'am, the question is like management of, please share information about the management of TB and importance of awareness in pregnant women as well as breastfeeding mothers.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Shamai sir. Thank you, everybody, for this opportunity. You asked a question regarding the management of tuberculosis in pregnancy and in breastfeeding. Ma'am already spoke about the challenges of diagnosing the case of TB in geriatrics. So similar is the condition in pregnancy also. So this is because most of the pregnant women, they will come back with non-specific symptoms. They're going to have weight loss, fatigue, vomiting, nausea, and that is something overlapping between TB and pregnancy. So we tend to ignore, or we tend to convince them and send them back. Another thing is we don't do much investigations regarding this aspect of TB in pregnancy. So it gets to neglect. So it's very important that we have a high degree of suspicion of TB for diagnosis of TB in pregnancy. For that, a cough persistent of more than 2 months is very important. History of TB in the family or in contact is very important. History of TB in the lady itself. So again, something which we have to ask her, because unless we ask the patient, you won't talk about it. So these are two important facts we should always ask for a diagnosis of TB. So once the diagnosis is done, this is the part of the history. So for after the history, it's very important that we have confirmation with sputum testing, and for pulmonary TB, we can do a chest X-ray with an abdominal sheet. Coming to the management part, the sir already spoke about the other aspects other than the medications. The thing for her to follow the drug regimen, very important in order to avoid multi-resistant. Along with that, it's very important to look at her nutrition. This is because she's pregnant. It's very much important that we care for the baby also. And the medication part is similar to any adult, but however, the timing is a little increased over here. We get the maintenance space for a longer time compared to the earlier. The normal adult is around 4 months, over here we go up to 7 months. So total dosage comes to around 9 months of therapy. So while managing this pregnant lady, it's very important to monitor her, monitoring the mother and monitoring the fetus. This is because TB has a lot of complications like low birth weight, fetal growth restriction, and preterm deliveries. So it's important we do regular fetal growth surveillance scans. And in breastfeeding, yes, ma'am, she can continue the drugs. As long as it's not an open case, it's totally fine to continue the same.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am has detailedly explained the management of TB in pregnant and lactating mothers, which we may have to deal with during our day-to-day clinical practice also. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to ask Dr. Manu Prakash, sir. Sir, what are some strategies for increasing awareness about the orthopedic manifestations of TB among healthcare providers and the general public?
Hello, thank Shreya today. Like orthopedic manifestations of tuberculosis can be taken as skeletal TB. So mainly skeletal TB affects spine and the joints. I'll just briefly tell you how to diagnose the TB spine because it's very difficult to diagnose TB spine initially. Okay, the patient will be normal. There will be no weight loss, no loss of appetite, no pulsal symptoms. Patient will be absolutely normal. Only patient will be presenting with complaints of low back pain. That's all. So whenever the patient comes with low back pain, chronic low back pain, which is not cured with conservative treatment, and with no history of trauma. Okay, with no history of trauma, so then you should suspect something is there. So how do you diagnose? So whenever there is a patient with low back pain, so if you get an X-ray done, the X-ray will be normal. Okay, so in the X-ray we can't find out tuberculosis features. So what you should do is to take an MRI scan. So MRI is the gold standard to detect early TB. So if you take an MRI scan, you can detect the skeletal tuberculosis. And next is you can look for the deformity of the spine. Clinically, you can see the kyphosis deformity of the spine. The third is that you can look for any neurological deficits, like there is weakness of the lower limbs, any numbness of the limbs, or any altered bladder sensations. And third is you look for any swelling in the lower aspect of the lumbar region, so with no signs of inflammation. So there will be no increase in temperature, there will be no redness. Only swelling will be there, it is painless. So when you see those things, you take an MRI scan, so definitely there will be a lesion in the spine. So that says there will be TB spine. So why I am stressing on to take MRI scan early is, if you take an MRI scan of spine early, you will detect the tuberculosis of spine very much early, and you can treat it conservatively. So there will be no need for any surgical intervention, and if you can prevent the sequelae of tuberculosis.
Thank you, sir. This is one of the unnoticed or missed area in TB management because we often deals with low back pain, etc., which we used to neglect. The TB possibility we used to neglect. So, sir's words are explaining lives to this aspect. Next, I would like to ask Dr. Madhu, sir, what are the most effective strategies for reducing TB transmission in high-density populations?
As we've all gone through the COVID pandemic, I think that has given us very important lesson about the cough etiquette. So similar precautions holds good for controlling tuberculosis also, because tuberculosis, as we all know, it's an airborne infection. So statistics say that one untreated tuberculosis patient can spread the infection to almost 10 to 15 people if he's untreated. So such is the intensity of the spread of TB infection. So it's very important for TB patient to take care of himself, of the family and friends around him, so that he follows the cough etiquette. He has to close his mouth during coughing, and during especially the intensive phase, initial 2 months of treatment, he has to better stay away if he's having a lot of cough, and follow cough etiquette with the precautions in the form of wearing a mask while coughing, closing his mouth, and especially to keep himself away from children, especially less than 5 years old, elderly, who are at risk of getting communication with the TB and manifesting with the disease. And high density population, as you mentioned, reminded me of a patient who came some 4 or 5 years back. He was a ticket collector in one of the busiest theaters in Mysuru. So imagine how many people he could have spread infection to. So because he is unaware of TB himself, and he was a multi-drug resistant TB. So many patients with good background or upper socioeconomic status, when they're infected with TB, they ask me, how come I'm infected with TB? Because as I told in the morning also, TB doesn't differentiate between people who are rich or poor, who are fair or dark. It affects each and every individual if their immunity goes down. And especially after COVID pandemic, we have seen even with patients who are having good immunity also are manifesting with atypical tuberculosis presentations in the form of lymph node TB or pleural effusions, lot of pleural effusions of tuberculosis who have come up. So TB is there all everywhere. It is there in the community. It is only that we have to have a good nutrition, good immunity, and whenever we go outdoor, especially in crowded areas. So especially being a pulmonologist, I see a lot of COPD patients, a lot of interstitial lung disease patients who are at risk of contracting various respiratory infections. So I ask them to please wear a mask when they go out in crowded areas, in bus stands, markets. Wear a mask and don't come in contact with people who are coughing or there is a risk of catching an infection. And also, if they have comorbid COPD or asthma, when they're using nebulizations, the caregiver or the healthcare setting also, like we have seen in COVID, keep the nebulization in an isolated room and let the patient wear himself so that the aerosols, the fumes, don't spread to others who are in the same close vicinity. And as Madam was telling about pregnant women with TB, especially if she is put up positive, the child is given isoniazid prophylaxis, but breastfeeding is not a contraindication. So we have to have close contact, having taken these precautions, be family, friends, all that give us so that the communication of tuberculosis is controlled. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The core plan of Nikshay Abhiyan is concentrated on prevention of transmission of TB. So, sir has mentioned recent examples and described the modes and chances of transmission. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to ask Dr. Anjanaya Murthy, sir. Sir, how can Ayurvedic principles and practices be integrated with modern medicine to raise awareness and promote prevention and treatment of tuberculosis, particularly in rural or underserved areas?
Such as best theme of patients. See a new chapter in history of tuberculosis. People across the different systems are meeting, exchanging the viewpoints. Ultimately, the society is getting the discussion. There is no discrimination between Ayurveda and whatever methods that we are talking about, wearing masks, basic procedures are to be followed. Whether it is a rural person, rich person, poor person, it doesn't have any differentiation between caste, class, or gender. And I don't feel that there is nothing like Ayurveda, that is Rushdan stage to the Royal Community. That is the best system. It's tolerant. We have a lot of outlets derived from the plant source. Takes that the patient with this basic point. Already number of research more than 100 data where when we get this allopathic test, we will be identified for the benefit of the medicine allopathic field. A study has been done where the commonly used blood pressure. When you are giving this blood pressure, the toxicity of this blood pressure not properly not giving the proper data. I am behind the Gunadharma of the blood pressure is mentioning Swasthavritta stabilization. Pulmonary history, the breathing difficulties and cough. For those people, so, and it does not contradict, it does not interact in basic thermal seen in so, in the night, there is this milk with the thermal report. It's taking it to the high magic thing. So, nobody is having any infilling towards any system. When the patient is getting the man, explain the case, number of single cases, number of compounds, those can be different. Second, I will discuss with the colleague who is sitting back there, because sir, you are using algorithm. You have a set of guidelines from IIT. What diets are to be, what diets are to be. Simple course question. Reading exercise, the ideal food substitute. Your treatment. Along with you ask the patient to take this course question more frequently. Similarly, substances are there. I'm just giving an example. You will need some substances are there which are unfree. Try to avoid those. Maybe my particular point is here. Research has to be done. Not at the very empirical manner, somebody is telling me research has to be done. There is systematic technique. It's one aspect. Any treatment is having three components: ahara, vihara, aushadha. So, medicines, I believe in single treatment. For example, hypernormal. It has been studied. You can go and hypernormal any other medicines. The bioavailability of the cell wall, the semi-permeable, it is better when the hypernormal. This has been studied. Research reports are there. Lot of researches have been done in cell. They are not opposite any particular system, but the things that goes together. In addition, relating to previous Antonia, now this is but Nandini, professor head of the environment, has studied from trees which are going to the environment. In Ayurveda also has been published. Ayurveda, person should take ahara within the body. Ahara, Sopna, Brahmacharya. Supporting it. If we follow these things, if we follow the rules of health, tradition of people can be taken. As described about Ashwagandha, and is only the nutritional status of the person can be improved by wherein the person is given because it's only for in the night with it just done for 15 days. And just by doing it for 15 days, even the person having anemia, no protein diet is given. Ashwagandha is able to protein sparing. And that of good things are there. In a very wide topic, in the short time I cannot discuss. Totally I think that one system is operating on a system, but we can definitely help suffering in preventing, in curing, in promoting the status of
Happy to hear the words from an authority of Ayurveda. Such words will definitely help to bridge the approaches towards integrated plan. Next, I would like to ask the question to the chief of the panel, Dr. Prashant sir. How does TB intersect with other health issues such as HIV, diabetes or malnutrition? Along with that, I would like to ask sir for conclusion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I thank the government Ayurveda College for giving me this opportunity. And also, I would like to everyone were afraid to come and treat tuberculosis patients. Your faculty came to us, they helped us in treating COVID patients. And for 2 months, we treated around 950 patients and they ran the OPD successfully. Not even a single day any complaint, there was no fight between patients and doctors. It was an immense support from them to carry out the COVID control activities very well in Travancore. I thank everyone. So tuberculosis, as everyone said, can affect any person, starting from the elderly to rich to poor. But the way the TB presents is different in various individuals. When it comes to HIV, if we see around 40% of Indians are always infected with tuberculosis, but the chance of getting active infection is only 10%. But when it comes to HIV positive individuals, the chance of getting tuberculosis activation increases up to 40%.
So HIV causes patients to develop more active infection. Second thing, the presentation. Classically, tuberculosis presents with cough, fever, decreased appetite, night sweats, etc. But in tuberculosis, the symptoms are very subtle. Patients will have just decreased appetite or just generalized fatigue and nothing. High index of suspicion is very important. Thirdly, the presentation, radiological presentation. Whatever the opacity we see on chest X-ray or the CT scan, it is the immune reaction of the body to the tuberculosis bacilli. But since the immune status of HIV positive individuals is low, often the X-ray will be normal. So just because X-ray is normal, we should not tell patient is not a case of tuberculosis and neglect it. Then coming to the outcome of tuberculosis in HIV positive individuals. In fact, we had conducted a study, outcome of MDR tuberculosis in HIV positive individuals. We found out that the outcome was very bad, with only 35% success rate. So HIV affects individuals in all status. Then coming to diabetes, again like HIV, it's also an immunodeficiency condition. Main thing is firstly the presentation. Usually tuberculosis affects the upper lobe, but in diabetes, lower zone tuberculosis is more common, and extrapulmonary tuberculosis is more common. Second important thing to note is whenever a diabetic patient develops tuberculosis, we always prefer insulin over other OHCs to control diabetes. And third thing, regarding the nutrition, malnutrition and tuberculosis. I would like to share my own experience. I did my PG from Chandigarh. What in initial first year, what I noticed was many young women immediately after marriage, say 1.5 months within marriage, they used to come with disseminated tuberculosis or miliary tuberculosis, such serious forms of tuberculosis. While the presentation in other individuals were usually localized, say upper lobe, or pleural effusion, etc. So I inquired my senior, sir, what is the reason why they come with such bad tuberculosis immediately after marriage? So what he said was usually what they do during marriage, they do dieting for weight loss. So because of that, they become malnourished, and immediately after marriage, they come with disseminated tuberculosis, etc. Also, I think in several parts of Karnataka, there is one practice. Immediately after postpartum, they avoid giving nutritious foods to mother so that they will lose weight, whichever they are gained during pregnancy. That is the probable reason why we see patients, pregnant, postpartum ladies will have more severe forms of tuberculosis with multiple cavities, disseminated tuberculosis, etc. Also, malnutrition plays a very important role in development of tuberculosis. So high index of suspicion, early diagnosis, early treatment is the key for success of tuberculosis. And finally, I thank all the panelists for coming, sparing their time for the discussion about the tuberculosis and spreading awareness among the public. I also thank Government Ayurveda College and sir for arranging such a wonderful program. Thank you, Anila.
Thank you, sir. Now I welcome Dr. Prashant, sir, to felicitate our panel members. First of all, I call Dr. Sindhu Lakshmi, ma'am. Dr. Janardhan, sir. Sir, please. Dr. Pratibha, ma'am, please. Dr. Manu Prakash, sir. Now I welcome Dr. Shana, sir, to felicitate Dr. Prashant.
Thank you all panelists. So we'll wind up in panel, but we'll continue with the session we have break. Now we'll have chairperson's remark, Dr. Chandrasekhar.
Now I request Dr. S.A. Chandrasekhar sir, chairperson, to share his views on this issue.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಯಾನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಡೆಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂತಹ ವಿಶೇಷ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿತರಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಂತಹ ವೈದ್ಯರುಗಳೇ ಮತ್ತು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಯನ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾರತವನ್ನ ನಡೆಸುವಂತ ವೈದ್ಯರೇ, ನನ್ನ ಗುರುಗಳಾದ ಆಂಜನೇಯ ಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ KR ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಹೋಗಿ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಬೆಡ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ಗೋಸ್ಕರ ತಗೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ಬಹಳ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂತ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಬಂತು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದೇ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ದಾರಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ಅವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂತು. ಅಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ ಮಾತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಅಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ ಅಂತ ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಗಸ್ತ್ಯ ಮಹರ್ಷಿಗಳ ಗ್ರಂಥಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡಾಗ ಕೆಲವು ಔಷಧಗಳನ್ನ ಕ್ಷಯಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಕ್ಷಯ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬೇರೆ, ರಾಜಯಕ್ಷಮ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬೇರೆ, ಈ ತರ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಟ್ಯುಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಅಂತ ಯಾವ್ದನ್ನ ನಾವಿವತ್ತು ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಡಯಾಗ್ನೋಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಪರ್ಪಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವಿವತ್ತು ಅನೇಕ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಿಂದ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನನ್ನ ಕ್ಲಿನಿಕ್ಗೆ ಬರುವಂತಹ ಕ್ಷಯ ರೋಗಿಗಳನ್ನ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಗುರುತು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನನ್ನ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಅನೇಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕ್ಲಿನಿಕ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ಒಂದು 10-15 ಜನ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, JSS ಇಂದ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಬರೀ ಪಲ್ಮನರಿ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಅದೊಂದನ್ನೇ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ದೋಷ ಧಾತುಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡೀಟೇಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಇವರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಟ್ಯೂಮರ್ ಇದೆ. ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ಯೂಮರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಟ್ಯೂಮರ್, ವಿಚ್ ಟ್ಯೂಮರ್ ಇಸ್ ದಟ್, ಹೇಗೆ ಕಂಡುಹಿಡಿಯೋದು ನಾವು? ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಾಗ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕನ್ವಲ್ಷನ್ ಬರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸಿಂಪ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ ಬಂದು ಇದು ಕನ್ವಲ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಅದು ಬ್ರೈನ್ TB ಆಗಿರ್ಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಕಂಡುಹಿಡಿಯೋದು ಹೇಗೆ? CSF. ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಲಂಬಾರ್ ಪಂಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ CSF ತೆಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ತುಂಬಾ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ ಕಾಬ್ ವೆಬ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಅಂತ. ಕಾಬ್ ವೆಬ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಈಗ ನೋಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಟ್ಯೂಮರ್ ಡ್ಯೂ ಟು ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ. ಆ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಟಿವ್ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದುಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು? ಈ ತರ ಟೇಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಬಂದಾಗ ಔಷಧಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕೆ ಬೇಡ? ಈ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂಥರ ಡೈಲೆಮಾ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಔಷಧಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಕೊಡಬಹುದು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದು ಕಾಯಿಲೆಗಳು ಇದೆಯೋ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಔಷಧಿ ಸಸ್ಯಗಳು ಇದೆ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಟಾಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಮನೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಔಷಧಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಹುಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. There are so many medicines for tuberculosis nowadays. ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಅಲೋಪತಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಬಾಯಿಂದಲೇ ಕೇಳಿದ್ವಿ, ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾಸ್ಗೆ ಔಷಧಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಸೂಪರ್ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಥವಾ there are so many bacteria which are helpful to the man. ನಾವು ತಿಂತಿರೋ ಆಹಾರ ಡೈಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾಸ್, those bacteria grows together bacteria, ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಸತ್ತೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾವಲ್ಲ. ಅವಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಧಾತುಗಳು ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಧಾತು ಅಗ್ನಿಗಳು ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಜಠರಾಗ್ನಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಮ ಇದು ನಾವು ಏನೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. There are so many medicines which have been prepared ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ ನಾವು ಯಾವ್ದನ್ನ ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಆಂಟಿಬಯೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಟೊಮೈಸಿನ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೋಪ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಷದೊಳಗೆ ಎಂತ ಟಿಬಿನೂ ನಾವು ವಾಸಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಟೊಮೈಸಿನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂತ ದಿನ ಅದು 55-65ರಲ್ಲಿ ಶುರುವಾಯ್ತು. ನಾನು 82ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಅಶ್ವಿನಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆದೆ, ಇದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಡಿಕೇರಿನಲ್ಲಿ. ಸುಮಾರು 4 ವರ್ಷ ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಆವಾಗ ನಾವು ಬೈಲ್ಕುಪ್ಪಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಪ್ರತಿ ಗುರುವಾರ ಬೈಲ್ಕುಪ್ಪ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರನ್ನ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಪಲ್ಮನರಿ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಇದೆ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಬೈಲ್ಕುಪ್ಪದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟಿಬೇಟಿಯನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಪಲ್ಮನರಿ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಇದೇನು ಹೀಗಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಇದ್ರು, MBBS MD ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ರಾಗಿ ಗಂಜಿ ಕುಡಿತಾರೆ, ಕೋಲ್ಡ್ ಇರ್ಲಿ ಹಾಟ್ ಇರ್ಲಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಂತ ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಚಳಿಗಾಲದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನವೆಂಬರ್, ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್, ಜನವರಿ ಚಳಿ ಇರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲೂ ಅವ್ರು ರಾಗಿ ಗಂಜಿ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಹೊತ್ತು ಕುಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಗಿ ಗಂಜಿ ಕುಡಿತಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇವ್ರು TB ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು. ನಾನ್ ನಂಬಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸರ್, ರಾಗಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ, ಅದ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ TB ಬರುತ್ತೆ? ಎಷ್ಟು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅವರು. ಅವರೇನು ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಕೂತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಬಹಳ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಂತ ಬೈಲ್ಕುಪ್ಪ ಜನ. ನನಗೆ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅವಾಗ. ಹೌ ಟು ಫೈಂಡ್ ಔಟ್ ವೆದರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪಲ್ಮನರಿ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಆರ್ ಸಮ್ ಅದರ್ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದೀಸ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಕ್ಯವರ್ನಸ್ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ ಸ್ಟೆಥೋಸ್ಕೋಪ್ ಇಟ್ಟು ಆಸ್ಕಲ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಹೇಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಗೂಗಲ್ ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಬುಕ್ ನೋಡಿ, ಕ್ಯವರ್ನಸ್ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ. ಒಂದು ಕೊಡದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿ ಉಲ್ಟಾ ತಿರುಗಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಬುಳ್ 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 ಅಂತ ಬರ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಆ ರೀತಿ ಆ ಕ್ಯಾವಿಟೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಸುಲಭವಾಗಿ ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟ್ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್, ಯಾರು ಎಕ್ಸ್ರೇ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಎಕ್ಸ್ರೇ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಅಂತ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ನನ್ಗೆ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ಜ್ವರ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ನಿಗೆ, ಜ್ವರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಿದ್ದ ಅವನು. ಬಟ್ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್ ರೈಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಬೇಬಿ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ 1 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಜ್ವರ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಸಂಜೆವರೆಗೆ ದುಡಿದಿರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ದನ ತಿಂತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ದನನೇ ತಿಂತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಬೆಳಗಿಂದ ಸಂಜೆವರೆಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಬೇಕೋ ಅವಾಗ ದನ ತಿನ್ನೋದು. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದಂತ ಜನ, ಸ್ಟೌಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಂತ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ TB ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಡಯಾಗ್ನೋಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಒಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ, ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಇದೆ ಈಗ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ರನ್ನೂ ಸಿಟಿಗೆ ಕಳ್ಸಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ MRI ಮಾಡ್ಸಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. We have to find out with the simple diagnostic methods. There are so many simple diagnostic methods. ಅದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಕಂಡಿಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಹೇಳಿದಂತ ಔಷಧಿಯನ್ನ ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ರುಡಾಲಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬಾಂಬೆಯಿಂದ ತರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಅದನ್ನ ಈಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಕಂಪನಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತು. ಅದನ್ನ ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದಂತ ಕಾರಣ ಈಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಕಂಪನಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಜೊತೆ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂತು. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ 80-85ರಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಫಾಂಪಿಸಿನ್ ಬಂತು. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ INH ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. INH ರಿಫಾಂಪಿಸಿನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಬಂದಂತ ಕಿಡ್ನಿ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಕೇಸಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೋಕ್ ಶುರುವಾಯ್ತು. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಯ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಥಂಬುಟಾಲ್, ರಿಫಾಂಪಿಸಿನ್, INH ಕಾಂಬಿನೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 3 ರೆಜಿಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಈಗ 4 ರೆಜಿಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಪೆರಿಡಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ ಹೈಡ್ರೋಕ್ಲೋರೈಡ್ ಕೂಡ ವಾಮಿಟಿಂಗ್ ಸೆನ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಬರಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಆದಂಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚೆಚ್ಚು ಔಷಧಿಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲದರ ಮೂಲವನ್ನ ಹುಡುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸುಲಭವಾಗಿ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಎಣ್ಣೆ 4 ಚಮಚ, 2 ಚಮಚ ಏನು ಪ್ರತಿನಿತ್ಯ ಕೊಟ್ಟು 1 ತಿಂಗಳಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ TB ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿ, ಇದು ಎಂತ ಸುಲಭವಾದಂತ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಇದನ್ನ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಆಯುರ್ವೇದಿಕ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬರೀ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ. ರುದ್ರಾಕ್ಷಿ ಕಷಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ ರುದ್ರಾಕ್ಷಿಯ ಟ್ಯಾಬ್ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ನಾವೇ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ TBಯನ್ನ ಎರಾಡಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಇವತ್ತು ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದ್ದಂತ ಮೈಕೋಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಂ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಅದೇ ಮೈಕೋಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಂ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಅದರ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ರ್ಯಾಂಪೆಂಟ್. ಒಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗೆ ಹೋದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಒಂದ್ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬನಿಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪಕ್ಕದ ಮನೆಯವ್ರು ಬಂತು ಆಗಲೇ ಅಂತಾನೆ. ಆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಒಂದು ಮಗುಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಅಜ್ಜಿಗೆ ಬಂತು ಅಂತ, ಅಥವಾ ಅಜ್ಜಿಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಗುಗ್ ಬಂತು. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ವೈಸ್ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಇಡೀ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಇಡೀ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಹಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದರ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು TB ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಮಾನಸಿಕ ವೇಗಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಹತೋಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಇದ್ದವರು ಅಂತ. ವೇಗಗಳು ಶಾರೀರಿಕ ವೇಗಗಳು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮಾನಸಿಕ ವೇಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ದ್ವೇಷ ಮೊದಲನೇದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಕ್ರೋಧ, ದ್ವೇಷ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು? ಕಾಮ, ಕ್ರೋಧ, ಲೋಭ, ಮೋಹ, ಮದ, ಮತ್ಸರ. ಇವುಗಳನ್ನ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಾವು ಕರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ TB ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತನ್ನದೇ ಆದಂತ ಆತ್ಮಸ್ಥೈರ್ಯ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಬೆಳೆದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವನು ಯಾವ ಆಹಾರವನ್ನು ಸೇರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಆ ರೆಜಿಮ್ ಆಹಾರವನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ತಾನೆ. ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ಆಹಾರ ಸೇರಿಸಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ನು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಇಷ್ಟ, ನಾನು ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಹೋಗಿ, ನಾನು ಸ್ಮೋಕೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಹೋಗಿ, ನಾನು ಇದೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮಾನಸಿಕ ವೇಗಗಳನ್ನ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ, ನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಾರೀರಿಕ ವೇಗಗಳನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಮಾನಸಿಕಗಳನ್ನು ತಡೆ ಹಿಡಿಯೋದು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅತ್ಯದ್ಭುತವಾದಂತ ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸಾಧಿಸಬಹುದು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ 2 ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Vasudev Anand Rajhate to share his views about the session.
Good evening, so I will not take much more time as it is. So first, I congratulate my dear and near friend and my departmental colleague, Dr. Saurabh sir, for a wonderful session and sharing his experience. So I don't want to comment on the presentation, but I want to tell something as a witness what I observed in his presentation. The first is, what are the main highlighted point is, sir covered the topic according to the Samhita Siddhanta. That is, first is he covered with the Sandhi Samasas. The first thing is some of the Sandhi Samasas sir explained. Second one is research topic he taken up, and third one is the Ahara Vihara, what is explained in Charaka Samhita, that is entirely compared with the Viruddha Ahara and what nowadays what we are consuming. So that is compared thing. And next one is importance of Sattva Vajaya Chikitsa. I think so since from the morning nobody covered this topic, but sir told that Sattva Vajaya Chikitsa is very, very important along with the Yukti Upasaraya Chikitsa. So all teachers are covered the Yukti Upasaraya Chikitsa, but only the Saurabh sir covered the Sattva Vajaya Chikitsa, importance of the Sattva Vajaya Chikitsa, and Patya is also very, very important. So these are the main points sir highlighted. So one more thing, in my class also I used to tell you, listen the videos in the YouTube channel from Dharmadhikari sir as well as Saurabh sir. You will get the Charaka Samhita videos. So many videos are there. So Saurabh sir is also having so many videos. So under the guidance of Dharmadhikari sir, so you can watch, you can get the more knowledge from that one. So next point is, I thank Yojaka Statra Durlabha Dr. Shanai sir. Really is a wonderful sessions today. I really blessed to be a part of Jugalbandi of Vanis Movable Charaki Movable Shishota, that is Anjanamurthy sir and Venkatesh sir. Sir, thank you sir. Thank you so much for enriching our knowledge. So last but not least, I thank the organizers, the Venkatesh sir, my dear friend Navle sir, and our principal Dr. Radhakrishna sir, and last but not the least my HOD Dr. Srivastava sir for this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Anthony Paulraj to share his view on the session.
Good evening, everyone. Respected chairperson of previous session and co-chairperson and the presenter, respected Dr. Saurabh sir. Not the right person to talk about topic, but sir has spoken the concept, or the concept is there. Yaksha Samhada. Really, this session went on Yaksha Samhada only. So he started from Purana and end with the social media. He started from Veda, how the Charaka Samhita and other things have spoken about long back in connection with the Kshaya. So, and he highlighted how the 27 stars, how it is related to moon and sun. So everything, but main I observe, so if we avoid the disease, Sir finally said, Viduyukta Ahara. If you eat properly for the right time, for the right food, so that is the 90% you can come out from all the dishes and the bosha. That's the main. And another thing, what Chairperson Chandrasekhar has highlighted, Nama Manasika Udvegagaleniде, but that is the main thing to for all the dishes ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಶಾರೀರಿಕ ವೇಗಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಉದ್ವೇಗಗಳನ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ನಾವು ಈ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಏನು ಈ ಯಕ್ಷ ಸಂವಾದ ಒಂದು ದಿನದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಅವಕಾಶಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
So any questions are there to ask for Saurabh or so I request Saurabh to wind up because I have not given another. I have promised him that I will give another 5 minutes. So you can talk for 5 minutes. Then we will have a small valedictory and within 5 minutes we will wind up because we are waiting for the principal. Also, principal will come here and he will felicitate Chandrasekhar sir, co-chairperson and all those things.
There is nothing left to talk again. Only thing what I did not mention in my Sampraptis, one is Anuloma Kshaya and the other one is Pratiloma Kshaya. We heard about Anuloma Kshaya, that is from Rasa up to Shukra Kshaya takes place. Pratiloma Kshaya, Sushruta explains very beautifully about with the quote of Jalashaya and Nadi which is flowing. If Jalashaya suddenly breaks its gates, it opens its gates, all the stored water goes off. It totally goes off. Same way, at the same time, whatever the Nadi is trying to fill that Jalashaya, that also gets empty. The flow becomes very fast because there is no resistance for the Nadi's flow. So that is Pratiloma Kshaya. That is one way of understanding. The second way of understanding of Pratiloma Kshaya is because of excess Shukra Kshaya, there will be Dhatu Kshaya. So that Shukra Kshaya is caused due to Maithuna, maybe various reasons or various ways. But that Maithuna Kriya itself is Vayu Prakopaka. When there is Vayu Prakopaka, there will be Vayu Prakopa, there will be Rasa Shosha or Rasa Kshaya. That Rasa Kshaya causes Uttara Dhatu Kshaya. So Pratiloma Gati need not be always from Shukra to Majja, then Asti, like this. It should be understood in the way that Shukra Kshaya causes Vayu Vikriti, Vikrita Vayu causes Rasa Shoshana, and from Rasa Shoshana again Uttara Dhatu Shoshana takes place, and that is what is Pratiloma Kshaya. These are the only 2 points wanted to highlight during my session. But as it was mentioned earlier, I did not stress more on this. And sir always, as I mentioned, he is Shanai. He keeps continuously asking someone to talk. He keeps the environment busy with whatever the reason possible, and he is Pakka Vata Prakriti person. Very sharp, and he uses the time and the mic very nicely. Thank you very much, Shanai sir, for having faith on me and giving opportunity multiple times in a year. I might have attended his 3 or 4 sessions. Very humble for my growth. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you to all chairperson, co-chairperson, and my guru, Dr. Chatte sir, and Guru of Guru Nam Cha Guru Murthy sir, and all the audience. Shravakas Tatra Durlabha, not only Yojaka. Shravakas Tatra Durlabha, even audience, I'm very thankful to all organizing team, and I'm thankful to my principal sir who permitted me to take a leave in spite of tight schedule of inspection to the college. Thank you to one and all. Thank you.
So it is time for us to felicitate our speaker today, Saurabh, one of the most dynamic speakers. Whenever I thought about talking about the concepts, each and every time I will ask only Saurabh, because the clarity of thoughts, one thing, application of thoughts, second thing, and simplicity of the concepts. These 3 things drag me to call him every time, because many of great scholars are there. They will make us confusion, but here there is no confusion. Simplicity is at the core, along with application. This is very important, and is well versed in Sanskrit, Vyakarana, and all other parts of Sanskrit teaching. So he makes the whole ambience of this program into a very simple program, and he makes audience to think twice, thrice. Okay, we can think in this way also. That's why, because many times I have seen you. So he makes a roadmap for the future generation. That's why when I thought of calling somebody for Raja Exma on the with special reference to Ayurveda, the first name came to my mind is Saurabh. Even though he is younger to all of us, but there are two concepts are there. One is Vayavruddha, like me. The other concept is Jnanavruddha. I am not Jnanavruddha, I am Vayavruddha. He is the Jnanavruddha. So that's why, as a Jnanavruddha, we have called you Vayavruddha and of you. So there is a difference between Jnanavruddha and Vayavruddha. You are the Jnanavruddha. I request Anjane Murthy sir, Guru Nam Guru, to felicitate him, and he should be like the great teacher like Charaka in future. So here, Anjali Murthy sir, please bless him with the great blessings, so that in future he will be recognized as Nagadadva Charaka in future.
I request Dr. Sudhir Navle, Lakshmi Narayan Shanai, Dr. Praveen sir, Dr. Manju Prasad to felicitate the memento as a token of gratitude to Dr. A.S. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Vasudev Anand Rao, Dr. Anthony.
So on the 28th of this month, we had a great program in the Chayadevi College of Education, where they have arranged a beautiful exhibition. I welcome Dr. Radhakrishna Rao. Please come to the dais, because we are having small program here, valedictory. So you will be preside over the function. So on that day we had a beautiful exhibition of science exhibition, wherein physics, chemistry, biology, and the principal of the college told me that you have to give 6 prizes. So I announced 6 prizes. When I announced 6 prizes, I thought I am doing some injustice. On that day, I announced that another 6 prizes will be given for the teaching models. Teaching models were so apt and so beautiful, where I thought it is very difficult to judge from my side. So I asked the teachers there itself to judge them. Today we are giving on behalf of Extra Samvada the prizes to the models. So I request the principal and Madam Pampa Madam to receive the award from Dr. Radhakrishna Rao. So Anjali Murthy and Radhakrishna Rao. All the awards will be given to Papa Madam and the child principal Anthony Paul. Now we are having a technology program. The whole program today we have designed and developed only because of the efforts of Swasthavritta and Yoga PG students. For the last 1 month, they have now slept in their room. Every time, every day, they have done a good work. So, on behalf of Government of India, on behalf of Government of Karnataka, on behalf of Department of Ayush, on behalf of our Commissioner, Commissioner has sent the department one acknowledgement letter, this one. So, I request the Principal of Jaya TV to read this letter, and this letter is written by Commissioner himself. And he has sent the message to the department. So our great Anthony sir will read the message, and after that Radhakrishna Ram Rao will hand over this commissioner's message to the department head Venkata Krishna.
Government of Karnataka, Department of Ayush, Government Ayurveda Research Center, Mysuru. Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is proudly awarded to Swasthvara and Yoga. Swasthavritta and Yoga. This is the certified that the 100 days, the Raksha campaign along with the Yakshma Samvada National Conference was organized in an explanatory manner, adhering to a systematic and scientific approach. The campaign was spearheaded with the vibrant and dedication, making the Niksha 100 Days campaign one of the most impactful and widely recognized for the critical awareness and the education. We extend our heartfelt congratulations for the unwavering dedication, support, and innovative strategies through which is the campaign was successfully conducted. We further felicitate and commend the Department of the Swasthavritta and the Yoga and Government Ayurveda Medical College for their record-breaking effort and the campaign ensuring and widespread awareness every household across the society. Hats off you and congratulations. Let us continue the commitment and hard work to Dr. Lakshminarayan Shanai, Assistant Director, GARC, Mysuru.
So I request all the students of the department, all 50 students, along with the staff, along with Venkata Krishna, to receive this certificate from Department of Ayush, Government of Karnataka and Government of India. So I request Anjali Murthy sir, Radhakrishna sir, and all the dignitaries, Rajkumar sir, to hand over this certificate to the department. This is departmental treasure. Okay. So now I request two feedback from the delegates. The first feedback, I am not asking anyone. It should be from Amrita Balla. Please give Amrita Balla one feedback. Feedback. ನೀವು ಬರಬೇಕು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು.
Good evening, everyone. So the program was very nice. So we collectively got many informations today. Even the modern concepts, like we are not so much aware about the modern concepts of tuberculosis. So the morning two sessions were very nice. And the panel discussion was very informative because in one session itself, we got like multiple presentations of tuberculosis with multiple management. And lastly, our services, it was very nice and very informative. So thank you.
One more feedback from Dr. Manju Prasad, the CEO Vande Wellness. He is from USA based Vande Wellness Center. So Manju Prasad, please give your feedback.
Thank you, sir, for providing these opportunities. And first of all, I congratulate GAMC and GARC and the Swasthavritta department for conduction of very beautiful and more than beautiful, a significant session and a significant workshop, which gave a lots of awareness on TB, as Dr. Akshaya Amrita Spallal quote, Kshaya Kshayavagani Arogya Akshayavagani. It's a beautiful quote, and I would congratulate Dr. Amrita. And since from starting, we got eminent resource persons who are well versed with Pulmonology department, Ayurveda, Samhita department, and it's a cluster of more than it's integration. The whole world is looking into integration, and I'm very glad Dr. Shanai sir under the JRC bringing integration, conducting integration workshops where sir combine naturopathy, Ayurveda, and even modern. It's a need of number, and I would like to extend my heartful thanks to the organizers for a good workshop. Thank you.
So the whole program envisioned today, and today it is a successful venture for all of us. And in the morning after the inauguration, for half an hour, our commissioner was online and he sent his message that this is super wonderful. He has written it. I will show you that. He said continue the same roadmap in future. That's what his message today for all of us. So to design, develop such a wonderful program, we need a Yojaka. So under the stewardship, leadership of Dr. Venkata Krishna, we designed this workshop in a beautiful way. And from Government Ayurveda Research Center, we are extending an acknowledgement letter to Venkata Krishna. So I request our principal to read out that a letter in front of all of you, and I request Rajkumar Garampalli to felicitate Dr. Venkata Krishna with this acknowledgement.
This certificate is proudly presented to Dr. Venkata Krishna KV. We extend our heartful gratitude for your invaluable contribution and support to organizing Yakshama Samvada. Your dedication and effort have been instrumental in making the event a success. Your commitment to knowledge sharing and collaboration has greatly enriched and experience for all participants. Sir, with the heartfelt gratitude and utmost respect to Dr. Venkata Krishna KV.
So we are ending this workshop with the last words from the President, Dr. Radhakrishna Rao. And I also request Rajkumar Garampalli to render the vote of thanks last. Okay, from your side.
ಶುಭ ಸಂಜೆ. ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರೇ, ನನ್ನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ 4 ಸ್ನಾತಕೋತ್ತರ ವಿಭಾಗಗಳಿದೆ. ಈ 4 ಸ್ನಾತಕೋತ್ತರ ವಿಭಾಗಗಳು ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಜೊತೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನನ್ನ ಸಾಧಿಸಬಹುದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಸ್ವಸ್ಥವೃತ್ತ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಇನ್ನೂ 20 ದಿವಸ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ 25 ದಿವಸ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇವಾಗ 25 ದಿವಸ ಆದ ನಂತರ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛಭ್ರತ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಮೊದಲಿಂದು ಶಣೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ತೀರಾ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ, ಇದು ಏನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಅವರು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿರುವುದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಕಣ್ಣಾರೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನನಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ನಾನು ಕೆಲವೊಮ್ಮೆ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಅನ್ಕೋತಿದ್ದೆ ಶಣೆ ಅವರ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಮಿಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಾನು ಇರುವ ಅವಧಿಯವರೆಗೆ ಶಣೆಯವರೆಗೆ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ PG ಮತ್ತೆ UG ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ತರದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ NCSM ಪ್ರಕಾರನು ನಮ್ಗೆ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ A ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ QCI ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲದನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಆಗುವಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ಸೊ ಇಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಆಯೋಜಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಶನಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ನನ್ನ ಸಹಕಾರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ನಮ್ ಜೊತೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಅವರನ್ನ ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ 2 ಮಾತನ್ನ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ.
ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಾವು ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರ, ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಕಾಲೇಜು, ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ಹಾಗೆ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಬಾಟನಿ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನ ಜೊತೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಈ 4 ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಕಾರಣ. ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ನಮಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗ ಫ್ರೀ ಆಗಿ ಕೊಡ್ತು. ಹಾಗೆ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಬಾಟನಿ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹಲವು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೇರೇಪಣೆ ನೀಡಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಮೃತೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಕಾರಣ, ಜನಾರ್ದನ್ ಸರ್ ಕಾರಣ, ನಳ್ಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕಾರಣ, ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ್ ಗರಂಪಳ್ಳಿ ಅವರು. ನಾನೊಂದು ವಾರ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಶನಿವಾರ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತ ಅವರೇ ನನಗೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಬೆನ್ನ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಶಕ್ತಿ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ್ ಗರಂಪಳ್ಳಿ ಅವರು. ಸೊ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅವರು ಬೆಳಗಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡುವಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸದ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಅವ್ರ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಹುಡುಗರು ಇದಿದೆ, ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟರ್ನಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು, PhD ಸ್ಟಡೀಸ್ ಇದೆ, PG ಸ್ಟಡೀಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದ ನಂತರ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ QCI ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮೊಂದಿಗೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗಿಂದ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲದವರೆಗೆ ಅವರ ಫುಲ್ ಟೀಮು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಯಾವುದೇ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಹುಡುಗರಿಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಬೋನಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದಿನ ಚಲಬಿಡದ ತ್ರಿವಿಕ್ರಮದಂಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಹಿಂದೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮಗೆ ತಿದ್ದಿ ತೀಡಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ಈ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಕಾರಣ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ್ ಗರಂಪಳ್ಳಿ ಅವರು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದವನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಈ ದಿವಸದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಕೊನೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ, ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಟೀ ಇದೆ, ಬಿಸಿ ಬಿಸಿ ಟೀ, ಬಿಸಿ ಬಿಸಿ ಕಾಫಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬ್ರಿಟಾನಿಯಾ ಬಿಸ್ಕೆಟ್, ಬ್ರಿಟಾನಿಯಾ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಬಿಸ್ಕೆಟ್ ತರಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಸೊ ಆ ಬಿಸ್ಕೆಟ್ ತಿಂದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಕೊನೆಯ ಅಂಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ್ ಗರಂಪಳ್ಳಿ ಅವರು ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾದಂತ ಈ ಸಭೆಯ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಂತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ KS ರಾಧಾಕೃಷ್ಣ ರಾಮರಾವ್ ಸರ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಇನ್ನುಳಿದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಿಗ್ನಿಟರೀಸ್, ಆಮೇಲೆ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮುಂಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಗ್ನಿಟರೀಸ್. ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಬಾಟ್ನಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣನೇ ಒಂದೆರಡು ನಿಮಿಷ ನಾನು ತಗೋತೀನಿ. ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣನೇ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಈಸ್ ಸರೌಂಡೆಡ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಬೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಈಸ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್. ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಾರ್ದಂಗೆ ನೀವು ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ನಮ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ, ನಾವು ಸರ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಜೊತೆಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವೆರಡರದ್ದು ಅವಿನಾಭಾವ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಅಂತ. ನೀವು ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್, ಯು ಕಾಂಟ್ ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನ್ ಲೈಫ್ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಆನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಅರ್ತ್. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ life existed on this earth because of plants. Life in the sense the higher organisms. Of course, ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದಂಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾಸ್ ನಾವು ಬರೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆನೆ ಅವು ಇದ್ವು. ಸೊ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಫೈಟಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾ ಫಾರ್ ಆಲ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ನಾವು ಅದರ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ನಾವು ತಗೋತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಆ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ತಗೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅವು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದಾವೆ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಹೌ ಟು ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ದಿಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಹೌ ಟು combat this particular the ಡೇಂಜರಸ್ ಬಗ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ. ಸೊ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇವತ್ತೊಂದು ಸಂವಾದ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು ಸರ್, ಯಕ್ಷ್ಮಾ ಸಂವಾದ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಕ್ಷ್ಮಾ ಸಂವಾದ ಮೀನಿಂಗೇ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿಜ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಜರ್ನಲ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿ ಯಕ್ಷ್ಮಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಯಕ್ಷ್ಮಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಯಕ್ಷ್ಮಾ ಸಂವಾದ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಮೇಲೆ, ಸೊ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಾವು ಬಗ್ಗೀಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ಯುಯಲ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ಹೌ ಟು ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಫೈ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಂಪೋನೆಂಟ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಮಷ್ಟು ಗಾಢವಾಗಿ ಡೀಪ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಥವಾ ಗಾಢವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡದೇ ಇರೋದು ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೌ ಟು ಕಾಂಬ್ಯಾಟ್ ದಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್, particularly when it comes to manage it. And because the whole world is trying to eradicate this particular disease, but of course sir ಒಬ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ actually eradication ಮಾಡೋದು it may not be possible, but we can minimize it. That is one of the important aspects. So in this line I think I take this opportunity to thank but especially Dr. Shanai sir for giving us an opportunity to associate with you people and organize this function. And I think at the outset I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Shanai sir, as well as I also thank our beloved Vice Chancellor in his options for providing an opportunity to use this hall, as well as for his moral support for conducting this function, as well as morning he has inaugurated this function. I thank his options wholeheartedly for his kind support, our Vice Chancellor. I also thank Dr. Vijayalakshmi Deshmani madam, who was here to release Ayush for You journal, which was published by this Government Ayurvedic College, Mysuru. Yes, Ayurvedic Research Center, Mysuru. I also thank Dr. M.A. Shekhar. I thank Dr. G. Madhuke, then Dr. Raghu, Dr. Prasad, and all Dr. Anjanamurthy sir, and Anthony sir. I think he is there actually since from yesterday, as well as the main people for making this event a grand success is Venkat Krishna sir and Surendra Nawale sir. I think both of them, I think they were here since from yesterday evening. Actually, yesterday morning they were here. So I extend our heartfelt thanks sir for supporting this function, as well as involving us in this particular function. So I also thank all my colleagues, particularly Dr. Janathan sir, who is there from since morning, for his support, as well as our another colleague, Dr. Jyanamurthy, Dr. Alini, all our research scholars and MSc students, particularly who are there here, and non-teaching staff for extending their support. I also thank the media persons, as well as the people who covered this function, and also this live streaming. I think the event live streaming, I think those who were responsible for that, all those people I thank. I take this opportunity to thank. Lastly, I thank one and all. I think with this, I think we come to the end of this function. So I wish you all the best, and in future also we expect if at all any programs, such programs are there, we are ready to support and extend our support. Thank you very much.
ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಆಯ್ತು. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಟೀ ಕುಡಿದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಕಳಿಸಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾರು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ವಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಒಂದು ಇದಿದೆ, ಈಗಾದ್ರೂ ನೀವು ಲಿಂಕ್ ಅನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಶಸ್ತ್ರತ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಯಾವುದೇ PG ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅವ್ರು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಇಮೇಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇಮೇಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಈ ನಿಶ್ಚಯ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡಿ.